just looking at a computer, so I don't know where we would dial.
Okay, you're on a computer right now?
Absolutely. And we just need a little IT support to tell us where to mute this computer. This is not my computer.
Okay, so if you're looking at this,
yeah.
Okay, so if you're looking at the screen and you see in the middle, do you have a little camera, a microphone, and you see like a bar with all of those things on there?
Mute this computer. This is not my computer.
Okay, so if you're looking at this, so you should be able to hover across the screen. Okay, so if you're looking at the screen and you see in the middle, do you have a little camera, a microphone, and you see like a bar with all of those things on there?
Mute this computer. This is not my computer.
Okay, so if you're looking at this, so you should be able to hover across the screen. Okay, so if you're looking at the screen and you see in the middle, do you have a little camera, a microphone, and you see like a bar with all those things on there?
Mute this computer. This is not my computer.
Okay, so if you're looking at this, so you should be able to hover across the screen. Okay, so if you're looking at the screen and you see in the middle, do you have a little camera, a microphone, and you see like a bar with all those things on there?
Mute this computer. This is not my computer.
Okay, so if you're looking at this, so you should be able to hover across the screen. Okay, so if you're looking at the screen and you see in the middle, do you have a little camera, a microphone, and you see like a bar with all those things on there?
Mute this computer. This is not my computer.
Okay, so if you're looking at this, so you should be able to hover across the screen. Okay, so if you're looking at the screen and you see in the middle, do you have a little camera, a microphone, and you see like a bar with all those things on there?
Mute this computer. This is not my computer.
Okay, so if you're looking at this, so you should be able to hover across the screen. Okay, so if you're looking at the screen and you see in the middle, you should be able to see a microphone, and the microphone will mute you. And then when you're ready to speak, it will unmute.
I don't know what she used. She went through Chrome, and then this is something that came through you guys, Vimeo live stream. I see a flag. I'm not sure what the flag is. That's a speaker. Yeah, there should be, but it's not now. I agree. Unless it's under menu. There you are. Okay.
Ms. Bryan, since you know more than anybody else.
Morning. Am I in the right place?
Yes, ma'am. Good morning. How are you?
Okay, I'm great, thanks. Okay, I'm going to put my mic back on mute.
Okay.
I'm going to put mine on mute too.
Here's the mayor. Did you restart your?
Morning, everybody. This is Terry Sharp. I'm just doing a mic check.
Good morning, Terry. We hear you.
Thank you.
I can join you. I'll invite you right now. I'm inviting you. You should be getting a call.
Good morning, everyone. This is Jessica Herrera with Economic Development.
Good morning, Jessica.
On your calendar. Good morning, this is Laura Cruz.
Chief DiAugustino, can you all hear me?
We hear you.
This is Ellen Smythe, mic check.
Good morning, Ellen.
Good morning, Ellen. All right.
Good morning, this is Carla Neiman.
Good morning, this is Isabel Salcido.
We're not muted any longer?
Oh, and then I haven't talked to you about executive session.
Did that work?
Yes, it worked.
Okay.
You're no longer muted.
So how do you mute? On your phone?
Star 6.
Put you back on mute? That was unmute.
That's right. Put you back on mute.
A lot of people in this meeting. Let me mute this guy.
Good morning, Isabel Salcido. Mic.
Henry Rivera on. Can you hear me, Isabel?
Yes, I can.
Okay, sounds good. Thanks.
Oh, all right, thank you.
Good morning, this is IT. Just a heads up, if anybody's using two devices, make sure you mute one of them. It's because I'm muted from.
What was that again? I didn't hear that.
Sorry, this is IT. If anybody's using two devices, make sure you mute one of them. I know some of you guys asked to use two devices.
Yes.
Make sure the second device is muted.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Okay, thank you.
How do we sign up for all items? Can you hear us?
Yes.
Do you want to come talk?
Can you hear us?
Laura, do you want to answer that question? I don't know the answer
Yes,
to
we
that.
hear you.
How do we sign up for all items?
Dr. Bonart, this is Laura Prine. Can you hear me?
Numbers 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7. Dr. Rick Bonart.
Okay, we will go ahead and get you signed up.
Thank you very much.
Laura, are we ready to start?
Can they hear me?
Not yet, not yet.
Not yet?
Come to the podium in the meantime.
Oh, yeah.
You can come to the podium in the meantime.
Okay.
Hello?
Let me move this out of the way.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Mute yourself.
How are you doing, Mayor?
I'm not figuring this thing out yet, but is Laura there?
Yes, she is, sir. She is here. Just a moment, please.
Good morning.
Good morning, Mayor. This is Laura.
Morning.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you. I don't see you. I guess I got to click on something.
No, I'm at the podium. They're still setting up my workstation.
Okay, well, just tell me when you're ready to start.
I think we're
Hey,
ready,
Laura,
Mayor.
is everyone, do you have a quorum?
I'm going to call for roll call.
Okay.
can't see if we have a quorum, right?
This screen is the same as that screen.
Okay.
Sorry, this is the same profile.
Laura, if you go to the far right side, where you can see there's a number right now, it says plus 44. If you click on that, that'll tell you everybody that's in the meeting. It's just gone to plus 45 now. Because your screen won't show everybody, but you can get the listing over on the right-hand side. Laura, if you go to the far right side, where you can see there's a number right now, you click on that, it'll tell you everybody that's in the meeting. It's gone to plus 45.
Mm-hmm.
District 8. You have D.
Mm-hmm.
You have Henry.
Mm-hmm.
Claudia Rodriguez.
Mm-hmm.
You have Isabel Salcido, Sam Morgan. And you also have.
Okay.
Right now. So you need to check to see if these three are on call, because we may not recognize their phones.
Okay.
So unmute yourself. There you go.
Okay, Mayor, I think we're ready to begin. Mayor, can you hear me? You'll need to press *6 to unmute your microphone.
Okay. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir, we can. I think we're ready to begin now.
All right. We need to remind everybody the protocol. When you're not speaking, your microphone needs to be on mute. And if they want to get in the line to speak, I understand they're supposed to text me. Is that right?
That's correct. They text
right.
you and they text me.
Okay. I want to make sure the text number that you all are using is 258-4874.
Can you give us that number again, Dee, please?
258-4874.
Mm-hmm.
Mayor, give that number one more time, 258-4874.
Yes, and it's also in the chat area.
Gotcha. Thank you.
Everybody got it? 258-4874.
Also, Council, if you'll please display your camera so we can see you on the screen. That'll be helpful.
Can you see everybody? Laura?
You see me in front of them,
I can only see four people at a time. Okay, I think we're ready, Mayor. May I call the meeting to order?
Please do.
Okay. Good morning. This is an urgent public necessity meeting of the El Paso City Council for Monday, March 30th, 2020. It is 9:05 a.m. We begin the meeting with roll call. Mayor Margot?
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Schwartzbein? Please press *6 to unmute yourself. Mayor Pro Tem Schwartzbein? Representative Anello?
Here.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Representative Anello?
Here.
Representative Hernandez?
Here.
Representative Morgan?
Here.
Representative Salcido?
Here.
Representative Rodriguez?
Here.
Representative Rivera?
Here.
And Representative Lizarraga.
I saw her on earlier.
Representative Lizarraga? You'll need to press *6 to unmute your microphone, ma'am. Are you present?
Laura, I have people texting me about speaking on various items. That doesn't need to come to me. That has to come to you, correct?
That is correct. I have the sign-in sheet for the members of the public that want to
Okay,
speak.
so the only people who should be texting me are city council members
That's correct.
and/or staff. Okay?
Okay, so just before we begin, the order of the items will be, I will call the item. The mayor will then ask for a motion. Once the motion has been made, the mayor will call for discussion. Once we're ready for public comment, I will invite each person that signed up to speak for 3 minutes. They will need to unmute their microphone by pressing *6, and they will be able to comment up to 3 minutes. When staff is presenting, they will have control of the screen during the presentation, meaning that they will need to complete the presentation before any discussion begins. Are there any questions? Okay, the first item on the agenda is discussion and action on an emergency ordinance amending emergency ordinance number 019036, instituting emergency measures due to a public health emergency, to amend Section 5, movement of people and occupancy of premises, to align with the Texas Governor's Executive Order number GA-08 and local health authority orders in Section 7, utilities and residents, to apply to commercial tenants and customers, penalty as provided in Section 8.
Is there a motion to approve?
Motion to approve.
Second.
Okay. Representative Rodriguez, did you want to speak on this? No? Okay. All right. And if they're not necessary for further discussion, let's go ahead and vote.
Mayor, we do
Carla
have a member
Neiman.
of the audience that signed up to speak. Her name is Miss Debbie Nathan. Miss Nathan, if you're on the line, please unmute your microphone by pressing *6.
Can you hear me now? Hello?
Yes, ma'am, we can hear you. You'll have 3 minutes,
Yes.
ma'am.
Okay, thank you. Yes, my name is Debbie Nathan. I'm a journalist and I'm a resident of District 8.
Go ahead, ma'am. You have 3 minutes. We can hear you.
Okay, yes, let me get my time again, please. So my name is Debbie Nathan. I'm a journalist. I live in District 8. And I join in community organizing when immigration rights issues jump out as needing special attention. And I'm here today on the phone as a co-founder of the El Paso Anti-Deportation Squad. Right now, there is an unacknowledged immigration-related COVID-19 crisis here in El Paso that contradicts the safety ordinance and the Bridges and Airport report under discussion today. The ordinance bans mass gatherings of more than 10 people, and the airport report only discusses financial loss from canceled commercial flights. It doesn't talk about COVID. Can you hear me? Hello?
Somebody mute their phone, please.
I don't know whether everybody can hear me or not.
Yes, ma'am, we can hear you.
Go ahead.
Okay, and so the airport report does not talk about COVID-19 being forced on people at the airport. The El Paso airport is experiencing forced mass gatherings of not more than 10 people, but more than 100 people. And the evidence suggests that during at least one of these mass gatherings so far, an individual was carrying the coronavirus. This is happening on ICE flights. They've been going on in El Paso for years with almost no discussion, and now they can sicken and kill, including people living and working right here in El Paso. Last night, the Guatemalan government announced that a deportation flight that arrived there from the United States last Thursday, March 26th, carried a deportee who has been diagnosed with COVID-19. Guatemala said that the flight originated from Phoenix. You'll see that in the media. In fact, the flight did come from Phoenix, but then it flew to El Paso. And according to publicly available flight data, the Phoenix flight landed at our El Paso airport. Probably picked up more deportees because ICE flights typically go from one U.S. city to another to drop off and collect passengers. and then the flight went to Guatemala directly from El Paso. These flights typically carry about 135 people. They're in shackles. How many airport workers were exposed to the infected passengers? How many local cleaners, food providers, not to mention pilots, flight attendants, and yes, medical workers. ICE says it does health checks on the passengers, but clearly these checks are not, they're not catching COVID. The El Paso airport's been hosting ICE flights for years. Recently, our group, the El Paso Anti-Deportation Squad, did an open records request to see how much the city's making from these flights. So the El Paso airport takes in $64 million a year, generally, and the ICE flights earn the airport not quite $400,000 per year. That's only a little over 0.5% a year. It's the tiniest drop in the budget of city revenues. And in exchange for this tiny drop, we've been getting human rights violations for years, and now
Thank you,
we're
Ms.
getting exposure
Nathan.
to COVID-19.
You've reached your 3 minutes, ma'am.
We need to
Ms. Nathan, you've
institute
reached
an
3 minutes.
immediate
Thank you.
emergency ban on these flights. We need to institute an immediate.
Mayor, that concludes public comment on this item.
All right, I think 3 reps have asked to speak. The first is Representative Anello.
Thank you. I have a few comments, and then I would also like to hear maybe a response to Ms. Nathan's concerns. I think it is a little concerning if we have people flying in on these ICE flights who are testing positive for COVID-19, and I think we should just have a little bit more information on that. But my comments, thank you for updating this emergency ordinance. A few questions. Do we need to remove gunshots? I know that was changed by state law. And has there been any conversation about non-essential construction being added to this emergency ordinance as prohibited by?
Representative
Anello, I couldn't hear, I'm sorry to interrupt. Rep. Anello,
That's okay.
I couldn't hear your first question.
So my first question was, I think I'd just like a response for someone about Mrs. Nathan's concerns. I think if we
Monica
have that
Lambrano will
line.
respond to that. I'll ask you
Okay,
questions.
great. And then, I don't know, is that the part you didn't hear?
No, the part after that.
Okay, so my first question is, do we need to, I don't remember if the first ordinance had gun stores. I know the governor has prohibited us from stopping gun stores from opening, so I don't know if we just need to change language. And then my second question is, has there been a conversation about prohibiting non-essential construction? So not public works, not city projects, specifically residential and commercial construction that is not necessary at this time.
Representative Anello, this is Tommy Gonzalez. We have had that conversation. The health director and health authority is looking at that, and we'll be having more information for the public and for the council later this afternoon.
Okay, well, we haven't been having that conversation, so I'd like a little bit more information on it at this time. I think that, you know, we don't see our numbers decreasing. I think that's why there is the change in this ordinance, and I think it's time that we as a council started having the conversation about non-essential construction. So any information that you could give us, Mr. Gonzalez, at this time would be very helpful.
Well, what I know is that the health authority is looking at those options right now under the emergency ordinance, and then under the state provisions. The health authority is who makes those calls, and so they are looking at that. I sent y'all an email last night saying that all of the types of things that I've been getting from council, emails, texts, calls, concerns, this one being one of them, it is going to become more restrictive. As soon as we have that information from the health authority, we'll share that with the council.
Do we have any kind of timeline on when we would be seeing those future restrictions?
They're working on, he's working on that now. There's probably going to be information that we share with the council later today, and there'll probably be an announcement later this afternoon.
Okay, and that does not need to come through us for the ordinance?
No, ma'am, not to my understanding.
Okay, thank you for the clarification.
This is Carla Neiman. Can I speak?
Yes.
So for purposes of this item, what we have done is prepared a resolution that would allow, an amendment to the emergency order that allows for the section that is currently in the ordinance that you all passed about a week ago on section 5. We are bringing this document up to speed in terms of the mass gathering. So we
You're
I lost
cut
Ms.
off,
Neiman.
Carla.
I did not hear what Ms. Neiman said after bringing up speed.
Carla, can you unmute
Yeah, we
yourself?
lost you.
And we need everybody to mute themselves.
Let me start over. The purpose of the ordinance that is attached to today's urgent public necessity meeting is to update the emergency ordinance that council approved at the last March 17th meeting. Since then, there have been additional restrictions that were added either by the health authority or by the governor of the state. What we have done is brought this document to you today, which will add the limitation for mass gatherings to no more than 10 people, which is defined in the El Paso Health Authority orders, which complies with the governor's restrictions. Also, bars, lounges, taverns, arcades, and private clubs are required to close. Furthermore, restaurants are required to comply with the health authority orders that allow them to serve food for pickup or delivery. Specifically as to utilities, what we are recommending is that the prior ordinance only included provisions that protected residents. The proposed amendment would allow for utilities to not be disconnected for commercial customers. However, I would like to inform you that as of last Thursday, the Public Utility Commission had a special docket which related to matters regarding the coronavirus, and the Public Utility Commission suspended the rules on electric customers as they relate to late penalties for commercial and industrial customers, and disconnection for non-payment for all customers. There will be no late fees for delinquent residential fees. It also set up a provision for the utility to create a regulator asset for unpaid bills and special costs, such as disinfectants during the disaster. There are additional funds that were established for areas that don't impact El Paso. But what I am informing you all is that the Public Utility Commission has already taken steps to protect commercial tenants from cutoffs on their utility. This would be over and above that, which is section 2A of the ordinance regarding utility disconnection for commercial. And then we are also adding that for commercial tenants in terms of evictions. However, state law doesn't afford us as much flexibility on commercial tenants as it does for residential. Since the last time we all met, the Texas Supreme Court has issued an order halting all residential evictions. However, those protections are different for commercial tenants. So we are doing as much as we can in terms of this emergency ordinance, but the city's hands are tied a little farther in terms of commercial tenants than they would be in residential terms.
Okay, Representative Rivera, did you wish to speak?
Yes, sir, I did. And to the point where the team ended, is regarding the residential property owners that are renting out these people. Apparently, we have received notices to my office as well, and I don't know about the other representatives, but in one case, and if somehow we can add language to protect these property owners, because in one case, apparently eviction notice had already been in this working phase, and so they were scheduled for early April. Can we add some kind of language to protect these property owners from such, not they're just using this ordinance to, circumvent the process that are in place, but this one individual that had court schedule now, this kind of protect them. Is there any language to protect the property owner and possibly get paid back their losses? And if so, can we also protect them at the end of the year? Because if they don't recover any of the money, they still get charged their property taxes, and we still collect it from there. Is there any language that we can insert in that right now? Hello?
Representative Rivera, I didn't hear the first part of that. This is Tommy Gonzalez. Could you repeat that?
Also, could you
Yes,
turn
sir.
on your mics, please?
Is there
Your
any way
cameras?
that we can protect the property owners from this ordinance? You know how we're implementing the no eviction, but at the end, if they don't recover any of their money, rent from the renter, is there any way we can give property owners exemptions and assistance at the end of the year when they have to pay their property taxes?
Well, right now, what the ordinance stipulates is that they will not be evicted. It doesn't say that they don't pay rent. And as far as the stimulus package has been passed by the federal government, that stimulus package is supposed to assist small businesses and also residents across the United States. In addition to that, we will be discussing later today what we plan to do for a stimulus package for locally, if you will. We're teaming up with the county to look at setting aside $1 million and them setting aside $1 million to help with that. And we're also looking at what we're doing to assist the food bank. But with respect to the taxes themselves and having some kind of opportunity for that to be delayed or some sort, I mean, obviously we can discuss that later when we present the impacts to the operations and to the budget based on the COVID actions that we had to take, or the actions we had to take as a result of COVID-19.
Well, okay, I can understand what you're saying, but I also want to protect the renter from any abuse from these tenants.
When we present, you mean the renter from the landlord?
From the protect the property owner from the renters who are using this ordinance as a sort of abuse and not actually paying their rent when they can.
Oh, I see what you mean. Well, the ordinance does not state that the renter can stop making payments. We did get the same message from the different apartment owners and different landowners that they want to make sure that, you know, folks that can pay, that they're going to pay, that it doesn't prevent them from making payment. The ordinance does not stipulate that people can just not pay rent. Obviously, if they have the means, then they're needing to have to pay their rent. The ordinance just simply speaks to not having them evicted. So that is something that I think the mayor's going to stress later this afternoon. But the ordinance does not stipulate that they do not have to pay rent.
Okay. And okay, go ahead, sir.
Are you finished, Representative Rivera?
For now, yes.
Okay. Representative Salcido, did you wish to speak? If not, then I'll go to Representative Schwartzbein.
Yes. There was a number of questions that reached out to my office about private clubs and the definition as it relates towards outdoor activities and the country clubs. Can there be further clarification from our city attorney about that?
I actually think Mario should probably address that.
Or whoever.
Mario, are you?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir. Mr. Schwartzbein, can you repeat that question for me real quick? Sorry.
There was a question that a number of constituents reached out to me about clarification relating to private clubs as it relates towards country clubs remaining open during the last week, and what is permissible.
The guidance has been that social gatherings are to be discontinued, and I believe that included private clubs and limiting down to less than 10 people in one area, and then following the social distancing guidelines.
So are country clubs defined, are country clubs defined as private clubs? Legally?
Yes, sir. This is Carla Neiman. Can you hear me?
Yes.
The private clubs include the golf courses in the city of El Paso.
Okay. The other question a couple questions in section 2, A, about no local utility shall discontinue. I know it says cable, internet, water, gas, waste removal, electric utility services. Is there a way to amend that to add telephone or telecommunications? Because either phone or cellular, I mean, I know that you could stretch it, but it's not clearly defined in the ordinance in terms of cellular phones or landlines.
Yes, we will add that to the ordinance, but what I will advise council is that while we have the ability to require or request that these disconnects not take place, there are instances in which either state or federal law would preempt some of these ordinances from being enforced. So the purpose of the ordinance, as we had previously stated, was to allow for the public health, safety, and welfare of the community for people to not be left without service. So we will enforce it to the full extent of the law, but it is not fail-safe. But we will add telecommunication and cell phone service to that. And if I may also speak to Representative Rivera's comment regarding people using this ordinance to not pay their bills. If council feels the need, we can ask for a floor amendment that would allow for language that would state that residents and commercial tenants are responsible for paying their respective utility, mortgage, and rent bills. And then allow for those utilities to not be cut off.
Thank you, ma'am. You don't mind, if you don't mind, Peter, if I can answer on that one. Great, that would help out, but also we can come back with some, we have to come back with some solutions to this, rental property owners, and because we don't know how long this is going to last, and so if we can add that language as well, would be great.
Well, what I would like to add to that is that what I'm hearing from some constituents is an expectation from their landlords to pay in full even during this crisis, and a lot of businesses have no income coming in at this time, and they're trying to go and work with their landlords. So any language that would be added in, I also think too that there should be some language added in that tenants and landlords should make every effort at working at a long-term solution towards dealing with any rents, because I also think too, it's, why are we doing this? What is the intent of this eviction ordinance, to stop evictions? Really, it doesn't help anybody to go and have people's tenants move out because they can't pay, especially when this crisis is going to continue for the foreseeable future. So really, we need to figure out a way to encourage landlords and tenants to work constructively, to work creatively if necessary, to have their rents spread out over once businesses reopen again. Because it doesn't help anybody to have evictions across the city, because nobody has any income coming in, or if they have income, it's been drastically reduced over the last month. And so, if we're going to add that, I think it would be important to add language to that effect as well. And then also, the other question was relating to landscaping and yard work on individual homes. There's been a lot of mixed signals and confusion from the public. So if there's somebody that can also comment on that as well, on outside yard work, that would help with weeds and code compliance and that sort of thing.
This is Carla. I will add language pursuant to the request of Representative Rivera and Representative Schwartzbein, if council so wishes, that would require landlords and tenants to work out either deferred payment plans or long-term plans to avoid evictions. Is that something that is what would fall in line with what you are asking for?
Yes.
I have some comments about that.
Yes.
Wait, I have a list of people waiting to speak. Let's go in order, please.
Okay.
All right.
And then just some clarification on the landscapers and the outside yard work.
Can I wanted to speak a little bit more. I also would like to remind council that I believe it was March 17th. Hello. Sorry, if I can.
Yeah.
You need to start over.
Sorry. Yes, thank you.
IT came in and told me that they couldn't hear me. Just a second. So what I would like to remind council as well is that soon after City Council declared the emergency last 2 weeks ago, the Texas Supreme Court spoke as to residential evictions. Residential evictions through the court process are now suspended. They will not be permitted to take place until after some point in May. So landlords cannot evict their residents. There is a process by which people can be locked out of their homes, but that is only done after a legal process. So many of these legal processes are not taking place in the courthouse. So we have some relief for residents. So while council is concerned, I want to assure you that there are steps being taken out of the courts that would protect residential tenants from being evicted at this point.
A quick question, City Attorney, is there a way that we can have that language that's sent out about the change in the courts that we can share with constituents and with business and owners and landlords?
Yes, sir. We can prepare a press release that includes that. Regarding your question about the landscape businesses, there is a provision under the directive that was issued by the mayor and the county judge that allows for the maintenance of properties when there is vector control, weeds, sanitation, and health issues regarding a residence or a commercial business that is permitted as part of the minimum operations of a residence or a business.
All right, are we ready to move on?
Yeah, that works great. Thanks again, Mayor.
I want to remind council, this is going to be rather tenuous today. I'd like you all to please be as succinct and non-redundant as possible with your questions and your comments so we can move along. Monica Lambrana is asked to speak.
Thank you, Mayor. This is Monica. I just wanted to respond because Representative Analo asked that I address the issue that was brought up by Ms. Debbie Nathan. As a reminder, because of the fact that we accept federal funds, we're not, allowed to prevent any federal agency from landing at the airport. Regarding their protocol, we have no say in that, but it's my understanding that if they're flying through and picking up additional individuals here in El Paso, those that are already on the plane are not getting off. They're not disembarking. It's just picking up the additionals that are coming through.
Okay, thank you. Representative Rivera, did you wish to speak again, or did you cover those items?
Those items are covered, sir.
Okay.
Into the language addition.
All right.
Thank you.
Representative Hernandez, you asked about speaking. You need to text me at 258-4874 if you want to speak. Representative Anello, did you wish to speak again?
Do I still need to text you, although you already know?
Well, I do now because it interrupted, but I don't have the, every time you want to speak, go to 258-4874, please. Representative Anello, did you wish to speak again?
Sorry, did Representative Hernandez is not going to speak?
Well, you were ahead of her in the queue.
Oh, okay. So a few things, Monica, thanks for that update. Anything we can do to pass on our concern to the federal government about the spread of COVID in our community? I think Ms. Nathan had a point, right? I know those people are remaining on the plane, but if people are coming in, handling them, and then going back to the airport. So just anything we can do, maybe Mayor, write a letter. I don't know what the best solution there is, but just whatever we can do. Ms. Neiman, I kind of had a follow-up question to Representative Schwartzbein, or maybe Mr. Gonzalez, you're the best one to answer this. Are we still doing code enforcement when it comes to weeds right now, or has that been suspended? I know, Ms. Neiman, you started saying on March 17th, but then you cut out for us.
We're still doing that.
Is that something we need to consider maybe in the future? If this gets a little bit worse, prohibiting people, because I know, people are still hiring people to do this. I know someone who hired someone to do their lawn and redo their floors. Their daughter then tested positive, so now they're in quarantine, right? So just as we're moving in the future, thinking about how we really are limiting people's interactions. And then I guess sorry, go ahead.
I was going to say that the reason why that's included, even if we go more restrictive on the directives, is because of the public health issues regarding high weeds with mosquitoes, rats, rodents, things of that nature. But yes, ma'am, that would be something that we can look at as well, because we'll have to prioritize which one's a higher impact in terms of public health.
Yeah, and maybe, again, if this, if the stats meet what's actually happening, maybe we look at how code enforcement, is going out and helping residents rather than citing them or charging them. My next question, I kind of want to comment on what Representative Rivera brought up. I don't agree that there should be language about forcing people to pay. I think Representative Schwartzbein said it 100% right. The reason that these eviction stops are in place is because people can't make their payments. I also want to say that I know the federal government and mortgage companies are also working the same way that utilities are student loans are. Right, I know I got a notification from my mortgage company saying if you can prove that you were affected or if a resident was affected, you can stop your payments and ask for relief. So just that information for Representative Rivera. I know that mortgage companies are also well aware of the situation and working with their customers.
I think, Ms. Anello, I think the ordinance does speak to your concern and Mr. Schwartzbein's concern. I believe that what Representative Rivera was bringing up, we have gotten a bunch of calls from as he put it, the owners of the different buildings that are rented out, whether they be apartments, whether they be duplexes and things of that nature. The ordinance speaks to that the people cannot be evicted, and so that will stand. It just simply, I think what was simply stated was that if people can make payments or can make arrangements like you're mentioning and Mr. Schwartzbein is mentioning, that they work on doing that. That's all.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, Representative Hernandez.
Okay, just a quick question related to the emergency ordinance. Tommy and the PIO team, will you all be providing this in Spanish? I know I've been getting a lot of questions in Spanish from my constituents. I don't know why we're not discussing the emergency order now, the more restrictive ones, but I don't care to get into the weeds with that. But what I want to know is if it's all going to be in Spanish and how we're going to roll that out.
Representative Hernandez, this is Laura Cruz-Acosta with this Public Affairs. Yes, we are working on it. Once we have a final draft as it relates to the legal document, we will work on transcribing it into Spanish and we'll post it online, much in the same way that we did with the first order.
It took almost 24 hours for the first order to get translated in Spanish. So for 24 hours, the majority of us were trying to translate it. And so are you going to have, are you going to prioritize Spanish?
If I may, it actually didn't take 24 hours. It took the same day. It just was an evening post. And so we will work as quickly as possible. This is a fluid situation. So we're trying to work as quickly as possible in order to transcribe a legal document into Spanish.
understand. It's just we're leaving out a population. And I'm not a fluent Spanish speaker, and I'm having to do it myself. So much more appreciation if we can try to prioritize that and get that out. Thank you.
It was
Representative
translated,
Zarga.
ma'am, if I may, it was translated before it actually went into effect.
Okay, Representative Lizarga.
I was just texting you my number.
Oh, okay, I thought you wanted to speak. I'm sorry. Okay, Representative Schwartzbein, do you want to speak again?
Yeah, I guess it's a clarification question, but in regards towards landlords and tenants working together, there's nothing the city can do from prohibiting egregious late fees or other sort of additional payments to work with that.
Ms. Neiman, do you have any response?
My recommendation for council's directive is to add additional language that would say landlords and tenants are encouraged to work out deferred payment plans or long-term payment plans.
In good faith?
Yes, sir, we can add that language.
All right, Representative Rivera?
Yes, regarding this property owner landlord tenant relationship, I agree, and don't. I hope the other council members don't misunderstand me. I'm not asking for eviction. I'm asking for protection of the property owner themselves. That's whether, as long as we're in this situation with COVID-19, and then at the end of the session when it is over, that the property owners be guaranteed something for not actually evicting you, but like you said, Representative Thorstein said about making the payments that they can and then taking from there. Do I need to make make an amendment for the language, Ms. Neiman? Or are you going to add it on?
You would like for the city to propose some
type of protection for the property owner. Some type of protection for the property owner, because at the end, they're going to have to pay the taxes at the end of the year, and not having gained the full rent, they're still going to pay the full tax to the city center.
Right, so I would recommend that you let us come back with a proposal that would address that. For long-term, for property taxes, there's another set of, a different conversation that the city manager would need to have with you all before we go ahead and put it in this ordinance. The purpose of this ordinance is I would like the council to understand, is it is intended to be in place for as long as the emergency exists, and then to provide for the health, safety, and welfare of the community within this immediate time period, right? So your suggestion is a little longer than that, maybe months ahead of where we are today. So we will take that into consideration and then come back with a proposal. I don't recommend that you add it to the ordinance today, sir.
Oh, okay, so then I would direct Mr. Gonzalez to come back with some solutions for that in the long run.
Yes,
Get staff and Mr. Gonzalez that direction.
All right, if there are no other comments, Laura, we had a motion and a second.
Should we read in the revisions or have them placed on the screen?
Let me share my screen. If council, can you see the proposed revisions that are in red line?
Yes, we can see it.
Yes.
Yes, ma'am.
So the red line, if I could read it into the record, Laura, it would be part of the revision for section 2 of the ordinance. It is specifically amending section 7 of the previous ordinance. So the language in red would state residents and commercial tenants are responsible for paying the respective utility, mortgage, and rent bills. Landlords and tenants are encouraged to, in good faith, work out deferred payment plans or long-term plans. It should be long-term payment plans. I will delete this section. However, and then we will add the word telephone and cell phone to the utility cutoff section.
All right. Is there a motion and a second to the revised amendment?
I make a motion on that.
Second.
All right, if we're clear, Laura, if you're clear, let's vote.
Okay, we'll vote on the amendment first. What do I do?
Everybody else mute your phone, please.
Okay, so on the amendment, as read into the record by Ms. Neiman, Mayor Pro Tem Schwartzbein,
Aye.
Anello,
Aye.
Hernandez,
Yes.
Morgan,
Aye.
Salcido,
Aye.
Rodriguez,
Yes. Yes.
Rivera,
Yes.
and Lizarraga.
Aye.
And that motion passes unanimously. Now, we do have a motion and a second to approve the revised emergency ordinance. On that motion, Mayor Pro Tem Schwartzbein,
Aye.
Anello,
Aye.
Hernandez,
Yes.
Morgan,
Aye.
Salcido,
Aye.
Rodriguez,
Yes.
Rivera,
Yes.
and Lizarraga.
Aye.
That motion passes unanimously. May we have a motion to adjourn?
Motion to adjourn?
Second.
Second.
There's a motion and a second to adjourn the emergency meeting. All in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed?
Yes.
And the urgent public necessity meeting from Monday, March 30th, 2020 is adjourned at 9:49 a.m.
All right, let's start the work session.
May we go to agenda reviews first, sir?
Agenda review, excuse me.
Thank you. Good morning. This is the agenda review meeting for Monday, March 30th, 2020. It is 9:49 a.m. We'll begin with roll call. Mayor Margot,
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Schwartzbein,
Here.
Representative Anello,
Here.
Hernandez,
Here.
Morgan,
Here.
Salcido,
Here.
Rodriguez,
Here.
Rivera,
Here.
and Lizarraga.
Present.
Thank you. Mayor?
Okay, let's begin with 3.1.
Good morning. Can you hear me? Assistant Chief Z Silva with the El Paso Police Department. 3.1 set the standard for the safe and secure city. This is just an addended memorandum of understanding we're asking the city manager to sign between the El Paso Police Department and Texas Tech. They've added a few more sites to their campus, and they're just asking for the capability to drive their little go-karts. It's not really a go-kart, but it's a little golf cart. They like to drive it in between their little campus sections on public right-of-way.
Okay, thank you. 3.2.
3.2, this is Chief DiAgostino. This is an application for 3.2 and 3.3 are related. They're both applications for State Homeland Security Program grant funding. One's for an urban area planner in the amount of $54,465.32. 3.3 is in the amount of $95,406.02. 3.3, is for special teams, and that's what we use for our training for some of our special teams, such as COMSAR and HAZMAT.
Okay, thank you. 4.1.
This is Raul Garcia with Planning and Inspections
4.1 is a request for City Council to approve an exception for the distance requirement for a disabled group dwelling, which is a type of adult foster home, to locate within 1,000 feet of another existing disabled group dwelling in a residential zone. This is for 6519 Mohawk. This is a direct request to council. Staff has no issues with this item.
Okay, Representative Schwartzbein wanted to say something about 3.2.
I just have a question. In terms of an urban area planner, who is planning on being nominated or hired for this position? And is there a little bit more definition we can have about this position?
Yes, sir. This is Chief DiAgostino again. These positions are within the Office of Emergency Management. So it's planners that are looking at various sections of the city and county. So under that grant funding, we already have people in place. It's kind of sustained funding for the program, so we can keep staff on hand.
So this is not a new position, but to pay for a position that already exists within the department?
Which state? Yes, sir. And it's to allow for the expansion of and planning for the county of El Paso. City County of El Paso, sorry.
Is there a presentation for this item?
No, sir.
Okay. So who's the position currently?
I'd have to check into that, Mr. Schwartzbein. I can get back to you.
All right.
All right.
Thanks.
Okay, Representative Manello, did you wish to speak?
Yes, sir, Chief, I have a question. Remind me, is this the application that just went through the COG and was approved?
That is correct. We're doing the cleanup to bring it to council here so we can get approval for the application.
And I'm so sorry that I don't remember this off of the top of my head, but this was not funded 100% by the COG, correct? I think there was about maybe $10,000 or $20,000 that wasn't met.
As far as I understand, it's a $10,000 shortcoming as far as the funding.
And will y'all be able to cover that with your budget, or is that something council needs to do to cover the rest of that money?
We should be able to cover that in our existing budget.
Okay, well, again, I'm sorry that the COG did not fund it 100%, but congratulations on this position. I know they've been working really hard. I know you heard me kind of give this feedback at the COG. Because you do need the approval of all of the county of government members for this item, I would just ask that, we have a presence throughout the COG region, whether that's just trainings or every other month phone call or whatever we can do, just so it becomes a little bit easier to get that funding in the future. But again, congratulations.
That's exactly it. Thank you.
Okay, 5.1.
Yes, Mayor Sam Rodriguez, City Engineer. 5.1 is an overhead electrical easement over to the Police Academy site.
Okay. 6.1.
6.1 is a delegation to the purchasing director to reject bids and proposals associated with construction projects. This just adds to the efficiency of being able to rebid items quickly so that we can continue with the capital improvement program.
Okay. 7.1.
7.1 is for the Department of Public Health. This is for the mayor to be authorized to sign an interlocal agreement between the city of El Paso and the University of Texas. This is for a period of 12 months. This is going to allow us to use UTEP staff out of their laboratory to help us build capacity within the Department of Public Health's laboratory. So we've already expanded to 7 days a week and multiple tests per day. This will give us the backfill we need with personnel to continue that operation running the long haul, specifically to COVID testing.
Okay, Representative Hernandez wants to speak on item 6.
On item 6.1, Mr. Collins, I just need to understand if the bids that we are rejecting in the proposals, will any of those bids or proposals delay any current projects within our districts? And if so, which projects will be delayed? And I'm sure you can't get that answer today, but I'd like to see what the consequences are of doing this, if any.
So, Mayor, members of council, this would actually be moving forward. It would grant me the authority to do it. So it's not in reaction, it's actually moving forward, having the authority to do it.
I see that the code gives you authority to do it, but I mean, are there any like specific projects that we're going to be rejecting?
No, at this time, no.
It's just giving you the authority to do that.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Okay, 12.1.
This is Paula Salas from Purchasing and Strategic Sourcing. The strategic goal for this item is number 2, set the standard for a safe and secure city. This purchase relates to the 2025 strategic plan as follows. Subsection 2.1, maintain standing as one of the nation's top safest cities. This contract will support the department in maintaining its facilities for the public and employees. This is the best value procurement for security services for police headquarters. The item had 76 views, 8 bids were received, 5 being local vendors. No protest was received, and we are recommending to award to Night Eyes Protective Services, Inc., the bidder offering the best value bid.
Okay, thank you. 13.1.
Again, Paula Salas. The strategic goal for this item is number 8. Nurture and promote a healthy, sustainable community. The linkage to the 2025 strategic plan is subsection 8.3, enhanced animal services to ensure El Paso's pet and provide a safe and healthy environment. This contract will support the department in keeping El Paso's pets safe and healthy. This is a low bid procurement for concentrate disinfectant. There were a total of 41 views, 7 bidders were solicited. 3 bids were received, 1 being local. No protests were received. We recommend award to Covetrus North America, Buffalo Animal Health Supply, LLC, the lowest responsible bidder.
Okay, 15.1.
Raul Garcia, Plan and Inspections. 15.1 is the first reading of an ordinance rezoning property to SD Special Development. This is for 3422 Montana. This would permit a professional office. There was no opposition. City Plan Commission recommended unanimous approval.
Okay, 15.2.
15.2 is the first reading of an ordinance rezoning property to GMU General Mixed Use. This is for 1007 and 1011 North Mesa. This would permit a mix of office, residential, and ballroom use. No opposition. City Plan Commission recommended unanimous approval.
Okay. 16.1.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. Robert Cortinas. Item 16.1 is an ordinance to repeal an ordinance that was approved back in February. And this is to repeal the creation of the Unified Services Pay Plan and to add back in the professional and general services pay plans. And this is related to the implementation of the compensation study, which we're recommending to suspend at this time.
Okay, Representative Lozarga, you wish to speak?
I'm pushing the wrong buttons. Yeah, good morning, Robert. I'm just wondering why didn't we just approve this back in February? We changed it in February and now we're changing it back?
That's correct. So this is, again, as I mentioned, this is tied into the implementation of the compensation study. So all employees did receive back on March 1st a 1% pay increase. That has already gone through. It's already been processed. At this time, though, no increases related to the compensation study results have been implemented. And due to the ongoing situation with the COVID-19 and what we're going to present in item number 1 on the work session, we're recommending at this time to revert back to the professional and general services pay plans in order to suspend or delay the compensation study implementation.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, 17.1.
Terry Sharp, Department of Aviation. Item 17.1 is a first amendment to the agreement between the city and Garver LLC on the relocation of taxiway Mike project. This is for additional design and surveying services for an amount not to exceed $162,828.
Okay. 18.1.
Crystal Boss with Purchasing and Strategic Sourcing. Item 18.1 is connected to strategic goal number 3, promote the visual image of El Paso. The linkage to the strategic plan is subsection 3.1, improve the visual impression of the community, gateway corridors, intersection, and parkland. This award will support the visual impression of the community by improving the roadway lighting and median landscape along Viscount Boulevard. This is a low bid procurement for Viscount Boulevard roadway lighting and median landscaping project. There were 85 viewers, 4 bids were received, all being local companies. No protests were received for this requirement. We are recommending to award to El Paso ARC Electric, Inc., the lowest responsive and responsible bidder.
Okay, 19.1.
Good morning, Derek Russell with the Purchasing and Strategic Sourcing Department. This is goal number 7, enhance and sustain El Paso's infrastructure network. The linkage to strategic plan is subsection 7.2, improve competitiveness through infrastructure improvements impacting the quality of life. This award will support the improvement of competitiveness by expanding the investment and beautification of the street infrastructure of Dolan and Edna Street. The reconstruction of Edna and Dola will then impact city residents with a higher quality of life. This is a competitive seal proposal procurement for South Central Street and Drainage Phase 4. There were 84 viewers, 3 proposals were received from local bidders. A protest was received for this project that was denied, and we are recommending award to International Eagle, Inc., the highest ranked offer.
Okay. Representative Zari, you have a question on 18.1?
18.1, yes, sorry. Sometimes I'm not fast enough to hit the button. I have a question on 18.1. Is this part of essential services? Was this solicitation already ongoing?
Representative Sam Rodriguez, City Engineer. So the solicitation on 18.1 is part of the 2012 street CIP that includes the traffic safety lighting along the Viscount corridor. And it's already part of the, it was already out to bid. The bidding process is quite lengthy.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, 19.2. No,
19.2.
Representative Nella wants to speak on 19.1.
Sorry, I also have the same issue as Representative Lozada. It's hard to get that in the time before we move on. I just wanted to know if you could just really quickly tell us what the protest was that was denied?
The protest was from International Eagle, Inc. They were protesting our ranking on their on the medical information they submitted.
But they were awarded it.
Yes, sir.
So, okay, it's moot, okay?
Did the protest come in, I imagine, before they were awarded it? So then I guess it's mute. So thank you so much.
All right.
No problem.
Just for clarification, it is important though for them to, because part of the CSP process, in the future bid for them, it could be very important to make sure that they get the right points for the medical insurance criteria. So that's even though they get awarded in this project, it may become a critical point issue on the next project.
Okay, 19.2.
Again, Derek Russell with the Purchasing and Strategic Sourcing Department. This is goal number 7, enhance and sustain El Paso's infrastructure network. The linkage to the strategic plan is subsection 7.4, continue the strategic investment in city facilities and technology. This award will support services by collecting big data and delivering in a travel demand model through a platform which provides the base year and future year model networks with appropriate traffic count, speed, and capacity data. This is a request for proposal procurement for the travel demand model. There were 47 viewers, 1 proposal was received, not from a local bidder, no protests were received for this project. An inadequate competition survey was done, and we are recommending awards to Replica Inc., the highest ranked offer.
Okay.
Mayor and Council, if I can add real quick to this item, we are working with other agencies to help ensure the cost of this traffic demand model, specifically the MPO and the county and TxDOT have expressed interest in sharing the cost for this. So we are going to be pursuing those interlocals for additional funding to support this effort.
Okay. 20.1.
Raul Garcia, Planning Inspections. 20.1 is a second reading of an ordinance granting a special permit to allow for a 75-foot cell tower in a ranch farm district. This is for 919 Hunter, the El Paso Community College site. There's no opposition. CPC recommended unanimous approval.
Okay. 20.2.
20.2, second reading of an ordinance amending a condition, a zoning condition on property at 1900 Amy Sue. This will also be imposing a new condition for a required 50-foot setback for any automotive uses from residential. There is no opposition. City Plan Commission did recommend unanimous approval.
Okay, someone is asked to speak on this one, and the name didn't show up.
Cassandra.
Oh, this is your number, Cassandra?
Yes.
Okay, sorry. All right, go ahead.
Hi, Ro. Just very quickly, I didn't see anything in the backup regarding any opposition from the residents nearby. Did you all receive any calls or anything?
No, ma'am. No
And,
opposition received.
Okay. In that street, I thought one of the conditions were that there would be no entrance into the neighborhood from that site.
Correct. So that condition is remaining. That the prohibition of entry from the residential street will remain. Entrance will only be from, I believe, Montwood.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, 21.1.
Good morning, Maria Pasillas. Item 21.1 is an offer we received on a tract of property from MJ Real Properties. This would put the property back on the tax roll.
Okay, Isabel Salcido, I think you have Representative Salcido, you have a question, and I think Representative Lazarga as well. Okay, go ahead.
Yes, I just wanted to get on this item after the agenda meeting.
Okay. Representative Lazarga? Sissy?
Maria, this property went out to auction first. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And nobody bid on it?
Nobody bid on it, so it was struck off to the city. It's currently under custody, and we received this offer, ma'am.
Okay, all right. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Okay, 22.1.
Hannah Williams, Streets and Maintenance. Item 22.1 is the second reading of an ordinance amending Title 1288-180, no stopping or standing throwaway zones, to add parking restrictions on Glenwood Street from El Paso Drive Avenue.
Okay. 23.1.
Good morning, Ben Fife, Interim Director for Parks and Recreation. 23.1 is discussion and action on a resolution formally renaming the Alameda Recreation Center located at 7380 Alameda to the Valle Bajo Recreation Center. This was unanimously approved by the Parks and Recreation Advisory Board on February 10th. And this was also approved by the subcommittee of the Parks and Recreation Advisory Board.
Okay, Representative Rivera, do you have a question?
Yes, sir. I would like to ask my colleague, Representative Hernandez, if we can postpone this issue. We've been getting a lot of calls and people want to speak on this issue. And right now with this virtual conference that we're having, it's rather difficult to get everybody in there. So I would ask if Representative Hernandez, if she would be so kind as to postpone this issue.
Representative Hernandez?
Hi, Mr. Fife. I'm going to make a quick revision. It's supposed to say the Valle Bajo Community Center. And thank you, Representative Rivera, for your request for postponement. We've actually pushed this to the 30th on a strict timeline. It's almost ready to, it's already concluded, the construction. And so I think what was pending, and I've been working closely with Capital CID, what's pending is the name so that we can do the purchasing for that. So I would ask that those who would like to submit their concerns, that they email their concerns to us, or they can call us. We've also received a number of letters of support that I've attached as backup documentation as well. I would not be supporting postponing this item.
Okay, Representative Schwartzbein, did you want to speak? I'll come back to you, Representative Rivera. But Representative,
Just for clarification, what district is this rec center in?
It is located in District 3, sir.
Okay. Thank you.
Representative Rivera?
Yes, sir. In that case, when you go to the backup, Representative Hernandez, it's not there, and it's still not there. So we have asked for that backup, and I understand that when you first came to us, you had your petitions, and I understand it's your district, but it also borders District 7, and that facility there will get used by not only 3 and 7, but also by people from 8. Again, I would ask you to consider your not wishing to postpone it at this time, and postpone it so that people can speak and be heard as they wish to do so.
Mayor, may I respond?
Yes, you may.
Oh, so on 25, I see what the confusion is now. On 25.1, that's where all the backup documentation is listed. And so it has letters, and it's because there's 3 various items here. So I can see why it's a little confusing, but the Parks and Recs department, they posted their own. But what I would like to do is take 23.1 and 25.1 together. And Mr. Rivera, if you're getting phone calls, I'm happy to have those conversations with them and talk about the rigorous process that we went through and the public participation and the knocking on doors that we conducted. So I'm happy to have that discussion with them. Again, this is a District 3 initiative, and I would ask that you please respect what my constituents had asked for. This was not pushed by me. This was pushed by my constituents. And so I will be supporting my constituents and the naming process that we push forward.
Well, in all due respect, Ms. Hernandez, this issue is dividing that community. And so I don't know which ones your supporters are, but why can't they meet together and discuss this issue and come to some sort of solution before you purchase that item? With this COVID-19 issue, we can't have a joint meeting with the community because it's not allowed. So I would ask you again, please postpone this issue.
If you're making a motion, you need to make that motion and
right.
Well,
I didn't want to get to, that point, but I'm going to have to, sir. I make a motion to postpone it then.
All right. Well, Representative Anello, you want to speak?
Yes, sir. I have a question. Mrs. Prine, do we have any people signed up for this item for tomorrow? This item, I guess, and 24.1 and 25.1, I assume they're similar.
We do have for 23.1 signed up for tomorrow, yes.
Okay. And I know that this, Mr. Rivera is not wrong in one sort, that this is a little difficult for people. So I would actually ask Mr. Rivera if there are some people who want to speak and they're a little confused about the process, maybe get their phone numbers and Ms. Prine or whoever else can do their best to reach out to them and help them get on for public comment if they're having some kind of confusion, because I do know it's hard for people to figure out to maneuver. But if you have a list of phone numbers of people who haven't quite figured out how to do it, maybe we can do our best to get them on public comment.
Okay. Are you, does that meet your standards, Representative Rivera? I've heard no second, so I'm assuming we're proceeding. Is that right?
I'll second his motion.
Okay, then there is a motion to delay or move. Laura, let's vote on that.
Well, this meeting isn't posted for action, but what I can do is add it to the proposed revisions. Representative Rivera, for how many weeks?
Okay, that's right. This isn't right. Go ahead, Representative Rivera.
I would say let's make it for at least 30 days.
Can we postpone it for, can we say 4 weeks to April 28th? 4 weeks?
Yes, ma'am. That would be sufficient. Hopefully by then this whole issue with COVID-19 is over.
Thank you. We'll add it to the revisions.
For clarification, this would be voted on tomorrow. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, the revision will be voted on tomorrow.
Okay. All right. Representative
Okay, so I
Schwartzbein,
have,
go ahead. Representative Schwartzbein?
Yes, this is Mayor Pro Tem Schwartzbein. I'd just like to remind my colleagues that there have been a number of items that have been placed, including discussion with our code of conduct, as well as ethics ordinance, specifically to limit the ability for outside council members to put items on the agenda that relate towards other members' council districts. There's been a long unspoken rule about each other being respectful towards each other's districts, and we should keep that in mind moving forward. I'm sure that each of us, if we know that if there's constituents in each other's districts that have concerns, that we'd have the respect for our colleagues to bring that up before trying to postpone items in other people's districts. And so again, I implore Representative Rivera, if there's constituents in Representative Hernandez's district, to have them reach out to Representative Hernandez's office.
And that's a great point, Representative Schwartzbein, but some of those signatures on your petition are from District 7, and they're right next door to each other.
Yeah, I understand that, Representative Rivera, but I know that you have brought up yourself a number of times not wanting to have other representatives put items that are in your agenda, that are in your district up, and I would think that you would respect that with others as well, because you've brought that up specifically when we talked about the code of conduct, when we've talked about the ethics ordinance, about wanting to make sure that if somebody were to put something up in another person's district, it would need the co-signature of the representative's district. That was something you specifically brought up before. So just keep that in mind, because that's something that I know is near and dear to your heart as well. And that if there's issues going on with constituents, that's something you'll be able to bring up with Representative Hernandez in a diplomatic way.
Thank you, Representative Schwartzbein. Representative Manello.
Thank you, Mayor.
Representative Manello, did you want to speak?
Yeah, I do. Thank you. I have concerns about delaying this project any further. I don't know if capital improvement has any comments on it. I mean, I know this rec center has been a long time in the works, and this is a community, whatever the name is, this is a community that deserves these facilities, right? And so I think that we're really getting into the weeds, and by postponing this, we are just denying a community access to education, health, athletics, and I really think at the end of the day, I'm not concerned with the names. If you have signatures, if you have people that are in support of this, again, I know it's attached to 25.1. I think it's great that we are naming facilities after the late Enrique Moreno and Mr. Steve Yellen. Again, I just don't think that denying this community access to education and health is worth this conversation. So I don't know if capital improvements has a comment at all, but I would welcome it.
Yeah, I think, as Representative Hernandez stated, this is Sam Rodriguez, city engineer. We have been in coordination as far as the timing of the submittal for the signage to be able to install it and have it delivered on time. Obviously, with the impacts that we're having related to COVID-19 and the potential restrictions on construction, the timeliness of it may not be an issue anymore. But at the end of the day, it's also an outside sign. The facility can still open with an outside sign missing if that needs to be delayed. We're obviously continuing the construction as allowed as we move forward.
Okay, Representative Rivera.
Thank you, Sam.
Mayor, I'd like to speak to you.
That's a great point, and so we shouldn't have naming rights that should not open that they should impact the opening of this facility. I'm not saying that. I'm not saying to open to impact the opening. I'm just saying that let's get the name right. Right now, Representative Vanillo and Representative Schwartzbein, you don't know how the calls that I'm getting, the division that it's creating down here. And so, I mean, that's all I'm asking is for a postponement. That's why we need to do that. We need to postpone it and get everybody together, come to a solution where everybody's happy. I mean, this is a signature project. According to some of my neighborhood associations, they already have petitions against the name. So that's all I'm asking for is a chance to meet and come to a conclusion with Representative Hernandez.
Representative Hernandez.
And so, Mayor and Council, I would just like to briefly walk you through the steps of this. This is something that we've been working on for a year. The name itself, Valle Bajo, that name was selected by a survey done within a mile radius of the residence of the proposed location. So what we did, my office, we went door to door and asked our constituents, which name do you prefer? What ideas do you have? And it was without like a very clear assessment done, was that Valle Bajo was above and beyond. Lower Valley Recreation, Lower Valley, like people who live in the Lower Valley and who live very close to this community center are in support of it. They absolutely love the Valle Bajo. They're proud to be from the Lower Valley. And there are some members of the community who think it's a degrading and derogatory term, which I absolutely disagree with. For people who actually live in the Lower Valley are in support of this name. Not only did we go door to door, we also went to affordable housing complexes, and we also went to churches with our constituents helping collect signatures. And so please don't believe that I did not exhaust all efforts to get support from the community. This was driven by the community, and it was approved unanimously with one dissenting vote at the Parks Advisory Board. And so now, when this is why things get so delayed, because things so simple that the community has asked for are delayed and pushed back for no real clear reason. As a representative for this district, on behalf of my constituents, I am asking my colleagues to support this initiative that we went and collected signatures for, and it's very simple. And so I'm not going to support a postponement. I would love to see the name start to be branded. I would love to do work within my neighborhoods and communities. I would love to see the signage up as soon as possible. It should not be delayed because there are a couple folks that feel that the term is degrading, and it's not. It's not degrading. And the Valle Bajo, so people are aware, it is respective to the boundaries of the respective boundaries to Rio Grande. The Lower Valley is not because it's south of I-10, it's not lower in status, it is because it is respective to the boundaries of the Rio Grande. I went as far as digging up archives of maps, engineering maps from the Corps of Engineering, from master plans, from Parks and Recreation master plans. I have found a number of archives that proves where the Lower Valley starts because of this very instance, because I was afraid that there would be a faction who would try to claim that this is not the Lower Valley. I have significant proof. And folks who actually live in the Lower Valley, I live less than a mile away from this proposed community center. We are proud to be in the Lower Valley. We have maps indicating that we're from the Lower Valley. And this is what the constituents asked for. So I asked my colleagues to please support me and not support a postponement. And for Mrs. Prine, can you please carve this out as a separate vote? I don't want this to be submitted as part of all the revisions. I want a separate vote for this item.
Well, you can handle that tomorrow, but in any event, Representative Lizarraga wants to say something.
All the clarification, I withdraw my second.
Okay. Then unless there is another second, this motion will die. Okay. All right, we'll move on. Let's go to 24.1.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. This is Nicole Farini, Director of Community and Human Development. Item 24.1 is discussion and action on a resolution that approves an amendment to the city's 2018-2019 annual action plan. That is the 44th year action plan. And it removes audible pedestrian signals as a project. It was funded at $66,776 initially. Those dollars will be moved back into unprogrammed funds at this time. This item, in addition, was out and available for public comment for a 30-day period, and we received no public comment.
Okay. Item 25.1.
I did have one question, Nicole. Sorry, Dee. I didn't text you. So you didn't have enough money to do one of these. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. Just one clarification. Thank you.
Okay, 25.1.
Mayor?
Representative Schwartzbein, go ahead.
Thanks, Mayor. Nicole, what is the amount of funds that are unassigned currently with the program?
I don't want to give you a number total for unprogrammed funds off the top of my head. I can come back to you with that information. The 66,000 and change would go directly into unprogrammed funds, and I believe that would bring the total to a little over $200,000. But let me get a real number back to you. Total.
Okay, thank you.
Representative Hernandez.
Hi, Nicole. I'm very concerned about this, and I'll tell you why. The day that we approved this, I went out to promote this to specific populations that would benefit from this item. The one that I'm most concerned about is Sun Mountain Viscount, considering that it is a bus station right there by Walmart. And this has been the number one concern that I've heard about, is making sure that we have these audible pedestrian signals. And so we went out and we promoted this very rigorously. So I'm trying to figure out, and you may have mentioned it, is there a way to put these back on to get funded? Because people were very excited about this, and now I feel like we flip-flopped on it.
So we would not disagree that the need is there. There's simply not enough funds to achieve even one audible pedestrian signal. I think what we tried to do is allocate as much funding as possible to see if it was possible, and ultimately it was not. But I would remind you, this is not the 45th year, which would have been the most recently approved action plan. This would have been 2 years ago.
I understand that, yes. I'm aware of that, and I went and I spoke at the October Disability Awareness Month, and we talked about this heavily, about what the city is doing to make sure that we are listening to our constituents. And so I just want you to know it's a little disappointing, and I understand why. It's just I would like to see these better planned in the future, because we went out and promoted these heavily.
So I absolutely agree with you, Representative. What I will tell you that I hope can give you a little bit of solace on this issue is that we're currently working on our assessment of impediments in our consolidated 5-year plan for HUD, and we have identified facilities and resources for folks with disabilities as a high priority going forward into the next 5 years. And so we are focused on this. We're aware of the issue, and we will be looking at it.
Okay. Did you mention if there are plans to redivert these, or are they just going to go into a savings fund for CDBG?
They are currently slated to be moved into the unprogrammed funds source, and what that does is it creates a contingency for other projects that may need it going forward, or in future years we can bring those dollars forward if necessary.
Thank you.
Representative Anello?
Yeah, I mean, I also want to express my concern, and not so much to the CDBG or the community development office, but more to the fact that we are just relying really heavily on CDBG funds for things like audible crosswalks, right? Representative Fernandez said it's at a bus stop. I believe it's on Viscount, correct? And Viscount is being redone. I think, right now we're going to have a conversation a little bit about how we're dealing with financials. But in the future, I really think we need to move away from just depending on CDBG funds for things that are so necessary like this.
Okay. If that covers it, let's go to 25.1.
That is Representative Hernandez's item.
Okay. Representative Hernandez, do you want to comment on?
I'm sorry, I had it on mute. No, this goes along with item 23.1. So I would like to take these two items together, if possible. And as part of the backup documentation, you will find letters of support from state representatives, from state senators, and neighborhood associations. For these two items, we also followed the naming process. We went door to door and collected signatures and went to churches and affordable housing complexes. We followed the same guidelines. And so what I would like to seek is a waiver for any of the requirements or guidelines. These will be naming facilities, and this is the request on behalf of the constituents as well. Thank you.
Okay. We're finished with this. I have one question or comment on 17.1, and I've asked this before. If we voted on a lease or a purchase with amendments to that are already voted on and in the agreement, why are we re-voting on amendments? I'm not sure you're going to give me an answer today, but it just doesn't make sense to me if we've already done it and it's not exceeding what was approved to begin with. All right, that's it. Let's have a motion to adjourn.
So motion to adjourn.
Second.
There's a motion and a second to adjourn the agenda review meeting. All in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? And the agenda review meeting for Monday, March 30th, 2020 is adjourned at 10:32 a.m.
Okay, let's go into the work session.
Good morning. This is a work session meeting of the El Paso City Council from Monday, March 30th, 2020. We begin the meeting with roll call. Mayor Margot.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Schwartzbein.
Here.
Representative Anello.
Here.
Hernandez. Representative Hernandez. Representative Morgan.
Here.
Representative Salcido.
Here.
Representative Rodriguez.
Here.
Representative Rivera.
Here.
Representative Lizarraga.
Present.
Thank you. So the order of the items will be similar to the emergency meeting. I will call the item. The mayor will ask for a motion. Once the motion has been made, the mayor will call for discussion. At the time that public comment is welcomed, I will be calling each speaker that signed up to speak to unmute their phone and to present speaking for up to 3 minutes. If staff is presenting, they will have control of the screen during the presentation, meaning that they will need to complete the presentation in its entirety before discussion begins. The first item is presentation, discussion, and action regarding the immediate and potential financial impact of COVID-19 and to approve amendments to the FY 2020 budget resolution.
Is there a motion?
Motion.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Let's go to the presentation.
Okay, Mayor, what we'll be presenting today will cover financial and other changes. Robert Cortinas will follow myself, and he'll cover more in depth the finance piece. Sam Rodriguez will be discussing the evaluation of capital improvement projects. He'll be followed by Mario D'Agostino, our fire chief, and he'll be speaking about the COVID-19 response. Monica will follow that with additional responses that the airport is making, as well as the bridges and what's being impacted there. And then Carrie Weston will clean it up at the end with the ED response, and Jessica Herrera will join him as well. So I will ask IT to bring the presentation up on the screen. IT, if you can bring the presentation up. The FY 2020 budget discussion and action, COVID-19 impact. So as mentioned, I'm going to cover the first portion of this presentation, You can go to the next slide. As with all presentations, council, we are all focused on our vision of what we want the community to look like in the future. And obviously the day-to-day is the mission statement and the actions that we take, and of course our values and how we work with each other as a team. The agenda today is going to cover what the future is going to look like in the immediate future anyway, in the new normal. The next slide. The impacts that COVID-19 has had and the adjustments we've had to make, not only with life-saving measures, but also the financial adjustments that we'll be making that will be a part of this presentation. And then we'll be asking council for action at the end of the discussion. Move it one more, IT. Okay, so the impact that we think that this is going to have, ultimately we believe it's going to have a bigger impact than the 2008 recession. We think it might be twice as bad. Some of the state prognostications and some of the national types of studies that we're looking at, this is definitely going to be a U-shaped recovery, not V-shaped. What that means is it's going to take longer for the economy to rebound. So a lot of the adjustments that we'll be making and the recommendations we'll be making today that need to be made are as a result of that we're going to be in this for the long haul. We've already made several adjustments. We didn't wait for this presentation. I think with the emergency order and with COVID-19 impacts, we couldn't wait. I think because of public safety, we had to make several adjustments. So we've closed down several facilities, and we've limited a lot of the routes on Sun Metro, and obviously the trolley was shut down. And there's a lot of other changes that we made that I won't get into right now. But a lot of those changes were made immediately as a result of a lot of the public health impacts that we were faced with. So in essence, what this slide needs to communicate to you and everyone who's watching is that we need to adjust our way of thinking about service delivery. Because of COVID-19 and because of the public health concerns, that's really shaped how our services are being provided. You go to the next slide. So as you know, we have a strategic plan, and that's really helped with how we have not only executed and implemented the different goals that we have for our organization and the community. It's also helped shape a lot of the financial impacts that the city had lived through in the past. If you recall, we've had lots of discussions with you and how the city back in 2013 had utilized a lot of the fund balance. It had been reduced by almost $9.5 million. And so the rating agencies had said if that continued, our bond rating would be impacted. So we have made up those dollars, and then also have placed almost over $18 million. So that's been a dramatic shift in the fund balance in terms of how we've added a lot more dollars to it. We have presented to the council several times a lot of the business practices that we put in place to be more efficient and more effective in terms of how we deliver services. We've created new revenue opportunities to address a lot of the priorities that the council has had in streets and public safety. Quite frankly, the community has had that as priorities, not only with response times with police, but also with the streets that you all have heard from in all of your districts. So we've been a lot more agile as an organization. Next slide. So we had presented to council how we have really paid close attention to the market and how it's been shifting. And so a lot of what you approved this last cycle, we were able to take advantage of the market whenever the interest rates were extremely low. So we are not having to sell bonds right now during the market that's fluctuating and vacillating dramatically. If anyone had to sell bonds right now, you'd be in a lot of financial duress, and your basis points would be dramatically higher. what we've been able to enjoy in the past. So we were able to sell those ahead of time, and we were able to take advantage of the low interest rates. I want to thank the financial team. I'm on that team. Robert Cortines is on that team, Nicole Cody, and also Margarita Munoz, as well as Maria Urbina, who is our financial advisor. So that entire team really took advantage of the low interest rates, and we're able to save quite a bit of money by taking advantage of the market. I mentioned the 18.2 million or 54% increase to the fund balance that we've had in the last 5 years. We've created the new revenue priorities, the 30 million in annual pay-as-you-go revenues to maintain a lot of the infrastructure, as well as the priorities that council has had for public safety. We also created almost $3 million in a recently budget stabilization fund that was put in place and established. We've saved $46 million in debt refinancing since 2016. And then we've been able to save or avoid costs of $6.5 million with Lean Six Sigma projects. That's been something that, quite frankly, the departments, the employees in the organization have really taken advantage of. Not only have they gotten trained how to be more efficient and how to execute on their services that they're providing to the public, but they're doing it by saving money. So I really want to thank our staff and give them the kudos for not only taking to the training, but then doing something with that training and having those type of savings throughout our organization. We've been able to take advantage of the council's aggressive stance on the state and federal legislative actions. We've been very active in the last 2 or 3 sessions. We've been able to leverage state funds to pay for projects in our community. That's where state dollars are coming back to the city to pay for projects that we would otherwise have to pay for with local funds. So that's been an opportunity for us to leverage state and federal dollars. We've not only done that with development projects, but we've done that also with the bridges. We've done that also at the airport with different infrastructure. So that's been a very good opportunity for us to leverage those funds. We've also had no audit findings the last 4 consecutive years. Back in 14, when I started working here, there was 21 audit findings that we inherited. So getting no audit findings is significant for an organization our size, and to have it done 4 years in a row really speaks to the work that our staff is doing, and really the positions that we put in place in order to monitor either grant funds or dollars we were getting from other institutions that we need to monitor closely and be able to reimburse in a timely fashion. That's a good segue into the next item, in that we were able to recover $19.2 million from the MPO and reimbursement through these improved processes. That $19.2 million at the time, I think somebody reported it as if they had found something that had been done wrong, and it was $20 million that was talked about, and it was only 19.2. The people that were making the accusations didn't even know the exact amount. And these reimbursements went all the way back to 2009. So I think they were very misinformed, and they were trying to make something out that wasn't there. And really, our staff really stepped in, and really with the people that we put in place to monitor those funds, we were able to recover all of those dollars in terms of those reimbursements all the way back to 2009. And then recently, we were removed from high risk category for HUD environmental compliance. That again, along the same lines, where we had the monitoring in place in order to recover funds, that went back, I think, to the early 2000s, and that would have meant millions of dollars in losses. We just recently talked about an agenda item today where we needed more money from CDBG in order to come up with different devices for crosswalks. This would have impacted that even more, because, as you know, CDBG dollars have been drastically cut over the last several years. So this was a very important item that we needed to make sure we got right. Next slide, please. So what does the future look like for us in the present and in the very near future? Well, we've been reviewing the impacts that COVID-19 has had, not only on public safety, obviously that's a no-brainer, that it's impacting all of our safety and it's changing how we do business in terms of how we work. We're very fortunate to still be working. It's having a financial impact as well, and also operational. So just even if we did nothing and said we're not going to make cuts or whatever, COVID-19 would impact how we do business, would impact how we provide services. So while we look at that in terms of how it impacts that, we have to also look at the next several months, the rest of this year and into next year, in terms of how this disease is going to impact our local economy, how it's impacting the bridges, how it's impacting the airport, how it's impacting sales tax. So all of those things we have to look at and understand that the expectations that we had in the past can't be the expectations we have today or in the near future. So I really want to stress that we need to manage your expectations, manage the community's expectations in terms of what services are going to be provided because of this dreadful disease. But because we've had the strong processes that I mentioned in terms of what the staff has done, because we've implemented it across the board, and this philosophy is really going to help us in terms of how we adjust and how we respond to this disease. Next slide. So we have over 200 city services. We're reviewing all of them in terms of which ones we will be adjusting, which ones we will not be providing at this time. So what that means is what we're going to open, what we're going to continue to construct or not construct, what we're going to suspend until further notice. So all of those things means that we're still committed to our workforce. We're still committed to you as a council. We're still committed to our community in terms of providing the best services that we can, as our mission statement states, that we want to deliver exceptional services. However, we're going to have to adjust the services we provide, and the services we do provide, we want to provide them at a very high level, but it will require us to suspend certain services or not open certain projects that we were working on. You're going to hear from Sam later in this presentation, and he's going to talk to you about which projects or why we're going to suspend certain projects. We're going to do this in a very common sense approach. A lot of people are talking about, we can't not spend this money that for whether it's quality of life or streets and a lot of people have a lot of different thoughts on that. There's the dollars that have already been sold in terms of bonds, and dollars that have already been allocated, and projects that are underway that we need to complete. But we then are going to have to consider what directive is put down by the health authority in terms of which projects are suspended for health reasons, not just for financial reasons. So we have health reasons and financial reasons to consider as we look at which projects will be completed, which ones will not. But we will approach it with a very common sense thought process, and with the idea of being as efficient as possible. And what people typically think should not take place is probably what we're not going to do, because it doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense to open up facilities whenever we need to suspend those services. So if we do complete a facility, whether we stop construction or whether for health reasons or for financial reasons, and whenever it does ultimately get completed, that building may not open because of COVID-19 concerns. And because of the fact that we're responding to what COVID-19 has done, not only to our public health, but also to our economic health as well. So the decisions we'll be making will be very deliberate and will be precise, and they will match up with the health and economic concerns that we're challenged with right now. Next slide. So part two, we'll get into more of the details with Robert Cortines, and then he will be followed by other speakers as well. So Robert, if you can take it from there.
Yes, sir. Good morning again, Mayor and Council. Robert Cortines. IT, will you go to the next slide, please? So just to recap, and so I want to point out real quickly that on the city's website, there's a lot of valuable information related to the COVID-19. Included in there, there's a list of all of the different services or facilities that have been temporarily suspended or closed. And so this slide here highlights those. So the recreation, senior centers, pools and daycares, the libraries, museums, a zoo, our municipal courts. You can see that there. And then the property control was also shut down late last week. So these have already been put in place in order to, again, comply with the orders that have been issued as far as that emergency order. IT, will you go to the next slide, please? Some additional measures as well that have been implemented. Routes have been adjusted at Sun Metro, and they'll continue to be adjusted as needed. City manager mentioned the suspension of the streetcar service. Again, another office that was closed late last week, the tax office. However, I want to point out that there's still available service through phone, mail, and online. Different public events and activities have been suspended. The city, we've implemented our telecommuting policy. We acted pretty quickly, and I want to thank Araceli and her IT team for putting in place all of the technology needed to make sure that we're able to have this meeting today. And then finally, we've implemented administrative leave for city employees, and we've done this before the federal legislation related to the additional leave that's been or will be granted by the federal reimbursement side as far as what's going to be provided to employers. And so we've already implemented those things for our employees, and we'll continue to make adjustments as needed. IT, we go to the next slide. So looking at some of the revenue impacts and what we're going to continue looking at as far as doing our analysis. And I know everybody's anxious to see what the overall impact is going to be. And I'll tell you that this presentation does not have the dollar amounts. We're continuing to work on those. Again, we're a data-driven organization. We want to make sure we've got all of the analysis done before we present anything to the council. And not only that, we're going to show you the recommendations of what we're going to be implementing as far as adjustments on the expenditure side. And so we want to bring that back as a comprehensive analysis. And so we're scheduled on April 14th to bring back the second quarter financial report. And so during that meeting, you'll see more dollar amounts related to the revenue and the expenditure impact and how we're going to implement these adjustments in order to balance out the budget for this year. And also, again, as city manager mentioned, what we're looking at as far as next year. So again, one of the positives is on property taxes. We've already collected 98% of our property taxes. And again, that's just the cyclical nature of property tax collections. And that's falling in line with historical collections. Typically, by the end of February, we've collected close to 100%, so we're right in line with that. However, we're still projecting a minimal impact for the remaining 5 months of the fiscal year. The largest impacts we're going to see when we're doing these analysis and what we're going to be showing you all in the next several weeks is going to come in the form of sales taxes. We won't fully know the impact from our sales tax collection. So if you all recall, there's a 45-day delay in our sales tax remittance from the state. So for example, our March sales tax collections, we will not receive that until the middle of May. So we won't really see the full impact until later in the summer from our sales tax collection. So all of this is going to be based on assumptions, obviously using any data that we have in order to help drive our decisions and what we're going to forecast for this remaining year and for next year as well. The hotel occupancy taxes, obviously with the decrease in the hotel occupancy, we know we're going to see a decrease in our hot taxes, so we're working on that analysis. Our bridge crossings, with the essential only allowed now to bridges, that's going to be something we need to forecast out for this year, next year. Airport traffic, Monica Lobrania is going to give a presentation here in a little bit to talk a little bit about what's going on at the airport. And then mass transit, I mentioned what's being done already as far as route reductions and with the streetcar. We know that those aren't the only impacts we're going to see on the revenue side. We know we're going to see impacts from other revenue sources as well, whether it be permits from our residential and building community, fines and forfeitures, or any other charges for services, for example, park rentals or sports tournament fees, those type of revenue sources will be impacted as well. And again, as the city manager mentioned, not only are we looking at this fiscal year, but also looking at the long-term impacts to this upcoming budget year as well. IT, we go to the next slide. So as I mentioned, it's too soon for a specific forecast. We want to make sure that we've got a thorough analysis and provide you all with a comprehensive look at the impact to this year and next year as well. We know that it's going to be significant. I've done a presentation a few months ago and showed you all that sales tax up until this point had been performing extremely well. We were at about a 12% increase over the prior year. So that'll help a little bit through this fiscal year. However, we know there's going to be a decline for the remaining 5 months of this fiscal year. One of the processes we have in place, which allowed us to act pretty quickly, we have a position review committee. So anytime a department is going to be doing a hiring of a vacancy, it goes through our committee, which includes the budget director, our HR director, myself, and Dion Mack, the Deputy City Manager for Public Safety. So with that process in place, we're able to put a freeze on non-essential hiring immediately. So the city manager mentioned that we've acted quickly, we acted several weeks ago. That was one of the things that we've done in order to be aggressive and make sure that we're being proactive in order to minimize the impact of this fiscal year. The budget office, you've seen presentations through the budget updates on what the calendar looks like. And so we've shown you all what goes into developing the budget. It's a year-round process through the budget updates and all the different things that goes into developing a budget. One of the things we always include is we're looking at different scenarios. So whether it be stress test that shows best case, worst case, budget office prepares those when we're actually going through the development process. And that's actually what helps feed our long-term forecasting presentation that you all see during the budget process. Again, we're working on that financial analysis and as well as the short term, so looking at this fiscal year and how we're going to balance out. We're also looking at, as I mentioned several times, what we're going to do next fiscal year as well. Next slide. So again, as I mentioned, what we put in place already, we suspended all non-essential hiring. So right now, really limited to anything related to public health or public safety. Anything else is going through that position review committee, as I mentioned, and it's being determined whether it's essential or not, whether we can delay the hiring for those positions. During the agenda review, there's an item that I mentioned related to the ordinance that we put in place. And so this item is to suspend the implementation of the compensation study. I will point out that all employees did receive the 1% pay increase back on March 1st. So everybody has already received that 1% that's already been put into those paychecks. So going forward, we're not recommending, or we're actually recommending to suspend the implementation of the compensation plan. Part-time and seasonal positions. So the city manager talked a little bit about capital projects. So we were currently in the process of recruiting and hiring part-time and seasonal positions for the water parks, for example. We talked about the operating costs related to those quality-of-life projects, and so the water parks were one of the larger ones. And so we've delayed the hiring of those positions due to the suspension of the opening for those projects. And then we're continuing to look at other non-essential part-time or seasonal positions that may not be necessary now due to the social distance requirements or due to suspension in service. Next slide. So one of the things that we're going to ask you all to take action on at the end of the presentation is to allow the city manager to process budget transfers to do sweeps of departments. So currently the cap is $50,000 without council approval to do budget transfers between departments. The budget office has been working very closely with all of the departments over the last several weeks to identify savings within their budgets. And so we're going to sweep all of those identified savings, anything that's non-essential, and we're going to sweep all of that and put it into the non-departmental in order to have a greater internal control on the spending for the next several months. An additional action item is suspending the pay-as-you-go revenue that's dedicated, for example, for the streets. Now we can utilize those dollars to help offset impacts for the general fund. Adjusting our spending strategically, as the city manager mentioned, as well on those capital projects. So determining what projects continue to move forward, which ones get delayed, depending upon the timing and the phase of which those projects are in. Another possible option for us to consider is the suspension of the police academies. As you all know, we've had the 10-year plan in place now for 5 years. We've added a net increase of over 150 new officers. And so the budget office working very closely with Chief Allen and looking at what we're going to do as far as a recommendation for police academies going forward. Another item that isn't new, you all have heard about the recycling service over the last actually couple of years, some of the impacts that have impacted the recycling and the costs associated with that. And so that's a contracted service currently. And so that would be dependent upon the contractor suspending service. But we wanted to put that out there so that council would be aware that that's one of the areas we're continuing to monitor that may have an impact down the road. And with that, what I would like to do is I would actually like at this point turn it over to Sam Rodriguez. He has a couple of slides that he wants to talk about from the CID perspective on those capital projects. So IT, if you'd bring up those CID slides.
Robert, I can bring them up. I have them here on my computer.
While he's doing that, Council, I just want to reinforce a few of the points that Robert made and that I made earlier. Again, the decisions we're making are based on either health or financial reasons due to this disease. The impact to what it might have on construction and what we will do in the very near future with respect to construction, again, are either because of the health or financial reasons due to COVID-19. The financial strategies that we outlined earlier in the presentation and that Robert just repeated, those will help us get through, but we want to be very conservative in our response. Our goal is to maintain the services that we have that are priority. That would be police, fire, streets, water and sewer. Water and sewer is a separate department, but these are the basic core requirements in a community, in any city. That's why cities incorporate. So that's going to be our priority. And we also want to make sure that we keep our employees engaged and we keep morale high in order to provide services at the level that our community has grown accustomed to. I really want to thank our staff, not only how they've responded and been so extremely agile, not only in being able to set this up virtually and everybody that was involved in doing so, but also how the information has been communicated and how Araceli and Laura Cruz Acosta, have both of them have stepped up in terms of those two areas. But with that, I'll have Sam start his portion of the presentation.
Yes, Mayor and Council, Sam Rodriguez, City Engineer. So, part of the analysis that we're doing and in conjunction with Robert and the financial capacity that we have and that we'll have moving forward, we're going to be evaluating every project and all the programs within our CIP to include the quality of life projects. Here recently, over the last couple of months, I gave you a very detailed update on the quality of life projects that are pending, that are still in the design or pre-design phases of our projects. And so as we move forward and looking to execute those, we'll be making decisions and recommendations to council to make to suspend them, or in certain cases, we may recommend to cancel them altogether. As a matter of course, we're looking at projects that are currently under constructions. We want to continue to completion on those projects. Leaving uncompleted projects throughout the community is something that we would not recommend because they very quickly become blight. And we want to make sure that we're able to secure those and complete the construction on those projects and wrap them up, even if they don't open right away. That's going to be critical. And also from a savings perspective, the financial cost to terminate or to some of the construction contracts and some of those projects that may be more costly than just to completing them as we move forward. The projects that are currently under design as well, if they're very close to being completed in the design, if those are projects that we'll recommend to suspend, we will be completing the design and putting it on the shelf. Again, this will be in coordination and reports back up to City Council to make sure that, yes, sir.
Council, just on the point where you said about it might be cheaper, less expensive to just complete the project, let me just elaborate on that, because I know there'll be a lot of people that have a lot of comments on that, or a lot of opinions on that. The dollars are already, in some cases, the bonds for different projects, whether they be street projects, whether they be quality of life projects that were passed in 2012. And by that, I mean a lot of what was passed in Proposition 1, which was the libraries, the parks, the renovations of parks or new community centers. If the bonds have already been sold, you stopping construction, you're not saving any money. But stopping construction might be stopped as a result of health concerns relative to COVID-19. So when he says that it'll cost more money to not complete it, if we stop the project for either health reasons or financial reasons, in this case, on something like that, it wouldn't be financial because the money's already sold. There's no savings that you get out of it. So it would possibly be for health reasons. And so if we were to stop it for health reasons, you'd have to make sure you secure the site. And some of that in securing the site might cost money that wasn't budgeted into the project itself. And then you might have to set up security as well so that you can protect from vandalism that could potentially take place. And it could cause blight depending on what stage the project is in as well. So I wanted to give you that level of detail to give more context to that point that he made. Go ahead, Sam.
Yeah, and so continuing on with the design, again, depending where we're at on the projects, we'll be doing a thorough evaluation of each one of these projects to make a recommendation to council as we move forward. And it ties into what the city manager was saying, the next point about the evaluation of funds that are available that have already been borrowed against all the projects. One of our recommendations that we'll have is the completion of the 2012 Street CIP program. Most of those projects are already in the construction and or bidding phase. You have 2 contracts on council for consideration tomorrow, that being the South Central Phase 4, as well as the Viscount. Those are two projects that were part of the 2012 Street CIP. Most of the money has been borrowed already, and a lot of those projects are currently under construction. We're also going to be evaluating the public safety bonds, Fire Station 36, 38, the design of the Eastside Regional Command, land acquisition. Some of the recommendations that we'll make on that program will also fall back on the amount that's already been borrowed against that program. We borrowed $35 million for public safety bonds to get started with some of these these initial projects. So we'll be making recommendations on those. Get to the next slide here. We'll also be working with the airport to do similar evaluation, and as Monica will touch over the revenue on their side, we have a meeting with them on Wednesday that they're going to see what we're going to go through on our evaluation, so they'll be doing a similar evaluation on their projects as well. And then on the federal grant programs, whether it's FAA, FTA, or DOJ, TxDOT, we're going to continue to look to invest and continue those projects as our local funds become limited. We want to make sure that we're able to leverage the federal dollars as we move forward on our CIP. As I mentioned, we'll be working with City Attorney's Office, OMB comptrollers to make all the final evaluations on available funding and the programs themselves, and then make recommendations to council for amendments on those programs, taking into account some of the existing contracts that we may have with other agencies on some of these capital programs. It's a very short presentation. I do have a quarterly update that I'll be touching over and presenting to you the various projects and the various phases that they're in here as one of the agenda items on the work session later on.
So IT, if you'd bring up my presentation again, presentation 1A. IT, can you bring that presentation back up, please? Thank you. If you can go to the next slide, please. So in addition to what I just went through and what Sam just discussed, some other possible options that we're continuing to explore and analyze. We have a couple of other sources that we could possibly tap into. Again, these are very preliminary discussions. So whether it be utilizing some of that P3, reallocating, looking at our police toll lot, which is primarily used for police department right now for some of their ongoing annual expenditures, possibly using some of that to help offset general fund expenses. 2 other areas that we could tap into possibly is utilizing the unallocated funds. So if you all remember, with the adoption of the budget, there's approximately $4.6 million that was unallocated. However, I want to point out though, as we bring forward the analysis of not only the impact from the revenue, but the expenditures and how we're going to balance the budget for this year and for next year, is that we do have additional costs right now that are pending reimbursement from the state and federal government. And so our response to the COVID-19 that we are incurring some additional cost that we will need to fund as well in this current year. And then finally, the creation of the budget stabilization. So I didn't expect it to come through this quickly, but again, the item that you all approved a couple of weeks ago and what we actually recommended back in 2015 to create that budget stabilization fund, so that shall we get into a position that we're in now, that there's funds set aside to help and deal with that critical emergency. If you go to the next slide, IT. Next slide. So there are 2 action items that you all can take together, and I'll go through them real quickly, but before you all vote on these items, I'm going to kick it over to Chief D'Agostino, but let me go through the items just to recap what we're asking for. So again, as part of what we're doing as far as internal controls in order to control spending for this year, we want to suspend the requirement for the council approval of budget transfers between departments exceeding $50,000. So our budget office has been working very closely with the departments. So it's not as if we're going to go and just completely wipe out departments without communicating with them. We're working very closely, identifying all non-essential savings. Those savings will be swept into the non-departmental, again, to provide us internal controls on the spending authority. The second item is the budget resolution currently related to the $6.6 million that's dedicated for streets. And so we're asking for council's approval to suspend that in order to allow that $6.6 million to come to the general fund to offset the impact for this year and potentially for next year as well to offset some of the impact. And so those are 2 items we're going to be asking you to take action on here in a minute. But before we do that, I want to let Mario, Chief D'Agostino, go through an update from the operational response standpoint.
Thank you, Robert. This is Chief D'Agostino, the El Paso Fire Department. I wanted to go over a list of everything that we've been doing throughout the Department of Public Health, the Office of Emergency Management, basically a city and county-wide effort. To date, that we know, we have 40 positives. Those tested within the Department of Public Health lab was at 334. We've been having coordination meetings and numerous conversations and planning sessions with area hospitals, school districts, Fort Bliss, specialty care facilities, emergency managers, Customs and Border Patrol, ports of entry, Juarez, and Dona Ana, New Mexico. Some of the key updates and advanced planning efforts we are working on is expansion of our specimen collection capabilities. That's with the partnership with the El Paso County Medical Society and the need for additional drive-throughs. They're actually looking at seeing if we can set up another drive-through this week. Expanding the current drive-through that we have, expanding their hours and their days of operation. We're also looking at alternative care facilities with the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers. We're looking at the health authorities looking at the increased restrictions, and that's due to the fact that we have community spread at this time. We're also partnering with UTEP to enhance our staffing for the lab, as we talked about on agenda review, that partnership so we can have their staff augment our staff. And we're also looking into what other avenues we have where we can partner up for use of both labs. The Department of Public Health area's responsibility is lab testing. So that staffing has been augmented, and we're now testing 7 days a week. As of today, like I said, that's 334 tests that I was talking about is through the Department of Public Health. This does not include tests being done by private labs. Epidemiology investigation staffing is being augmented to assist with contact investigations. At this time, we have persons under investigation. We have 288. Those are high-risk patients we're monitoring. Persons under monitoring is 208. Those are the low-risk ones, but you can see the numbers are growing. And as more people are exposed or come out positive, that's more cases we're going to have to track. The educational task force has been out, and they've been out continuously in our community doing the community education and outreach, that whether it be in our bus stations, our airport, it's been throughout the city. Quarantine and isolation orders, those are being worked on, and those are for those who are not willing to self-isolate. So if someone's being asked to remain at home because they're positive and they're not following it, we have plans in place that would allow us to keep them in their residences. We're working on medical orders for the homeless providers, for workplaces, restaurants, mass gatherings, restaurants, bars, assisted living, senior citizen centers, daycare centers, assisted living centers. There's so many items that we're having to address, and this is all part of the planning stage. The Emergency Operations Center areas of responsibility
is directly the drive-through slides through Border Rack. Those opened on March 19th, and it's a leverage of local, private, and federal labs. We're doing the specimen collection at that location. Currently, the specimen collection is for first responders and healthcare workers, patients with physician's orders, those 65 years of older with fever greater than 99.6. As of last Friday, I believe the samples collected were over 350. They're also responsible for the PPE and supply chain. The PPE needs assessment for not only for public safety and hospitals, but all medical facilities and numerous entities within the city of El Paso. We've got to look at the busing. We have private busing systems that transport the elderly or the ill to get dialysis or other services around town. We have to make sure they have the proper PPE to remain open, so we don't put an additional burden on the emergency response system or the hospitals. Compliance Task Force, EPFD, Fire Prevention, ESD, and Codes personnel have all been out in force to assist with the compliance of the orders to date. We've conducted hundreds of inspections, primarily for education, with very few citations given. 311 online intake forms are being used to prioritize and assign violations. Alternative care facilities. We're working with the Army Corps of Engineers to identify alternative care facilities, and that's what if we get into a surge? What if our hospitals meet capacity? We have to be able to we have to have locations identified and ready to go if we needed to open up another facility. Again, logistics and procurement, we're centralizing it. We're going to do a single point of ordering, making sure that requests and procurements countywide are going through the EOC. Quarantine and isolation support, the daily assessment of hotels for individual and mass quarantine. So we're actually partnering up with all the area hotels, and we're getting their bed count rooms so we can use those if needed. Disaster recovery, there is cost tracking for reimbursement, and it's tied into the EOC and our finance for the city, county, all hospitals. Everyone's been cooperating on that so we can track our expenses. We also have the Joint Information Center areas of responsibility. Laura Cruz I believe she'll be talking, and she'll cover most of that, but she's covering the COVID hotline, 211, 311, the social media and rumor control, media requests, press conferences, public education, and infographics. If I could, I just want to remind everybody to stay home. It takes as few as 2 and as many as 14 days before a person is exposed to COVID-19 to show signs. It's more contagious than the flu, infecting 2.5 people for every laboratory confirmed case. We need to come together as a community, and we need to help protect each other. Steps towards additional contact tracing protocols are coming. What I mean by that is we're enhancing our epidemiological team. We need that because we're already chasing all the cases I was telling you about. If we figure that everyone who's positive has come in contact with 10 to 20 people, you can see how it breaks out. If we're at 40 now, it's multiplying quickly. Again, if you have symptoms and continue to go out, you're exposing other lives to COVID-19. We need you to isolate and not give COVID-19 a chance to continue to spread in our community. The Office of Emergency Management, the Department of Public Health, the City of El Paso, the County of El Paso, local hospitals, school districts, and nonprofits are all working together to fight COVID in our community. One more time, please stay home, work safe. Remember to wash your hands regularly, cover your mouth when you sneeze, disinfect surfaces, and avoid travel, social gatherings. Do not visit nursing homes or retirement homes. Thank you.
Our next presenter is going to be Monica Lambrana. She's going to cover COVID-19's impact to airport and bridge operations.
Thank you, Tommy. IT, will you please bring up the presentation for the airport and the bridges, please?
Is there a way we can ask Mr. D'Agostino some questions?
We're going to do all questions.
At the end of the presentation,
At the end of all presentations, we will start questions. I've got a list of all of you who want to speak.
I understand that, but having 5 different presentations.
Fine. We've agreed to this as a rule. Thank you.
It's not there.
Super awesome.
It's not there. They sent it in, Monica sent it in yesterday. It's on the web.
Mayor and Council, as we're waiting for IT to bring up the presentation, I do want to add, I was going to brief that as Governor Abbott had issued an order in which all travelers that were coming in from New York, New Jersey, Connecticut, as well as New Orleans, that they were to be
It's 1C.
is kind of screened at coming into any Texas airport. That order has been revised and now includes the states of California, Louisiana, Washington, as well as the cities of Atlanta, Chicago, Detroit, and Miami. And how that will be handled is that DPS will actually be meeting the individuals that are flying in on any nonstop flights and be taking their information. And so that does affect us. We do have nonstop flights from Atlanta, and we do have some, obviously, from LAX as well. IT, if you can please bring up that presentation.
IT, it's
Okay,
the airports and bridges presentation, IT.
Can you talk to them and say they're looking for a presentation at the moment?
What I'm going to go ahead and do is I'm just going to go ahead and start talking so that we're not just listening to dead time. So at the airport, we have seen a significant decrease in passengers, and going by the TSA daily average passenger, we've seen an 81% decrease of passengers going through the checkpoint. Well, we submitted to OMB, and of course of what we've done internally in terms of cutting back our expenses to try to match the expenses and the revenues. We did proceed with an 80% decrease in passengers as well as a 60% decrease in flights. We have seen a lot of cancellations on flights, so we may have to adjust that downward as well.
Do I send it to?
All of our food and beverage concessions have now closed. And then we've also closed off some hold room areas or waiting room areas, as well as some bathrooms. And this is allowing for our custodians to concentrate on increased cleaning in those open areas and wiping down furniture, as well as going through the bathrooms more frequently. Under the CARES Act, $10 billion has been granted or allocated for airports. $7.4 billion has been allocated for any purpose for which airport revenues may be lawfully used. And that's at 100% federal share. So we will not have to, in these grants, be putting up any type of local share. So half of that, $3.7 billion, is based on calendar year 2018 employments as a percentage of the total 2018 employments for all commercial airports in the U.S. Using that calculation, we come up with about $6.6 million that we think is going to be allocated to El Paso. Keep in mind, though, in terms of, just to give you a little bit of background, in terms of all of our enterprise revenues are at $3.5 million per month. We have already been able to identify $2.6 million reduction in expenses through the end of the fiscal year. We're still looking at a $1.3 million deficit in doing that. We're okay with the passenger facility charges for now because we do have a healthy fund balance in that as well. And then we do have coverage we've already set aside for our debt payments for the end of through the end of this fiscal year. The other part of what was in the CARES Act is $3.7 billion based on debt service, and that amount is yet to be determined because, again, that's based on what the airports, El Paso International Airport's outstanding debt, based on a percentage of what total outstanding debt is for all airports, and then as well as it takes into consideration. Next slide, please. And then it takes into consideration what we have in reserves. So going back to what the city manager started with in terms of using our strategic plan and planning for this, we do have healthy fund balances right now. But again, as he stated, it's the uncertainty of how long this situation is going to occur, and as well as the uncertainty of what the airlines are going to be doing in response to this. Obviously, not just the airlines affect our revenues, but the concessionaires, the rental cars, the hotels, as well as the parking, all of that is affected because obviously it all depends on the employments. Next slide.
Monica, if I can chime in real quickly. So council,
Yes.
also, one of the other things that city manager referenced was that refunding that we did back in February. So if you remember, included in that was a refunding for the airport as well. And so with that refunding, it netted about a savings of 2.5 million. And so that's going to be pretty substantial going forward for them. So it's about 250,000 a year in savings over the next 10 years. So again, taking advantage of the low interest rates, we were able to save a little bit on the debt service side for the airport, which will help obviously with some of the impact they're facing.
Correct. Thank you, Robert. At the international bridges, we are seeing the impact of the cross-border restrictions, comparing the week of March 21st to the 25th compared to January 2017 through February of this year. The average traffic, we're looking at we've seen a 58% reduction in personal vehicles and a 71% reduction in pedestrians. Cargo at this time has not yet been affected, but will likely be affected in the future. And then northbound traffic has substantially decreased as well. The U.S. Customs and Border Protection has implemented new procedures for the processing, and if travelers are not in compliance or do not meet the criteria of essential travel, they are being returned to Mexico. They're looking in terms of for the COVID-19 symptoms when they interview individuals. If they suspect anything, they're then sent to secondary inspection, and then the local CDC is called as well. Staff is closely monitoring the peso to dollar exchange rate as it has been extremely volatile. And so we want to make sure that we're just tracking that to make sure if we have to change it in terms of so that we're not losing money in terms of what we're collecting. Regarding P3, just very quickly, we have had some cancellation on the P3 hours on the pedestrian side. And so, of course, those are some savings that we're realizing because we won't be charged for that. At this time, I'm going to pass it over to Carrie for the ED portion.
Good morning. Good morning, Mayor and Council. Excuse me, my voice, I'm losing my voice today, but by way of introduction, I've asked both Nicole Farini and Jessica Herrera to give you an update, really looking at two different areas. What we're doing in terms of our initial response, both on the health and human services side, as well as economic development related needs of our small businesses. Since the onset of the pandemic, we've seen the demand for our food bank increase as much as 400% or more. So we're going to talk to you a little bit about what we're doing to seed that effort in partnership with the county, and I'll let them go into that. We also have seen shortages with personal protective equipment for our healthcare professionals, so we'll talk a little bit about that. Excuse me, I need to get a drink of water.
So as Carrie's getting a drink of water, what I'll add while he's doing that is back to the numbers in terms of all these impacts. Our strategy is for all the enterprise funds to be self-maintained, meaning that they're going to be making some tough business decisions that we're going to be helping them with, myself and Robert Cortinas and Nicole Cody, but they'll be making adjustments based on the way that their traffic has changed, whether it's the bridges, the airport, the sanitation department. We've also communicated our concerns for the impacts to the city and to our enterprise funds, the airport and bridges, to our elected officials at the state and federal level, particularly at the federal level. So that's part of our strategy too, is to try to recuperate some of those dollars from state or federal funds, depending on what is available. We have tracked our cost associated with COVID-19, and we will be submitting that to the state also for reimbursement. Our projection or our goal, we're shooting for a 6.5% reduction to the general fund in terms of adjusting to COVID-19. If we feel like we need to do more, we'll be bringing more adjustments back to the council for consideration. As Robert pointed out, and as I pointed out, and we don't have projections for this because you don't have actual numbers in the years prior to show what impacts you're truly going to see. So we're having to base that on prognostications, which is not a very good way that anyone is making adjustments. Any of the other cities, the state, or the national government to make any adjustments, or for businesses for that matter. In some cases, these things are going to be extremely dramatic in terms of impact, depending on what service we're referring to. And in other cases, they'll rebound between a 4 to 6 month period. It's just going to depend on the revenue stream and the type of service that we're discussing. Carrie, did that give you enough time?
I hope so. I'll try again. Apologize, I'm just losing my voice. But so again, we'll address the response on the food bank side. We've done some things locally here to try to accelerate getting some of the critically needed personal protective equipment, so that'll be addressed as well. And then on the ED side, we really understand the implications that small businesses are facing. So through a great partnership, Jessica is going to go into some detail about the establishment of a LIFT fund, which I think that combined with some of the federal and state initiatives will provide some significant support to some of our small businesses. And then just some of the efforts we've done in relation in partnership with the chambers to really survey and understand what the critical needs are of our business community. Those have been done. And a resource website, elpasobusinesshelp.com, that will continually be updated just as another source to tie in all of the different resources that would come either locally through the state or federal efforts. So I'll go ahead and let, I think Nicole might have the first couple of slides, and then Jessica can follow with the remainder, and we'll answer any of your questions.
Yes, sir. Thank you so much, Nicole Farini, Director of Community and Human Development. So in regard to federal support for a number of the needs that are being exacerbated in our community due to the COVID crisis, we are looking to further investigate what is coming through the CARES Act, particularly through departments like HHS, but also primarily for Community Human Development, looking at what the Department of Housing and Urban Development is doing. We are looking at an additional infusion in the Community Development Block Grant. We're still investigating what that's going to mean in specific dollars to our community, but our understanding is that it will function very similar to the regular entitlement that we get, and the deployment of that will be similar. We are looking at working with our funding agencies to be as lenient as we can with our service providers. That's really the position that community development is in, and that the city of El Paso is in with our service providers, is that they are deploying the direct service. And so we're trying to work with them as best as possible to adjust their submitted budgets for last year's allocation, to make sure that we're working with them in terms of performance metrics and the regulatory requirements that go with that funding. And so without getting too much into the detail of that, what I will say is that this additional infusion of funding from the federal government via the CARES Act and these different agencies within the government, the federal government, are going to assist us in assisting those agencies. And we're working with them to make sure that they are coordinated in deploying those services across our community. We're trying to limit the amount of redundancy in terms of agencies being able to deploy what's needed and fill those gaps. And so one thing that we have done in the last 4 or 5 days is we have convened a vulnerable populations service support group. This is a task force of folks that was brought together to address issues that we're seeing arise in terms of the needs at the food bank. El Pasoans Fighting Hunger, that's been a big concern and a big need to fill in our community over the last 2 weeks. We're also convening to discuss how we address those that are most vulnerable in our population, those folks that are homeless, and how we are addressing the concerns of the spread of COVID amongst that population. If we can go to the next slide, please. Specifically, what we're doing today and immediately is we are partnering with the county, and we are matching their commitment in terms of providing immediate assistance and relief to El Pasoans fighting hunger in terms of the strain on the existing food supply. As Carrie mentioned, this has increased exponentially. Under normal conditions, we see the food bank distributing about 125,000 pounds a day. During this crisis, the current demand has been approximately 450,000 pounds per day. Any of you that have been out there or have seen the imagery, that line to pick up food boxes and supplies at the food bank has extended to 2 miles long in some cases. And so we've seen that there's been, through this severe economic strain, an extraordinary increase in the immediate need for food supplies for some of our residents. Folks that would not normally have been accessing this resource are now accessing it. And then obviously the subsequent strain on the food supply that we have at El Pasoans fighting hunger. My understanding is that currently they have between a 5 to 7 day supply, and this funding that we are committing is really in support of expanding their ability to bring up that supply and extend that. We know that this is not the end of the need. Rather, it is our commitment to try to address what we can right now, again, in partnership with the county. I just want to reiterate as I close here that the task force that has been assembled of social service agencies is looking at how can we get creative and partner to address this need across the breadth of this entire community, not just the city, not just the county, but all of our support infrastructure for the vulnerable population. And with that, I think I'm going to pass it over to Jessica.
Mayor and Council, this is Jessica Herrera. Can I go to the next slide? So really, I think just to emphasize what Carrie had mentioned, we're working very diligently with the City and County's Office of Economic Development. We've partnered with the Chamber and the Hispanic Chamber, as well as numerous partner organizations, to connect a lot of our impacted businesses to the resources that are immediately available now and will be available in the foreseeable future. But as Carrie mentioned, there has been a number of surveys, one in particular that we launched in conjunction with the county and El Paso Chamber, of which we've been receiving various number of respondents already to date. Between the Hispanic Chamber and El Paso Chamber, we've gotten over 600 responses. We're seeing responses across the board from industry sectors. Those that are mostly impacted, of course, is our service industry, the restaurant and hotel chains. We've also been in communication with a lot of the real estate community as well, to address some of the needs that they're going to be able to do in order to respond to some of the rents and some of the areas that they could defer in assisting as well with their tenants. You've seen that a significant number have had really significant impact. We are in conjunction with the county and with other partner organizations. We've published a number of toolkits. We've called them resilience toolkits. We do have those documents available in both in English and Spanish. IT, if we could get to the next slide. Those toolkits, again, are important to get out to each of your constituents, to businesses that are calling for needs to know where to go, who to call, how to get a lot of these services. Again, keep in mind that many of these businesses, even though they're not able to go in public and secure these services in person, they could do so via websites, in communication with a lot of these virtual webinars that a number of our organizations are doing. I know the Hispanic Chamber is hosting a number of webinars, as well as the El Paso Chamber. We've launched a number of Facebook Lives, as well as other efforts to get the word out. This process is going to be ongoing, and we're going to need to also understand how to navigate through the SBA and then through other programs that we're going to be launching today. We do have a lot of these toolkits available on our website on epstrong.org, but we also have them available via our partner organizations, including our counterparts in Ciudad Juarez as well. Next slide. keep in mind too that we've been in constant communication. What we're doing is the Hotel and Lodging Association, just to give you an example, they've reached out to several of our council reps, and we've gotten pretty close contact with them about understanding the impact that this is going to have to their hotel occupancy. But keep in mind, several of these hotels also have economic development agreements with us, incentive agreements. So what we've done is that we've taken a look at our portfolio, and we're reaching out to all of these companies, understanding that we're going to have to be flexible and then come back and address any amendments that we're going to need to in order for these companies to be able to still be held to comply with the new criteria that they're going to have to be facing now. So we are in constant communication with them. I wanted to just give you an example. The Medical Center of the Americas launched a medical supply chain task force. They're also launching a survey that's ongoing right now with our medical device manufacturing sector on both El Paso and Juarez to assess what areas this sector can provide in terms of providing some of the medical equipment needs that we will be needing. The Fab Lab in Juarez, there's a Fab Lab here in El Paso. Just to give you an example, they've been working with numerous organizations. They've also reached out to our UTEP Keck Center for 3D printing for a lot of the face masks. That's just an example of just a lot of these creative efforts that we're doing to connect our business community with a lot of the numerous organizations that are out there. We're also working closely with the Texas Restaurant Association, understanding what needs and resources they're going to have across the state that then we can connect them to our local restaurant association, because we do know that this is a sector that's also going to be significantly impacted. Next slide. A number of the next steps that we're doing now to just address and to what the city manager provided in terms of a long-term strategy is we will be bringing to you here in the next item a program that we're going to be partnering with Lift Fund and the county. The county is also taking this to their commissioner's court today for approval, and this will provide at least some bit of emergency relief to a lot of these businesses that are impacted both through grants and through zero interest loans. We're also putting together between our organizations across the board regionally a long-term strategy to really understand what other communities and other states are doing with regards to putting resources locally and leveraging resources federally and from the state as well to help assess the businesses once restrictions are lifted. We're going to need to take a look at really a redefined kind of business retention and expansion program that's really going to have to address some of those immediate needs between now and over the next year or two. Any questions?
We're going to cover all questions at the end for all presentations.
And that concludes our slides, sir.
So that concludes all presentations. This is an action item to amend the budget resolution for the fiscal year 2020. And as I mentioned, there's two items on there that we're asking for to be amended. One is the ability to do budget transfers between departments exceeding 50,000, and then two, to suspend the 6.6 million currently dedicated for residential street maintenance.
All right, we have, I have Representative Rivera, Representative Vanello, Representative Schwartzbein, Representative Hernandez, and Representative Lizarraga in the queue in that order. So let's start with Representative Rivera, please.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mayor. Oh, Robert, my question to you is on that 6.6 million, and it's coming from the street funds that's designated from the street funds itself. What do you project as far as a, how shall we say, catch-up time? When are we going to get, how much further behind are we going to get on streets?
I think that may be a question for Sam. However, what we're looking to do, as city manager and myself mentioned during our parts of the presentation, is not only figuring out how we're going to balance this fiscal year of that 6.5% reduction we're looking at, but also how going forward into the next fiscal year, what resources do we have available to help offset the impact of next year.
And I noticed that it's going into the purchase of additional fire department replacement vehicles and the major capital equipment for the police department. Could you explain what the major capital equipment is? I hadn't heard that before.
So that's what was approved during this past fiscal year. So in August of 2019, you all approved $4 million for public safety capital. 2.7 of that went to the fire department for ambulances and fire trucks, and 1.3 went to the police department. Well, the police department, you may remember a few meetings ago, there was an item on the agenda, and that's actually going to replace their APHIS system.
Oh, okay.
And so they've already they've already encumbered those funds, and so we won't be able to tap into that 1.3. The 2.7, the fire department is already in the process because of their lead time in order to purchase those fire trucks. So as soon as that money was allocated as part of the budget, they're already moving. They've already encumbered those funds as well. So right now, the 6.6 million is what's available. None of that has been spent. And so the recommendation is for us to suspend that program at least for a year.
Okay. All right. Thanks. Thanks for reminding me on that. Other than that, I'll reserve myself for later, sir, if I have another question. Thank you, Mayor.
Representative Anello?
Yeah, first I have some questions for Chief D'Agostino, and then I have some questions for Robert. So my first question to Chief D'Agostino is, I believe the entire council received an email from BNHR. I don't know if you've been able to see that. I don't know if the chief is here, I can come back to him.
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, yeah, so I don't know if you saw that letter, but I also spoke with BNHR, and it was about a very specific event with one of their staff members, in which they were asked, again, their immigration status, and asked, even though they had a passport on hand when they went to get tested, they were asked for a license.
So the way that was working is they weren't not asking for nationality or anything. They were trying to identify the patient. It's part of getting patient IDs. So it was asking them for their information so we could validate who they were.
Okay, I worry that is going to deter a lot of people as soon as that question is asked. And again, we want to get as many people who may be positive tested and quarantined. So I think that we should maybe work out a better way to do that maybe after the testing is done, because I've heard a lot of concern about that.
I understand completely, but as they go through the line, they have to be ID'd to make sure we're giving the test to the right person.
And if they don't have identification?
If they're in the line, they're either first responder or healthcare professional, or they're those over 65 with the fever. So they've already been identified. They've already gone to their doctor. They've already got a doctor's order. It's just verifying that it is who they say they are as they get to the line.
But they might not have identification, right? I mean, someone can go to a doctor, get a doctor's referral, and not have a driver's license.
Understandable. I'm not sure if they were stuck on a driver's license or a utility bill or something to validate who they were. I'll have to follow up and I'll get back to you on that one.
Yeah, please do. I'm still going to ask the question. I do not have a primary care doctor. I've heard a lot of people say, I'm sick, I can't afford a doctor, I don't have insurance. What is our recommendation to them?
For those, we're still recommending they go through 211. 211 has referrals for other social services and clinics that give those who have no insurance or no medical provider that they can give them those needs, meet those needs.
Okay, thank you.
And Ms. Anello, this is Tommy Gonzalez. I know I've had at least 2 or 3 folks that have directly called me, and we've gotten them in contact with the right personnel in order to get them tested. And they didn't have insurance. So we are working as diligently as possible with all the folks that we come in contact with.
Okay, thanks. And I know we spoke at the last council meeting about making sure we're getting that message that your immigration status is not key to being tested. I haven't seen that message out anywhere. So if we could maybe, I don't know what the sensitive way to do that is, but getting it done ASAP, especially after these Facebook messages by several people have gone out.
We will have the chief address that.
Okay, thanks.
Representative Schwarzbein?
No, I still have questions for Robert.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, that was just the first section. Okay, Robert, a lot of questions about your presentation. So with Sun Metro, I know that safety is paramount at this moment. I know, the trolley is not operating based on kind of the quarantine order that we're under. But looking at when we're going to try to get those routes back in service, I know that in the federal stimulus package that was passed last week, there was $25 billion set aside for local transit authorities. I don't know what the process of obtaining those dollars is, but I would like to know what the city's doing to reach out for them and to get our services back on the road.
So Monica Lombardi is on the line as well, and so she can speak to the routes in particular. And so basically what they're doing right now is, one, because of the waived fees right now, is basically going to essential only type of service. And so it's important that we're making adjustments across the board, not only on the general fund, but our enterprise funds as well. So Sun Metro relies heavily on sales tax, which I just referenced. We're going to see a sharp decline on sales tax revenue. And on top of that, with the waiving of the fees, that's just additional impact that Sun Metro is going to face. And so it's important that we're making these adjustments as to when they're going to come back. I think it's all dependent upon when this crisis is over and when we can start trying to get back to normal and start to recover. One of the things I'll point out with Sun Metro, though, that was a great benefit and will help them this fiscal year was their federal fuel tax credit. And so one of the things we did when we developed the budget for them was there was always so much uncertainty about whether or not that was going to get approved in the federal budget. So Sun Metro did not budget that this year. Well, they ended up actually getting that award, and so it was over $2 million of additional funding that they had not accounted for in their budget. So that will help them going forward, help offset some of the impact. But I'll let Monica, if she wants to chime in, to talk about when those routes may be readjusted back to normal.
Yeah, thank you, Robert. Representative Anello, remember that the routes were cut because of the fact that we need to make sure that people are staying, that people that they're only going out for essential businesses or for essential needs, which is to get groceries, healthcare, or go to work, where they're employed, that there are essential services. So the cutback in terms of services is that we reduce the amount of interaction between all of us, because we can see that a lot of people are still going out, and it isn't for just essential services. We also did it to protect our drivers. That is why we implemented the free fare. We did that so that passengers, with the exception of those that are in wheelchairs or need assistance, that they can enter through the back. So the funding that is available in the CARES Act, much like is available for airports, transit, it's available so that the mass transit agencies are able to remain, in terms of their funding, they can cover expenses that they're encountering because they're still having to employ people, right, and still having to run some routes. And it's so that we're able to cover that. That's what those funds are for, not necessarily to bring back additional routes.
Okay, thank you for that.
I would like to add too that whenever I made my comments earlier, I said that some of these decisions are going to be impacted because of health reasons or financial reasons. The health will precipitate financial impacts because if the health reasons are not allowing us to have people ride as often or as many as people that were doing it before, it obviously is going to have a financial impact. So I just want to have y'all to keep that in mind, that some of these decisions are really being driven by the disease, not necessarily we're just cutting something just for the sake of cutting it.
Sure. My next question is about the 2012 Quality of Life Bond projects. I don't know if that's Robert or Sam. I think that's a great step forward. I think, a lot of these projects have been under budgeted. When you're looking at them, kind of suspending these projects, can you give us a list of the ones that you have in mind?
Yeah, Representative Sam Rodriguez, City Engineer. We're going to be going through a very detailed analysis on a project-by-project basis, and we'll be reporting back to Council any amendments to the programs to include the quality of life. So you'll see exactly which ones we're recommending and which ones we recommend to move forward, which ones we recommend to be suspended, or again, in certain cases, we recommend certain projects to be deleted from the programs themselves. But that's the process that we're going to start, that we've been already undertaking, and you should be seeing updates regularly to Council as we make these decisions moving forward.
Well, yeah, and I would fully support that. I think any project that has not been funded in design, even if partial bonds have been sold, which can be refunded, at this point moving forward are considered to be deleted. That would be my interest. My next question is, in the projects that were in the 2020 capital plan that council approved, those were done so in a way that they were funded in a way that they have to be completed by a certain date, correct?
So each of the capital programs, we presented a rollout or an execution to these programs. We started on multiple 2020 capital plans already. The quarterly update that you'll see here, I think it's item number 5 or number 7, will show you the list of all those projects that are already underway in the various phases of the projects. And so none of the projects, aside from the 2012 CIP that I'm recommending that we continue to push those through because it's on the tail end of that program. The rest of the funding programs, we're going to work very closely with OMP and Robert to see how much money has been borrowed against those funds, so that we can prioritize what's going to continue to move forward, and then any amendments again we'll be bringing back to council, either as notifications that they're being suspended until we figure out additional funding allocations, or completely deleted some of these projects from these plans.
Even from the 2012 capital plan?
I'm sorry?
You're even considering deleting some from the 2020 capital plan?
Again, I'm not going to tell you specifically which projects we're recommending or not to delete from that. We're going to look at the financial capacity that we have at hand and which projects we really need to push forward. I could tell you, off the top of my head, as an example, the 2020 capital plan had lights, sports field lights at replacement for some of the lights that have been taken down in some of the sports fields. My initial recommendation would be that we hold those projects up because I would rather replace a roof than put up a light that, it's not as essential as a roof on one of our facilities. So that's the type of analysis that we're going to go through and that we'll be making recommendations to council on.
Okay. I would say, in addition to other things on the presentation, I'm not in agreement with canceling the police academy. I think public safety is still paramount. I think we've worked really hard to get there. Robert, I would also ask if you could get us numbers on what a salary reduction would look like, a 2.5% salary reduction for the top 10 paid employees at the city. I'd like to know what that savings would look like when we're in dire need. And then for the action items, with the budget transfers, how long are we looking at putting that in place for?
We haven't set a timeline, so my recommendation of what we're asking for is at least for this fiscal year, because what may end up happening is we identify savings now. However, we want to have the flexibility to continue to identify savings throughout the rest of this fiscal year and continue to make those transfers as we identify them.
Sure, then I would be comfortable supporting it if we had that language in there, and then we could revisit it at the end of the fiscal year if it needed to continue. I would also ask that if that was to be approved, would there still be just general updates at a council meeting on maybe some of those transfers that did happen, just so even though we're not slowing down the process, we are aware of what's taking place. So those are my 2 things on that. And with the street money, I mean, I'm just not comfortable with that at this time. I think streets and public safety have been the #1 issue in the city, and I think they are so very important to the community, and I think they're very important to the council. And so for me, I'm not going to be supporting number 2.
Well, if I could address one of your comments about the timeline. And so what you're taking action on is amending the fiscal year 2020 budget resolution, which ends August 31st. And so that's the action we're asking for. And so.
Okay, so it says that. Okay.
Yes, ma'am. Yes,
okay,
ma'am.
great.
The amendment is for, right. The amendment is for the fiscal year 2020 budget resolution.
And do you think, you would probably not know this off the top of your head, but how much money we could wield with that 2.5% reduction? And when do you think you could get us those numbers from?
I've actually looked at several different scenarios, so I'll present that to the city manager. I will tell you that it's not going to journey as much as you might think.
I mean, every dollar counts at this point. Yeah, absolutely.
Well, but council, I just want to remind y'all, I mean, that's why you have us as staff. I mean, we were already working on these things ahead of time. A lot of these recommendations that we have in front of you represent over 6%. That's our goal of over 6% in terms of reductions. And it's, like I said, it's based on and driven by either the disease or financial. Well, it's all driven by the disease, because whether it's less people in facilities or facilities being closed altogether, and the financial adjustment that will make, whether it's the service not being provided, positions not needed, in terms of if we don't need seasonal positions, we don't need to hire for those positions. So we will be coming to you with those adjustments as we are today if we need to do any additional ones. If the council is going to just pick and choose what they want to do, then you don't need us as staff.
Well, I don't think that's true, and I'm sorry, but I think that's what we're here for. And Robert, since you said you have done a few different scenarios, I would love as a council member to be able to see those, because you probably have a lot more creative with this and know the ins and outs better than I do. And so I would like to see those scenarios. And just going back to the 2012 bond projects, we're looking at a project like the MPC that has been in litigation for years at this point, and really looking at dollars we're saving there with a project that has already been estimated over budget, and how we're saving there by deleting that project. Thank you.
So if I can, just as a reminder, so with the issuance that we did this past February, we've issued all of the bonds now related to Proposition 1. Proposition 2, which is the signature projects, which is primarily the MPC project. Back in 2016, there was quite a bit of money that was issued for Proposition 2, in particular for the MPC. And so there's no need at this point in time to issue any additional bonds, I would say for at least the next year, maybe 2 years, related to Proposition 2 and the quality of life, in particular for the MPC project.
But it is costing us in litigation.
It is, yes, it is.
Okay. Great, yeah, if you could just get us those numbers, Robert, I really appreciate that. Thank you.
What numbers exactly were you after?
The 2.5% reduction, and then anything else that he's worked on that he thought was not a good idea or could be a good idea really in the future if it really does get more dire than it is right now.
So the 2.5% for who in particular?
I would say the top 10% paid employees, and then maybe employees that make over about $125,000.
Representative Schwartzbein.
Thank you, Mayor. This is Mayor Pro Tem Schwartzbein. Thank you again for the 5 presentations back to back. So I'll try to summarize and bring up some of the questions from my notes from there. So there's 2 requested actions that were being requested today. The budget resolution item number 5 to suspend the requirements for council approval of budget transfers between departments exceeding $50,000. Is that correct?
Yes.
And then the second item is budget resolution item number 61 to suspend the $6.6 million for residential street maintenance. Correct?
Yes, sir. That's including the presentation.
Okay, so in terms of the second item, where would that money be going to?
We'd put that money into the general fund to help offset the deficit for this year, and potentially use some of that, once we identify all of the additional savings, potentially use that to help offset impact from next year as well.
Do we know specifically where the money would go to at this point?
It would go to the general fund.
Do we know what in the general fund that it would be used for?
It would go to the general fund to provide the essential services that we're providing, the over 200 plus services, which have obviously been reduced. But it would go to help fund things such as police, fire, street operations. Those are continuing.
Okay.
Salaries. Those salaries, we also have a police academy that's currently in place. And so that's what that general fund dollars, those general fund dollars would go to support.
We don't know specifically what projects, nor would we have any oversight over from council.
General fund operations, which 60% of the budget, which we talk about a lot, 60% of the budget is police and fire. Or if you look at it as 3/4 of our total budget goes for employee personnel costs, so salaries, benefits, and taxes. So that's 3/4 of our budget. So it's continuing to fund the paychecks for the employees, 6,000 plus employees that we have on our payroll.
Would the first item, budget resolution item number 5, limit the oversight that council would have in terms of these budget transfers between departments? Would we have any oversight over that?
What we can do, so Representative Vanilla brought up a point, what we can do is we can bring back the list, and we will. I mean, we have planned on doing it, the list of reductions that we are identifying within each of the departments. I didn't want to personally have to bring a budget transfer now, have to do another one in 2 weeks, and then another one in another 2 weeks. That may be a 4,000 line budget transfer. It's a very minute, we're talking about 10,000 different line items in all of the city departments. And so I think what's important is for you all to understand the impacts, and we'll definitely provide you all with where we're identifying savings in each of the departments.
Yeah, and I understand that, and you know, the thing about it is that the council and management need to work together, and it's not about not allowing somebody to do their job or not do their job, but it's a question of oversight and making sure that we're all in these decisions together. And I would just be concerned about having items that we don't necessarily have the oversight. And I understand there's a lot of items that we don't already have oversight on, but I think that's something that brings concern, at least to me and probably to other council members as well. One of the other questions I had, and this might be to Sam, but when we're talking about suspending or deleting quality of life projects, does council approve that, or are you guys doing that unilaterally?
It does not, Representative, we don't do that unilaterally. The programs are approved by City Council, including the rollout of these programs. And so any modifications that we do to, whether it's the quality of life, the 2017, 18, 19, or 20 capital plans, if we're going to delete projects, we're going to be bringing them to council for approval. If we're going to suspend projects, we will bring that for notation to council, because they're not formally being deleted. They're being suspended until a future date. But either way, our intent is to go through a thorough analysis with O&B controllers, as well as the operations side, and make sure that we present a good recommendation to council on these programs.
In terms of judgment and criteria for these projects to see which ones make more sense to delete, to suspend, to augment, what are the priorities being given? What can be done, the size of them, where, you know, the price of them? What can you help us understand kind of what y'all are thinking about when you're looking at these projects?
Absolutely. I think safety will be a number one. Operation continuity will be another one. I could tell you that projects that are going to cause a significant increase in the operation costs moving forward, we'll have good discussions with the city manager, Robert, and the department that will be affected. Thinking along those lines of new facilities, such as, to give you an example, like the Eastside Regional Park Phase 2 is going to be adding 3 flat fields, playground, lighting, additional. That's going to cause a significant impact in the operation cost. Eastside Sports Complex is bringing out on an additional 8 flat fields. The water costs on these facilities, the Joey Barraza and Vino is adding, I believe, 4 flat fields in the dog park. The operational impacts to these facilities, if we build them, is going to be significant in fiscal years 22 and 23. And so those are the kind of decisions and analysis that we have to work with very closely with Robert to make sure that we provide good recommendations to council. In certain cases, it may not be to delete the projects, but to postpone and to make sure that we have good financial analysis as to how we're going to be absorbing the operation costs.
Are we looking at value engineering any potential projects that are along the pipelines?
So there's the value engineering we automatically do. We try to get the project to meet the objectives of each of the projects as cost effectively as possible. And so that's already happening, that's already part of our process. And so it really comes down to, do we need the project? Do we need to do the project right now? And do we have the funds for it? And if we don't, how are we gonna project it and program it for future years?
So I guess the question would be,
I would like to make one point on what Sam said. I just want council to understand, we're not saying we're deleting these projects. We're simply saying that because of COVID-19, that there's certain steps we have to take, and it doesn't make sense to open up a facility if we're practicing social distancing. Makes no sense whatsoever. So in terms of when you say which ones are we deciding on, is being decided for us. So it's not as if we're just picking and choosing. It's based on the reaction to the national, state, and local mandates with regard to social distancing. As I said before, a lot of this is being driven by COVID-19. I mean, it's pretty obvious it's being driven by that. You know, picking and choosing projects is a mistake. I think that what we need to do is follow the health authority directives and ensure that we're taking the appropriate steps in order to protect the safety of our community.
And sir, to that, I'll add, what we're looking at is the financial capacity as well for us. So how much money we've borrowed and we have on hand to complete the projects that we have in our program, that's the analysis that I'm focusing on as well, in addition to what you just stated, the projects that are about to complete or we're about to start that are not going to be able to open up. So it's an analysis of both, but either way, this analysis will be presented to council here for the next council meetings.
Yeah, I guess, you know, the question I'm trying to understand is, are we looking at suspending, say, like you're talking about 3 flat fields with the Eastside Regional? Would the discussion be about suspending those 3 fields? Would the discussion be about, rather than doing 3 fields, you do 1 field in the next whatever time? I mean, those are the things that I'm asking questions to understand, to try to get a sense, to inform myself about what are some of the thinking that's going on operationally and through management. And I'm doing this with the utmost amount of respect from the decades of experience that is there within our management team with the city of El Paso. But I'm trying to understand the thought process.
We still want to maintain the goals that the council has for this community. We do not want to compromise that. In particular, when it deals with quality of life and streets and public safety in relation to the neighborhoods and what's important to our community. So like what you talked about in terms of 1 field or 3 fields, I would simply say that we're looking at suspending those kinds of operations. And then when we are past the COVID-19 time frame, that we want to come back and do those just like the council committed to doing it for the community, just like what was promised. We're not looking to shortchange anything that was promised before, whether it's a community center, whether it's a park. So I want to just be very clear that we're talking about suspending these items. I know that there's some that have talked to the community and different people have different thoughts about specific projects that they want to stop altogether. That's a council decision. We won't be making those decisions. That would be something the council decides on whether they want to do. If 1 or 2 council members want to do something, if you don't have the requisite number of people on the council to make a decision one way or the other, it's not going to change. It's going to depend on what the body wants, and we'll execute that. But to your point, Mayor Pro Tem, my thought process, our thought process as a team is to suspend certain items based on the disease, and to follow through what we committed to doing for the community. So it would just be suspending this in time. If we do any adjustments to any of the other things that we've been talking about, again, we're talking about suspending them and coming back and doing them right.
Okay. I do ask those questions with the utmost of respect. In terms of the budget resolution, item number 5, in terms of looking at transfers between departments exceeding $50,000, is there a sort of preliminary idea of kind of looking at which departments for those transfers, kind of, again, what is the sort of thought process guiding those decisions?
So as I mentioned, the budget staff is working very closely with every one of the departments to identify those savings. A majority of those savings, I'll point out, is going to come from current vacancies. As I mentioned, that's 3/4 of our budget. So identifying those departments that have current vacancies. I talked about the hiring freeze for the non-essential positions. And so we'll identify what that savings amount is, and we're going to be sweeping that. So essentially, we're going to be reducing their budget and putting that into the non-departmental. We're going to look at things such as materials. We're going to be looking at things such as existing contracts where we could possibly reduce those contracts, but that's going to require some analyzing those contracts to make sure we have the legal authority to reduce those contracts.
And any of these questions with the overall workforce capacity or any of these cuts, they wouldn't need a council update to approve or to be made aware?
What we're asking for is flexibility. I mean, the city manager talks about how all of this is happening in real time. Well, we want to make sure that we're, one, being prudent in what we're recommending as far as reductions. But then two, we're not going to surprise the departments. We're working very closely, as I mentioned. There's a lot of trust between the city leadership and the departments to make sure that what we're recommending is in the best interest of the organization. I talked about the 6,000 plus employees that we have. And so our intent and our strategy is to do everything we can to bring forward recommendations to the council in order to protect those employees. So as you've heard, no mention of layoffs, you've heard no mention of RIFs, no mention of furloughs. None of that's being presented and none of that's being recommended at this time. And so what we're asking for is flexibility to go through each of the departments, analyze account by account, working with them, identifying savings, again, that's non-essential, in order to address the deficit that we know we're going to have in this fiscal year. All we're asking for is flexibility. The bi-weekly council meetings would present a little bit of an issue. I mean, we're trying to be as much as possible being proactive and making these adjustments. And like I said, if we identify savings this week or next week, we don't want to run into an issue where we're having to wait 2 weeks or a month in order to be able to do a transfer, in order to, again, have that internal control on spending throughout the city.
Are we looking at deeming or moving entire departments as non-essential? In terms of cuts or savings?
No, we're not. No, we're not.
Okay, because I know that not every department is created equal, and they function in different capacities. And I understand that we are not at all at a normal right now.
Well, I don't think that, to your point about we do have experienced staff. We don't want to go from 100 to 0. We don't think that's prudent. We don't think that's fiscally responsible. And we really want to do this adjustment pursuant to how we've done everything else with the council, based on your strategic plan, based on the goals and objectives. Whenever we show you those slides, I know sometimes those are boring slides. Council's heard it before, but that's what's kept us focused. The data, us being driven by data, I think all of you get frustrated with it, but then you also all get heartened with it as well, because you see that your projects get done because we do follow the data. We do pay attention to it, and you all then throw that back to us and say, hey, the data says this, shouldn't you do that? And so when we make these adjustments, we're making them strategically. We're not going wholesale annihilating scorched earth certain departments. We're not doing that. Now, we have made clear police and fire, streets, those are priorities. They are. When you look at incorporating a city, it does not include the quality of life things that are very important to our community. But because social distancing aligns itself with these decisions that we're making, it's just common sense. So a lot of what we're doing is being driven by that. So we believe that the adjustments we're making will meet what we need to meet in terms of this impact and the financial impact it's going to have. If we need additional and need to make additional adjustments, we will. With all due respect to the council, when I said what I said earlier, I didn't mean that with any lack of respect at all whatsoever. What I simply meant was that y'all should lean on us to come up with these different suggestions. We absolutely want to present them to you and share them with you. You are the ultimate decision makers. We've never said any different than that. I know this can become very frustrating because we're not face-to-face with y'all. We are face-to-face digitally, but I know it's difficult. It has been for us to not be able to sit down with you and visit with you and brief y'all like we typically do. And so it might seem like the information is coming from all angles and y'all don't have the time you typically have in the past. But that's the reason I have repeatedly said that we need to manage our expectations. And by that, I mean all of the above. I mean how we communicate with you, and which we're not going to like, shrimp on that. We're not going to like say scrimp on that really and say we're not going to do that anymore. It's just that it's coming so fast. We want to be able to make adjustments to it so that council is pleased with the adjustments, that they can feel that we're being proactive and that you're not having to react to certain things. I feel that the council right now is pretty comfortable in how we've made adjustments. We've gotten information to you as quickly as possible. I know some of you have mentioned certain things about different things in terms of communication or different issues, but it just points to the fact that it's coming really fast. We know that there's high expectations for us. We have them for ourselves, and we aspire to meet those expectations council has as well, and we respect those expectations. And also the fact that you absolutely are the final say on these budget recommendations, but you do have a very able staff that's come up with a very good plan, and very aggressive in terms of the 6.5% that we're shooting for. And because we made a lot of the adjustments early on, we're in a very good position. And the council was very forward thinking in the adjustments before this happened that you approved, like the rate stabilization fund that we mentioned already. And some of the other adjustments that y'all did in last year's budget, where y'all went to the effective tax rate. So there was a lot of things that council has already done. It's put us in a very good position. It's just that we don't know the extent of the damage this disease is going to have, not only from a community health perspective, which is the most important thing. Life is the most important thing that for us as humans. But then the secondary impact as to our operations, and then the tertiary would be the financial impact that we have to account for.
Yeah, so again, I have a number of other things that aren't related to that because we had 5 presentations in a row, but I guess just to wrap this one up, I guess if there's a way that we can get these updates about kind of what transfers or what kind of cuts we're looking at with the departments, I don't know if that's a management update that can go on, but just so that we have awareness of it as well, I think would be helpful. I don't know if we're talking about either freezing positions or eliminating positions, but that would be something there. And I guess this is part of what I also, too, is that when we had the red cuts and the yellow cuts from the previous budget session, are we using those to model some of these things we're looking at?
I would say the recommendations we have in place right now are financially prudent, and they should hopefully get us through to meet that deficit. So putting in place the hiring freeze on the non-essential positions is going to be a tremendous help through the rest of the fiscal year. Being able to use the $6.6 million from the streets, we agree it's a priority. We know that streets has been the #1 priority for this council. However, we're in a position where we need to be able to use those dollars to be able to fund, as I mentioned, police, fire, streets, all of the city employees' paychecks, the 6,000 plus employees. We need to be able to have those tools, those resources available in order to be able to address this challenge. But definitely, we will come back and we will give you updates as we've done all throughout the last 5 years. I mean, we'll continue to keep you all in the loop and make sure that there's no surprises with any of the reductions we're making.
Okay. To go a different way, and thank you again for that, Robert, and thank you again, City Manager.
Correspondent, could I make a request that you move as quickly as you can? There are 4 others that will speak.
I understand that, but you wanted to do it till the end, so there was not do it by section. So I just one other section. I understand I've probably been speaking for a while. I apologize. So I'll try to be as succinct as I can. The question for the budget for the food banks, that's being matched by the county, correct?
Yes, sir.
We believe so.
Okay. So where was that number of 100,000?
So is the $1 million for the LIFT fund. We believe that's being matched as well. We actually coordinated with the county on both those issues.
How is the $100,000 for the food bank? How that number was surmised, came about?
So that number came about as a result of conversations with the food bank in terms of immediate need and a match to what the county has already allocated. We know that it's going to go directly to the procurement of additional supplies and food to keep the food bank operating.
Okay. Yeah, because I think that as the days and the weeks and God forbid the months of this continue, the food bank is going to be a more and more essential resource for our community. And so I just wonder if 100,000, even with the match, is even enough to start where we are now. But if we can look at how to support it moving forward even further, that's something I think that management and your department, Nicole, should be looking at, is what we can do. And then also be aggressive in looking at if there's any other outside groups to apply for grants on the state, federal, philanthropic, nonprofit level as well. Yes. Different institutes or philanthropic groups.
We actually got a list of nonprofit opportunities that I sent over to Nicole, and I also sent over to the budget office and to the chambers to share that with the nonprofits. Nicole's in the process of doing that. Okay. The new stimulus package does have dollars set aside for this as well. And if we go forward with this, which we plan to as a staff, because that's going to be a interlocal agreement, we plan on attempting to try to get that recovered in what we submit for COVID costs.
Okay. Yeah, because I think they're really, sooner than later, we're going to see that need just really continue to grow and grow. The other question I had was relating towards the shelters. I think a number of our offices were reached out to by some of the different shelters in town. Yes. With help from the city. I know that we're at a new normal, but we know that COVID-19 does not discriminate. It doesn't make a difference if you're in a prison, if you're in a McMansion, if you're in a gated community, if you're in the upper or lower valley or anywhere in between. And so the issues that would arise in some of the shelters we have would affect the public health of all of us. And so I'm kind of curious about what we're doing in terms of supporting them, because they do a lot of the work that would be done as well.
Absolutely. So that's part of why we've brought all of the agencies that provide services, particularly to the homeless, together so that we can better understand what the need is. One thing that we've established is that the worst thing we can do is push out precious resources when we're not clear as to what part of the problem they're actually addressing. And that's what the task force is intended to do, is to leverage resources across both public, philanthropic, and nonprofit agencies so that we can address the problem directly and specifically and in a targeted way. And so we are working with those folks. We're identifying the needs of the shelters. Currently, to my understanding, there haven't been any identified cases in the shelters, but we're constantly in contact also with the Office of Emergency Management on that issue. And so we are all over supporting those folks in this time.
So I know you have the Opportunity Center that's doing a lot of work, and they really don't, they let everybody in. What is our relationship with them right now? What is the kind of contact we're having with them?
So I've been in contact with the Opportunity Center regularly over the last 2 weeks. They are a key part of the task force that we formed right now. We've really been leaning on the Opportunity Center, the Rescue Mission, and the Salvation Army, as well as Annunciation House, to guide us in terms of what that need is, because they are on the front lines right now. So I would say our relationship is very good and it's very active right now.
Nicole, would you be able to share with the council kind of like what they've been reporting their needs are and what we've been doing? That would be really great to have as a memo or as an email.
Sure, I can get back that information, sir.
Okay, and then these probably the last questions that I have are probably related to Mario, and thank you again for your questions there. Mario, you talked about how violators of these emergency orders are supposed to be reported. Can you again, for the benefit of the council and the public, talk about how people should report if they see a house party going on, or they see people, hanging out in a patio of a restaurant or that sort of thing?
So in general, the quick one for that is 311. They can process it through 311, and they'll notify the COVID task force so they can get up and running on those incidents. We've seen hundreds of notifications last week. We were trying to tie them all through 211 as well, and it was kind of bogging the system. So we've been announcing everywhere. Any one of the hotlines should be able to put you into the COVID. You can also do it through the app, the 311 app. You can put in any violations, suggest you can put in your request there. It'll go straight to the team so they can track compliance.
Okay, and speaking of compliance, there was a report that we got a big fat F with our community. We have one of the lowest compliances as a city. I'm not sure if you read that. I'm sure you're reading and doing a lot, but what can we do to get better compliance there? I mean, I think we're all of us that are taking this seriously are still looking around and amazed at the amount of cars and other activity that people are doing, which endangers all of us. And so do you have any ideas of what we can do to try to encourage better compliance?
And that's exactly it. And it's about being a neighbor. It's being the El Paso strong. It's about sticking together and controlling that. If we go to the store for your neighbor. Do the neighborly deed. Pick up your supplies for your grandmother, for your children, for your family. Drop them off as you're going. Taking the entire family, the entire clan to the grocery store or to a Walmart right now is not the proper way to be doing it. We need to each take responsibility on ourselves. As far as enforcement, we'll continue to enforce. As far as the health directives that he's reviewing and developing, it's probably going to have stricter guidance. And it's because we're not all following it. Some people are doing really well with their social distancing. Others are ignoring it. Like you said, you see a lot of cars on the road. You can see people crowded up at certain places in town. It's that part that we all have to come up together as a community and everybody do their part.
I know that when after August 3rd, there was a number of some of the larger retailers had hired officers or placed officers at the fronts of their stores. We know that there's large family units that are going to shop together. Is there any way that we can have a look at working with these retailers to work with our officers to limit the amount of people from a household entering into these grocery stores? Because these grocery stores, these Targets, these Walmarts are one of the few places that are open. They're probably going to remain open, however, this emergency continues. And until we have somebody telling people, hey, only one of you can come in, people are still going to be abusing it because of whatever nonsense they believe that isn't based on data, that isn't based on science, that isn't based on what we've seen happen in communities around this world who are dealing with this emergency pandemic. And so, I mean, is there something that we can look at? And maybe this is a question for the city manager as well, and our public health director, about trying to enforce some of this compliance when it comes towards these public places that could be breeding grounds for this virus.
That's exactly it. And so there are some stores that are doing really good. So we're setting up the guidance so we can give it to everyone. And that's kind of the steps we want to look at doing throughout the community. And so some stores have identified, they put up a plexiglass shield between the customer and the cashier. They put tape on the floor to keep that social distancing, and you should stand on the little X while you're waiting in line. Those are proactive things that they're doing. Now, on the outside of some of these stores, you can see where they're having them line up and they're keeping them out there. That's the next step. We need to make sure they put those same markings outside so they're not all piled up together. And people just need to, again, it falls on the public. Short of martial law, you need people to just be responsible for themselves and keep that. I think the stats that are coming out, the climb in numbers as we're seeing it, I think that I would hope that helps the public understand the necessity to keep the social distancing. But other than that, all we can do is keep up with the compliance, sir.
We can't require, I understand the encouragement and the guidelines. I guess enforcement is something that myself and I think a lot of members of our community are starting to ask is, what can we do to enforce? And I know that we're limited with officers and everything like that, but I mean, is there an ability to limit how many people enter per household into some of these private grocery stores or supermarkets? That might even be a legal question to answer, but I think these are some of the things we need to be looking at.
Hey, Mr. Schwartz, on the limiting of the family members, it's hard to do. I'm telling everybody, be socially responsible, pick up supplies for your neighbors, for your friends, drop it off at their houses for them. But then there's some people who are single parents, so they have no one else to take care of those kids or something, and so they do have to go. So it's kind of hard to put those limits on the store at that point. But we are considering how we can address all of those. I think a big PIO campaign, a big public and social media campaign to keep everyone advised on these recommendations. I think that's the best we can do.
Okay, and then
Mr. Bond, also, I would tell you that the same number of complaints you've received or not enough enforcement, we've received complaints on too much enforcement. So, this is a troubling issue that, as Mario has pointed out, we need people to comply for public safety purposes. So we've gotten complaints on both ends of it, that we're enforcing too much and that we're not enforcing enough. So I said from the very beginning that we don't have the resources to enforce it across, city and county for 1 million people in the area. And that it would be, when they see it, they'll go out and address it. But then there's 3 or 4 others that aren't complying. So I just, from the very beginning, the mayor and the judge put out that voluntary compliance is what is needed. We need people to act responsibly, and we are also enforcing it. And I know it because of the complaints we've gotten on too much enforcement. I understand you've gotten complaints on not enough of it, and then people have seen the errors. And whenever folks have reported it to us, we do assign it to our staff, and they do go out. Whether it was the bars in the beginning, I know you were very frustrated on some of the things you were noticing. We did report that. We did have the police department go out. The fire marshal's office was the one that was actually charged to go out there and make the proper notices to those businesses. So every complaint we receive is worked, and even though we may be skeleton crews depending on different COVID protocol, we still are responding to every complaint that we receive.
Yeah. No, I have little patience for people who are acting off of belief and aren't listening to the data and the science and the reality of the emergency we're on. And, as a whole, I understand that you're getting those. I've received those as well. But myself, and I think most of the city is operating based off of data, based off of science, and based off of the realities of the increased cases and the science behind a pandemic. And I encourage our city to act with that more than concerned about people who feel that they're being over-violated. All of our actions here are going to define how far this thing spreads in our community. And the final question I have, Mario, is you said
just to make sure we are taking it seriously, and we are enforcing, and we are working the issues as we get them. Just so you know it, just so the public can hear that. That is important, and that is paramount to us. So no, we're not concerned about if someone complains, because we're enforcing something that's in order in order to make it safe for our community. I just wanted you to hear that.
And safety of our community means that we can't just assume that people are just going to listen to these items. That we need to be as an institution as aggressive and proactive as possible. So again, I don't believe it's enough just to say playgrounds are closed. We need to let people know in as many ways as possible, including physical barricades, to help make that happen. And I know that we're discussing a lot of different things there, but those are the kind of actions that we need to do to people really understand what they can and can't be doing. And
Representative Schwartzman, there are 5 other members of the council that want to speak.
Okay, this is the last thing. Mario, you said there's 334 tested currently. That was from the health department?
That's correct, sir.
How many people from the private labs have been tested?
Now, I can only speak to the private labs through the drive-through. That was the other number I gave you. It was around 350 on Friday. So
Okay,
that's it. But there's other avenues that are getting into these private labs. So even the hospitals, the way the system is, if it's an admitted patient, they go to our lab. If it's someone in ICU, it goes to our lab. If it's anyone else on an outpatient basis, it goes to a private lab. And that's to ensure the stability of our healthcare system so we don't surge any hospital.
Okay, so I think moving forward, I think it's really important in terms of the daily COVID updates to also list the number of how many people have been tested in total, both through the health department and the private labs, to understand how many people have been tested in total in our community, and then how many tests are still left to be determined as well. Do we have a number for that as well?
That's where we cannot track. So what's being tested through the drive-through and going through the private labs, that's a partnership, a public-private partnership with the federal government, the state, us, and many private facilities and testing labs, that process, we only get the positive cases back. So I might be able to track the number of tests we're actually conducting, but that's all we're getting is the number of positives.
You don't know how many tests are still waiting.
I don't know how many are pending or anything. We find out positives or we get them. There's no way to check that off. Also, the numbers we'd be reporting would be extremely low for the number of tests going on in our community. Because like I said, the healthcare system is submitting a lot of tests. And I don't want people to think we're only done 700. We've done a lot in our community. We just don't have the ability to track them all.
As long as we know how many tests that we've been doing so far, how many positives there are, I think that's important. And then again, looking at down the road when we have people that are recovering but are still symptomatic and still can spread it, we need to be looking to at what we can do as a community to have a place for them as well, because that's something else that other communities have been looking at too. I really want to thank everybody for all the work that you're doing. It's really important, and thank you again for the patience from the City Council and the Mayor for letting me ask these important questions on behalf of this community. So thank you.
Representative Hernandez.
Thank you, Mayor. Couple of questions, Chief Agostino, since you've already been on. Is there any way that we can require that private doctors and private facilities are reporting if they have issued a diagnosis or a test for COVID-19 and that they report that back to the Public Health Department? Because this is the #1 complaint that I am receiving, that we are not testing enough, and it's making a lot of people panic. And so I think that maybe we, under our emergency orders, there might be an avenue to do that. Do you think?
So just the way the laws is, and since we're in a pandemic mode, they have to report their positive cases. So a lot of the cases we're reporting out of the Public Health Department, we didn't test those. Those are coming in from other avenues. We're getting report from either private labs, or through the physicians themselves or hospital system. So they have to report.
To clarify my request, not positive cases, but when they issue out a test, when they issue a test and when they send it in for testing through private labs.
That's an additional burden on the system. I don't believe we could dictate that from a private company, a private physician. I'd have to look into it, but like I said, that's just another task that we're going to add to them in an already difficult and busy time.
Well, if we're only doing 330 tests, I would venture to say that we do have the capacity to encourage physicians to report when they are testing so that we can keep real-time information. I think that physicians want to understand data. If anything, doctors and researchers want to look at this information very closely, especially how a city responds during a pandemic. So I think that it needs to be considered. I'm strongly encouraging you to look into that as well. Since the first case, I understand that patients who have contracted COVID-19 are in quarantine for 2 weeks. I think we've already surpassed the 2-week mark. Can you give an update on those who initially contracted the virus and if they've been retested to see if they're still positive?
The best I can share is we do keep daily contact with all the patients that we have so far, the persons who have contracted it. I don't believe they've gotten to the retest at this point yet.
I think that it's time to do that. It's time to do that because we have put these patients in quarantine. They're in complete isolation. I'm sure they're having a lot of anxiety and concerns. They need to be retested, and I think that we need to start doing that to make sure to see if there's even a need for them to stay quarantined.
Representative Hernandez?
Yes.
To your questions, those are very good questions. And we have talked to staff about those already. I personally asked Mario about that, I think either yesterday or the day before, about, how many people have survived it, and can we start reporting those numbers? I think the other question that I sat down and visited with him about is also the people in the queue, the numbers of tests that are in the queue. All of that is coordination and aggregation of data. We're working with all the hospital CEOs already. I would tell you that partnership and the partnership we've had with Fort Bliss and with the federal government, we were able to get what's called a reagent, which is part of the testing requirements, from a Friday, and we were able to get it on a Saturday. And so Kerry Weston, Mario D'Agostino, and our team just did a fantastic job of getting that lined up. So they do have those partnerships. I just want to assure you and the council that those partnerships are in place. And I think you're asking the right questions. And it's just a matter of the system becoming more sophisticated and the data being aggregated more effectively with all the partners that are in it. I do think there should be more partners. I think that I know that I got an email from you regarding some of those ideas. I think those are very good ideas and things that we need to grow on those concepts. And just so you know, they are being worked. I think Mario's being very careful in his responses to you, and that we don't want to overpromise and underdeliver. But those things are being worked at the present time, and it's, like we were saying about real time. If it gets done in 2 or 3 days or tomorrow, people may be excited about that, or might be thinking they should have been done 3 days ago. So we don't. Again, I think he's being very careful in his responses, but I don't want you to think that those aren't good ideas and aren't things that are already being worked.
Right, and communication is key here. Every citizen in this city, they're looking at us for answers. And so the more information that we give, the better that we are off. Transparency and trust with our constituents is critical at these times, especially when we have ordered them to stay home. Everyone is over scrutinizing every decision we make. Absolutely. And I think that we can improve on how we're communicating on that. But I just wanted to make sure that we don't forget those who've already contracted the virus and how we're responding to their needs, and making sure that they're not just another number, but that we're following up on making sure that we're retested to see if they're still symptomatic or if they still have the virus.
And on the area of communication, there's a lot of things that we've got on social media, that we have on Facebook, that we have on the website. Yes. There's a lot of things I've sent to the council that I've pushed out to staff to put on the website, to put on social media pages. But as you pointed out, no matter how much we push out, as you said, a lot of people are on edge, and enough won't be enough, So right. I totally get what you're saying. Keep going, please.
So to talk a little bit about communication, I do have various parts of my district that I represent that have no access to internet and do not have any access to laptops or do not have access to cable. So there is a population specifically that I'm most concerned about that are over 50 who are most at risk, and who are not really catching on to the digital age. I really do believe, Mr. Gonzalez, if you can entertain this idea, I'd really appreciate it. Sending out a postcard or something directly to the mailboxes, and I don't know if we have census data so that we can see anybody who has at-risk populations, or even do across the board notification to the city that we've extended the emergency directive to, April 16th, and that here's who you contact if you're showing symptoms, because there is a population that's left out, that's not being touched by media or social media. And so I just wanted to share that concern with you, because we're in a pandemic, we need to be able to reach those hard-to-serve communities, to include, as Representative Anellis mentioned earlier, to include undocumented immigrants and children who or foster care. We're trying to reach everybody, and so I just wanted to make sure that you consider that, and that it be sent out as soon as possible.
If I may, real quick, we do have a reverse 911 capability. I do know that we've used that already. We can use it some more. I think, and I know not everyone has a phone, but that is a very good way to quickly get information out. I'll make sure. I mean, Mario's obviously in this meeting, and so make sure that I'll make a note of it. Make sure that they put more information out through the reverse 911 system, and then also explore some of the things you're talking about.
Thank you. And for Mrs. Lubrano, you had talked a little bit about bridges and that cargo has not been impacted. Do we know if maquilas are being impacted right now? Because that's definitely gonna hurt cargos. Do you know what's going on in Ciudad Juarez right now with the maquilas? If there's any closures or things of that nature?
I really don't know that, Representative Hernandez, so I don't.
Ma'am, if I may, this is Jessica Herrera. This is Jessica Herrera. I'm sorry, Monica, for interrupting. I wanted to let you know, ma'am, we did reach out to Index. Index is an organization that really is over most of our manufacturing maquilas in Ciudad Juarez. We're just concerned right now about the current inventory. Remember, that's very important for just the logistics and warehousing on the U.S. side. At this point, there hasn't been any really significant impacts yet that we've been aware of. However, they are trying to repurpose a lot of what they're currently doing to see if they could provide some of those PPEs and other medical equipment that is needed. But at this point, there have not been any significant impacts, and we do stay in touch with Index and with our counterparts in Juarez and the state of Chihuahua.
Okay. All right. Well, I was just curious if y'all had an idea. And the LIFT fund,
Representative,
sure. Go ahead.
I just wanted to say David's actually on, so he can speak to that. I was going to pass it on to him.
Oh, okay, sure. Yeah. Hey, David. Is David on? I can't hear anything.
I don't know what's, just continue with your other questions, and then we'll get back to you. We'll get him on.
The LIFT fund, the funding source, I didn't see it. Is there one?
It will be the impact fund, ma'am, and I'll have a presentation here in the next item, and we're happy to go into more detail.
Okay, I thought we already covered the next item. Okay, no, that's fine. No. I'll wait. I'll hold off. Yeah. So I do have 2 amendments for the budget resolution. I do understand that the budget resolution is adopted annually, and it'll terminate, this budget resolution will terminate at the end of this fiscal year. However, the budget transfers for the amount of $50,000 up to the amount of $50,000, I do believe needs to be, and I will support it, but I do believe it needs to be revisited. And so one of the amendments that I would like to make, and I will read out the amendment for Mrs. Prine, and then I'll be seeking a second on this motion. It's going to be under the 6th whereas. And in the sentence it says permitted until permitted by law. I'd like to add the words until June 9th of 2020 with an option to extend. And I think this gives plenty of time to be able to evaluate whether or not we need to continue this amendment. It is something that I think needs to be safeguarded. And I think, other council members listening to them and to Mayor Pro Tem Swartzfein, we do want to make sure that there's a checks and balance, and I do understand the need for it. I just don't want to wait until August 31st. I think it needs to be reevaluated on June 9th. Do you think that's fair, Mr. Gonzalez?
Yes, I do.
Yep. Thank you. And then
I'll second that.
Thank you. And then the second amendment related to the $6.6 million for street maintenance fund. I do want to say that I agree as well that streets are important. I don't like the fact that it's going to go to the general fund, and so I would actually like to see that go to the budget stabilization fund. And the reason why is because we need some time to determine if we've achieved any economies of scale with your cuts and suspensions of services. And so I think it's a little premature to inflate the general fund at this time with much needed critical dollars. Put that to the budget stabilization fund, and then council can vote on how those dollars are spent during the budget season. And so for that, on the 9th whereas of the budget resolution document that we're voting on today, I'd like to make an amendment to scratch the term city general fund and to replace it with budget stabilization fund. And so those are my two. Those are my two.
Representative Hernandez.
Yes, sir.
The only suggestion I would make on that is if you wouldn't mind adjusting that to say police and fire, and then if there's anything left over on those to go to the rate stabilization fund.
Can you repeat? Maybe I missed a discussion about police and fire. I'm not sure.
Well, when
Is that where the money
Robert
you're
says,
planning on spending?
right, when Robert says general fund, obviously 60% of the general fund is police and fire. So, well, I guess it's 6 on one side, half a dozen on the other, because the bottom line, what you're going to see, whether it goes to police and fire or the general fund or rate stabilization fund, you're going to see the majority of those dollars go exactly into those percentage areas that get the most dollars in the general fund. So, Robert,
I hear you.
Yeah, Robert, are you good with that?
Yes, sir, I'm fine with that.
Okay.
So what may end up happening is at the end of the fiscal year we'll come back and obviously, depending upon what the deficit is, if we haven't closed the gap entirely, we would ask council to approve the use of that stabilization fund.
That's fine, Mr. Hernandez. We're good.
With the amendment, okay, maybe I misunderstood, but
Good.
that way we can track it.
Yeah,
we can hold ourselves accountable to where those dollars went.
Absolutely.
And so that's just my friendly recommendation. But I do want to thank everyone for their hard work. I agree that PIO under Mrs. Laura Cruz, you're rocking it. I'm getting a lot of compliments and just some really gratitude and appreciation on all the work that you're doing in that department. So thank you all for your hard work, and I yield my time.
Hi, this is David. Can you hear me?
Hi, David. Yes, we can.
Hi, yes, sorry about that. When you asked a question, I couldn't unmute my phone. So, yes, so we've been talking to our registering committee, the stakeholders in Juarez and El Paso about the shortages in the supply chain or how they've been impacted with the maquiladoras and transportistas. What they tell us is that, first point is that they predict, the ones that we talk to, they predict that by sometime next month, the shortage will start to impact the supply chain in Juarez because of the shipments that were stopped from China months back when they first, had the ports closed. So we think that's going to hit here locally sometime next month. So that's on the supply chain side. And there's some discussion also about how maquiladoras are also responding to health restrictions. They're also not allowing visitors. They're also not allowing non-essential staff on site. They've increased security to restrict access to the maquiladoras. And so they're also implementing the same kind of restrictions that we have in El Paso, at the bridges, and also in the facilities. And so we have another call with them this week, trying to ask them also about what's happening. We're going to have meetings with them every single week now instead of every month to keep track of this issue. Things happen on a day-to-day basis, almost by the hour, and so we'll continue to stay in touch with them and then keep you all updated of what we hear from them, from the industry.
Okay, thanks so much, David. Appreciate it.
Sure.
Okay, now we have Representative Lizarga, and then Representative Rivera, and then Representative Rodriguez, and Representative Anello, okay?
Yes, hi, thank you so much. I want to thank everybody for their presentations and my colleagues for their thoughtfulness and their input. My question was already asked by Representative Schwartzwein. It was for Nicole. I was interested in the homeless situation, and I'm glad to hear that there's a task force that's going to be developed, because I was just wondering how we were going to be able to help them financially, what kind of assistance we're going to be able to get for them. Because I know that the Opportunity Center is in dire straits, and I'm sure that the rescue mission will be as well. So that was going to be my question about the homeless situation in El Paso.
Representative, if I may add, and I think I failed to mention this earlier to Representative Schwartzwein, we're, as I mentioned during my presentation, we are currently looking into the impacts of the CARES Act that has just come down from the federal government. There will be an infusion of dollars into the Community Development Block Grant Emergency Solutions Grant programs, and those are programs that are supportive of homeless shelters and homeless individuals. And one of the things that we've seen, again, in a preliminary review of that document, is that The federal government has lifted the percentage caps on what we're allowed to distribute to homeless service providers. They have also lifted the cap in terms of what we are able to allocate directly to emergency shelters. And that's a little bit granular and arcane in terms of the regulation, but it gives us a lot more flexibility to support those folks. But we're just now sifting through what that means in real dollars for El Paso. And as soon as we have that information, we will be sharing it out with you all.
Thank you very much. I appreciate all your hard work, Nicole, especially for this vulnerable population.
Okay, Representative Rivera.
Yes, sir, Mayor. Thank you. Some of these questions have been answered, but also I'd like to know regarding the COVID-19 testing and all, are we keeping track of our first responders, police, fire, EMS personnel who have contracted the virus, or how many have been tested? This is a question for either Mario or Tommy.
So yes, Police Department and myself, this is Chief DiAugustino, we're working together to monitor those. That's what that drive-through testing line was set up for originally, that they do have priority there. So CDC guidance changes almost daily on that, but we are keeping track with it, and we're getting those who have possible exposures going through it. Just because we have contact with with somebody who is positive for COVID-19 doesn't mean there's actually a risk. So as long as they're wearing full PPE and guidance like that, we've got procedures in place to protect them, but we are monitoring.
Good, and I understand that, and thank you for that. Appreciate that information. But also, do you have any numbers for the public right now, or we've been blessed and nobody's been?
I can get those numbers together for you.
Thank you. I would appreciate that.
Yes, sir.
The other question is for Mr. Rodriguez, Sam. I know that we're going to use that 6.6 for the general fund or the stabilization fund now, whichever goes through. Can you tell us for the public's interest? Can you tell us how many streets are going to be impacted by that?
Yes, Representative. If you remember, the original allocation of $14 million was approved for a 2-year commitment to hit all 8 districts. So we've completed fiscal year 19 projects, which cover 4 districts. So what this would do was basically push the additional $7 million or 4 districts. We'll push it out to next fiscal year.
And are we looking strictly at street resurfacing and none of the reconstruction, correct?
This is all on the resurfacing side. So the $7 million that was allocated for residential through the environmental services franchise fee is dedicated to residential roads only, and it'll be for resurfacing. And that program, again, was taken and presented to council. It will just be pushed back 1 year as of now.
And again, so they know and they hear directly from you and all that, the projects that are in progress will be completed, correct?
Yes, and I gave my slides earlier, and I will be going through my presentation, a quarterly update as well, to show you all the projects and what the evaluation, the projects that are going to be going through this evaluation that we'll be bringing back to council as well.
All right. Thank you so much. Appreciate the information. Appreciate everybody's information. Thank you. Sit there.
Okay, Representative Rodriguez.
Hi, thank you. Yes, so far a lot of questions have been answered, but this question is for Robert or comment. Is there any way that we can see, as far as the presentations that Representative Anello is asking for, if you can also include how much money we would be saving from the actual litigation? And then also if you can let us know what the current value of the bonds that were taken out in 2012 is.
I'm sorry, I didn't catch that last question.
If you can let us know also what the current value of the bonds that were taken out in 2012, what that current value is in today's money.
Of what we've already issued?
Yes.
Sure. And I presented that back in January to the council whenever you all authorized the issuance of the debt. Including
I
that
wasn't in council in January.
I'll forward you the information. And there had it broken down by by the different CIPs and the amounts that were issued at the time and what the remaining unissued amounts were.
Okay. And then also, this next comment is, what are we doing? Maybe Tommy, you can answer this. What are we doing as far as encouraging the community that we are moving in the positive direction as far as controlling this disease? You know, our numbers are relatively low. How are we encouraging the public versus just scaring them at this point?
I think that the mayor and the county judge have done, and the council have taken the progressive steps with regard to the emergency ordinance and also the state of emergency for the city and the county, and we did it early. I think it was early enough where we could take these steps in order to prevent the spread. I think that, you know, people can argue the points on either side. They could say our numbers are low because we have not tested enough. Our numbers are low because we've done the right things. I would tell you that I don't know that you can say that any city has done all the right things. You could always do more, right? One person gets infected, one person dies, and it's a tragedy. So the things that we've put in place, though, have been put in place based on the data, based on the numbers that we see, and it's not been popular. I mean, just like some of the comments you've heard before with Representative Schwartzbein saying that he's heard complaints on one side, we've heard complaints on the other. I know that you also, I've talked to you and the concerns that you've had, and what are we doing in that respect. I think if we get more strict on the declarations, the directives rather, that might come as soon as tomorrow or the next day. And again, we'll keep the council informed, but if we get more stricter, I think that'll help us curb the numbers, the trajectory of the people that are being infected. And so right now, obviously you've heard where we are in the numbers. We're lower than, let's say, a Lubbock. And Lubbock's higher than we are, and they're the third our size in terms of our city population. So that's good news. But again, it just depends on who you talk to. Some people might say we're not testing enough. But if we get stricter on the essential businesses and we make it harder for people to be around other folks, it's going to put us in a better position. I think what I explained to the mayor, what I explained to our staff, I said, look, just like what you're saying, I said, the next time we get in front of the community, we need to tell them that if we're going to get stricter, we're doing this, and we look at doing this for, I don't know, the next 45 to 60 days, and we believe that the sooner we get stricter, the sooner hopefully we can all get back to work, that the economy can get started up again, and then we don't have to have these discussions. I think that's the kind of direct talk that our community wants to hear. We've done a lot of the right things. I think we need to be more forceful in how we communicate that information. And I think we're going to do that at this next go around. And again, I want to compliment, like Ms. Hernandez did, the Public Information Office with Laura Cruz Acosta and the entire team, Araceli with what she's done with IT, the council, and how patient y'all been, and the fact that y'all really helped us push out information through your newsletters and not getting involved in the rhetoric that happens when people try to politicize any given issue just to make their own agenda and make their own point. So I really, we are very pleased with the leaders that we have on the dais that are really taking the proper steps and pushing us and pushing this community in the right direction with this disease.
Also, one last comment, just an example, yesterday, we went to Target and a family of 4, the parents and the kids, everybody showed up. So I think we definitely need to be discouraging that type of behavior, encouraging people to keep the kids at home. And hopefully, just to show people what the consequences could potentially be if we're not following the guidelines that the city is putting out for us.
Yeah, and I sent the council some information today, I think this morning, that y'all saw, and showing the numbers and showing the trajectory and showing what it could look like if we don't take these steps. Burks, who's the doctor who's in charge of the COVID team at the national level, she indicates the numbers could be in the millions if we don't take these progressive steps in terms of people being infected. So we certainly don't want those numbers to come true. And I think the stricter we get with the directives, the better off we're going to be. And I think that the next set of directives is going to have that kind of information that you're referring to. So the health authority has looked at all the numbers, has looked at the national and state projections and the prognostications, and some of the changes that will be coming will correspond with what needs to be done in our community.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Representative Vanello.
Thank you. And Nicole, I had a question about a little off of the food bank conversation, how we're looking at, expanding programs for like shut-in seniors. I know that the COG does the Meals on Wheels program. I had forwarded the city manager an email that I had received from the Hope Border Institute, who were working with El Pasoans Fighting Hunger on something like this, and I didn't know if there was any movement on it or if you could speak to it at all.
Yes, ma'am. So a couple of things. I can tell you that in terms of distributing meals, particularly to shut-ins or seniors that are unable to move around, that's largely a function of money that comes in, as I understand it, from HHS through the COG to the county, and the county then administrates their nutrition program. And so they're working very closely with El Pasoans Fighting Hunger to make sure that those folks do get food, do have access to food. Obviously, that's a function of the strained resources of the food bank right now. And so what we're trying to do is support the food bank in the context of the other services they're providing so that they have the capacity to work with the county to address those folks. That's largely, there are two primary areas of focus for this task force that I mentioned that we formed last social service agencies, the county, some representatives of the school districts, as well as the Border Hope Institute are involved so that we can come together and better. Yes. Yes.
You cut off in a part of in the middle of your conversation. Can you repeat that, please?
Absolutely. So what was the last thing that you all heard?
I was trying to... No, just go ahead, ma'am.
Yeah, you cut off, but I think we got the general idea of what
was the last part?
I was just basically saying that the task force that's come together has all of those agencies and community partners at the table so that we can understand how to best support each other. So the two primary focus points of the task force are, number one, making sure that there is emergency supply and food distribution capacity within our social service community, and that those folks that need those resources those basic needs to survive are getting them. And then the second focus of the task force is going to be to specifically address homeless in emergency shelter conditions, because those are the folks that are the most vulnerable right now to the virus.
Thank you so much, Nicole. I'm going to forward you over this email because I know there are some questions that are, how do they leverage support from neighborhood associations, which falls under your department. So yeah, maybe if you can just reach out and be in contact with them.
Absolutely. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. And then my next, I guess, statement question is, I want to, echo what Representative Hernandez said about getting a mailer out. I know that was something that I had looked into doing with my office, but, with our budgets, maybe not possible. So, Mr. Gonzalez, I really want to kind of echo the importance of reaching our communities. Another way, and I have some questions about, I know after the freeze of 2009, there had been a lot of conversation with the council at the time and the city manager at the time about kind of expanding the digital footprint of the city. I know that they had been working at the time with Spectrum, and then that kind of, fell off, I think around 2014. So I'd love to know what work has been done on that. I know that Spectrum, using them as an example, has had to do that work recently with the school district, with EPISD specifically. And so because, we are doing a lot of this digitally, there are a lot of communities in the city who don't have access to Wi-Fi. And this, I think, is the perfect time to be creative and partnering with a company to understand how we can expand that access. And I think it's disappointing that it's something that, we really haven't followed through with as a council. But I think that interest definitely right now, it's the time to get back on board with it.
Well, I think you make an interesting point and a very good one. And I would nicely disagree with you in that the council has taken steps. We have taken steps as an organization. And if you remember, we have 54 sites that have high-speed Wi-Fi, and we have MiFi connections too. And our focus was the kids, all the school districts throughout the city. They all have computers that are checked out, and we didn't just want to make it for downtown. We wanted to make it for all parts of the city. And in terms of what was done in the past in downtown, I think that they stopped work on that several years ago. There was an investment. It was a partnership that went stale, I believe, with the city and the county. And there were some dollars that were spent on it, but they haven't spent. It had kind of gone to the wayside. I know when I started, the existing system still was in place, but I believe that's only for certain city facilities and county facilities where that digital El Paso is alive and well. In terms of broadening that, we're happy to do that, and we can reach out to the private sector to see if they are willing to partner. But I did want to point out that y'all have taken steps, we have taken steps as an organization to have 54 facilities throughout the city that are Wi-Fi compatible, have high-speed internet, and they did not have it 3 or 4 years ago, and they do now. And so that is a big thing. And then we also have MiFi in our libraries, of which obviously they're closed right now, but we can get, and we have worked with the school district to try to get those MiFis to kids that need them, and we're happy to do that still as well. I mean, I think that MiFi works really well, especially with the social distancing and people not being able to get out. The MiFi might be a better solution.
Well, and I think that would be helpful for council and for myself specifically, is understanding what that project was and what was completed through that project, and then we can decide, how we can expand that project moving forward. But I would definitely need a refresher on what the goals of that project specifically were, what was completed, and then we can come up creatively with ideas to expand it moving forward.
I think Araceli Guerra, our IT director, might have a couple more comments if you want to hear that now with respect to the Wi-Fi in downtown.
Yes.
Oh, yeah, sure, go ahead.
Yes, ma'am. So we have been working on making sure that we expand the Wi-Fi at our quality of life facilities. We definitely can provide you more information on what was completed. I believe it was about 10 years ago with that project that was ongoing with the county. And we are also partnering up with the independent school districts, with UTEP, having a collaborative meeting on what can we do as a community to ensure that we're able to provide internet to those underserved communities that do not have access to internet, and also have provided them information on how to get more access to different MiFi hotspots that they're running out or that they're handing out to the students. We also purchased additional MiFis ahead of this without knowing, so the library will have an additional 100 that they should already have right now.
Great, thank you. And again, just kind of understanding where the ideas for those projects, starting in 2009 to hear what that goal was, and again, where we can move forward from there. But thank you so much for that info.
Thank you.
Okay, next is Representative Salcido.
Thank you very much, Mayor. So my questions in regards are more of a statement to the resilience toolkit. For the benefit of the public, if y'all can share what website that is. And I think it has so much great information, and I think that the public needs to know what the website is.
Yes, ma'am. This is Jessica Herrera. The toolkit, you could locate it on epstrong.org and also epbusinesshelp.com. And we are also translating all documents into Spanish as well. So just keep in mind that they will be available both in English and Spanish.
That would be great, especially in Spanish. There is a lot of constituents that don't speak English. So thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Ma'am, this is Laura Cruz Acosta. If I could just add to Jessica's comment, in addition to going to the EP Strong, if you look at the EP Strong website, there is in the resource section, there is a number of different options. There's not only for businesses, as well as for physicians, for police and fire, for first responders. There's a number of different resources in all of those. In addition to the military, there's a resource in that respect. So it's not just businesses that we're looking at all documents.
Well, thank you so much for sharing that. I've actually perused the website, and I think it has just so much great information for everybody. So I just wanted to reiterate and share that website with the public. The second, more of a statement, just given that streets and maintenance is just a high priority, not only in District 5, but also as El Paso as a whole, I feel this will have unintended consequences in regards to what you are proposing of deleting the street and maintenance. Particularly to my district, I've had my constituents reach out to me aggressively, and I know how frustrated they are with the streets, South Kleinfield, Pebble Hills, Edgemere, and I just feel that this will only delay in getting to those solutions. And so I would entertain exploring any other option, but as of right now, I think that this is something I can't support. The District 5 has been dealing with a lot of not only traffic issues, but if we're not addressing these streets and maintenance, then we will be in a bad situation in the future, and I really, really wouldn't want us to be there.
I'll let Sam elaborate, but
okay,
I don't believe we're talking about stopping streets altogether. We're saying that the streets that were approved in 2012, and then there's some packages that council approved, that those not discontinue. And like I said, Sam will speak to that in more detail if you'd like. The numbers that they were referring to was the pay-as-you-go dollars, which were the resurfacing amounts in the residential areas. Those were put in place, the pay-as-you-go dollars here recently, and those are the 50 some odd streets that are done per year. So those would just be suspended. It's not that we're going to not do them ever. And I just want to make that clear with the council. But I also want to remind the council what I said earlier. Some of these things are being stopped or might be stopped if the directives, the health directives, are more stricter. If they're stricter because of social distancing, because we're getting complaints about the residential and commercial construction to include street construction. Why are those folks out there working, and then when they go to lunch, they're congregating with one another, and that's not social distancing? I know that's a priority. It's a priority, but what's a bigger priority? People's health and this disease not spreading, or the fact that we want to stick to our guns about streets as a priority? No one's arguing that. And I know people are probably going to come up to the mic on the phone and say, you're cutting streets and that's the biggest mistake. We're not saying that. But what we are saying is if the restrictions get more demanding and they can't go out there, then if they're not going to go out there and use that, then we are going to take those dollars to offset what the disease is doing to our economic health, not just our public health. So that's, again, what we're talking about. And some of these things that, as Sam talked about, it's capacity also what they have on hand. We are doing a lot of with the common sense things that you would do at your own business, that if there's some things that are in place that would cost you more money to stop it, you wouldn't stop it, you would continue it. But in this case, we got a double whammy. And the double whammy is the public health component. That's even if we said, no, we're going to forge ahead and do this and that and the other, the public health piece is stopping us dead in our tracks. So I just want to remind the council that that's the other piece that we have to take into consideration.
And so for just clarification, Tommy, so this funding is just basically, since if this situation gets more severe, you're just saying that you are going to allocate it to the general fund and just because the workers can be working on the streets?
What I'm saying is that it would be suspended. And by suspended, it means, let's say this lasts 3 or 4 months and it has an impact to us of 9 months. Then we would resume normal activity back in 9 months. And what I mean by that, let's say that this disease impacts us for another 90 days. Let's just say that for the sake of argument. And then that 90 days and then ramping back up, it's no different than if we close down facilities. Like if I had a business and I had 10 businesses and I closed them all down and then I opened them back up again. Business isn't going to be at the same level it was 3 months ago or 4 months ago. And so I'm going to have to ramp up to get to the level I was before and to get to the levels that I had planned to be at projection-wise from the year before in this year's budget. no different than what we're doing. We'd have to ramp up to those levels and to those service levels in those specific areas. So if we have another 3-month lag in terms of impact, and then we start business back up again, well, we will have still had an impact that might last another 2 or 3 months, maybe not at 100% or 75%, but maybe at 50% and 40% and 30% as we grow those revenues back up, or in terms of sales tax or in terms of other service offerings that we have. So this is a suspension of that service. And if Sam's on the line, I'd like him to speak more to the streets that I mentioned, if he's got anything else to add to it.
Yeah, I'm here, sir. So I think what I mentioned before is we're going to look at the existing programs that have been through the 2017, 18, 19 capital plans. Those are the ones that also have various streets that we're going to be doing an evaluation on and making recommendations to council, again, working with Robert and the financial capacity side of the House. The residential program, the $7 million, which is what we're talking about, we have programs. We have a program that basically has allocated the $7 million annually for fiscal years 20, 21, and 22. What we're saying now is we want to take the fiscal year 20 dollars, put those towards the stabilization fund as was presented by Representative Hernandez. And what that would do is basically we push those 3 years that have been programmed to fiscal years 21, 22, and 23 under the $7 million program. If you remember also, we're on schedule to bring back a full discussion on streets. It was actually programmed for today, but given the conditions that we're in, we want to make sure that we inform that presentation on streets, and the discussion that was had before relating to putting something in front of the voters related to streets is still going to happen at some point here over the next 2 months to make sure that we're being responsive to council and close that loop. But we needed to make sure that we inform that presentation based on what happens now and then the financial capacity for our city moving forward.
Well, thank you so much, Tommy and Sam, for the clarification.
Representative Schwartzman, do you have something else?
I do, Mayor. Thanks again. So first of all, thanks again for everybody that has brought up a lot of great things. The resilience toolkit, we're looking on it online right now to get that up because that looked really great. Just a question for Mario, for Tommy. So how many first responders have tested positive so far?
Rep. Schwartzman, this is Kerry Weston. Mario had to step away for a moment to talk with one of the hospital CEOs. I don't have that information. He'll have to answer that.
Does anybody have that information about how many first responders have tested positive so far in El Paso County?
Yeah, Mario will be able to address it. He's just on the phone with one of our hospital CEOs.
I think the chief said he was gonna look into it and get the stats for that. Representative Schwartzman, I'd asked the same question.
And then the other question too is how many are currently under observation and are be taken out as precaution? Would
So
also
has that question been answered yet, Representative Schwartzman? Because I got disconnected for a quick second.
No,
Okay.
no other questions.
Okay, this might be
No,
dated. I'll let Kerry jump in if I'm off on this, but I believe this was as early as last night. We have one firefighter that's not showing symptoms, but does have a presumptive confirmation that has COVID-19. I believe that firefighter was traveling. I can't say anything else other than that because of HIPAA rules. We are quarantining, I believe, over 30 firefighters because of travel and or interaction with this firefighter. It might be as many as 40. And so because of that, some of the responses that they have are being impacted. And in particular, we've had a lot of different calls out to Franklin Mountain on people that get stranded and don't have a good plan when they go out there. And there's been an inordinate amount of people that are going out and hiking. So much so now that they are having too much interaction with one another. And that might be impacted in the next declaration or in the next directive, rather.
Okay, in terms of that, looking at parks and trails, you know, if we're going to be closing down and telling people to not to use the playground equipment, then we need to really figure out a way to put some caution tape or something. And I don't know if we don't have the manpower to do that, maybe we can work with the neighborhood associations and figure out either using our discretionary funds or something to get caution tape to close these down, because they're, you know, I know I'm not the only person that has seen people out on the swings, out using them when they're out potentially spreading this virus. So I really want to just implore you that if we can be aggressive now, not in 2 days or 3 days, but as aggressive as we can be now, I think we'll be better off for our community when we still hopefully have the ability to try to affect this curve and flatten it as much as we can.
And Tracy Jerome and her folks can put a plan together to do just that, to address it somehow, some way. To your point, it would be done hook or crook. You know, it'll be done really quickly, so it won't be like these fancy signs or whatnot. But it'll be done in such a way where we're addressing it, because there's I believe there's 157 locations. I think that the problem with it in the past, when I say in the past, the problem with it currently is that you know, you do have the restrictions of social distancing, but then people are out there playing basketball. People are out. You know, doing golf, and people that say, hey, I'm playing golf, I'm by myself, I'm not touching anybody, you know, they have a point. But I do believe that the next directive that comes out is going to be more restrictive, and it will speak to that. It'll speak to the golf courses, it'll speak to the parks, and it'll speak to hikes, the hiking trails. And by that, I mean in the mountains. I mean, what will still be allowed will be people riding their bike or walking around the neighborhood, or jogging around the neighborhood, or even on those concrete paths that are near their homes that people call hike and bike trails, but they're not hike and bike trails. They're just simply jogging paths, if you will.
Yeah, no, and I think too, as much as directive as well is to limit the amount of people that are going from a household into private establishments, or looking at further guidance as well.
Right, and I believe it'll speak to it. I think Ms. Rodriguez brought that up as well. And so, yeah, you guys are, I mean, the council's you're on the right path.
I don't know if we, you know, don't know how far we want to get, but we've already seen where other communities are. I don't know what we can do to use our first responders, our police, and our fire to help broadcast out in individual neighborhoods the need to stay at home as well. I've just seen video from Brooklyn where they're doing that. We're not there yet, but we really need to be thinking about how to get the message out that things are not normal, and people shouldn't expect to live their lives the way that they had as easy as a week or 2 weeks ago.
Representative Schwartzman, we have 2 more council members and a number of people signed up for public comment. Can we move on?
I was just wrapping up. And again, I think too, just as Representative Rodriguez said, the concerns that we have relating to, or Representative Salcedo as well, about using those street funds for the fund. The more that we're aware of how that's being used, I think the more comfortable we will all feel as a council. So thank you again, and thank you, Mayor, for your benevolence and patience again.
Representative Lozarga. Representative Lozarga.
I didn't mute this. Yes, thank you, Mayor. This is a question for our city manager. I'm just wondering if we can bring up these budget resolution items, number 5 and number 61, at a later agenda, even at our next meeting, especially if it becomes an emergency that cannot wait. I'm just reluctant to open the spigot on what you want and close the spigot on what the public wants. The street repairs. Those are my thoughts.
You're talking about postponing it till tomorrow?
No, no. When we actually need it, but those are my thoughts. I know that we have to have action on this item.
I would prefer that we take I'm sorry, sir, go ahead.
Go ahead, Robert.
No, I was just going to say that we brought this to you. I'd prefer that we be given the flexibility to start moving on these adjustments now. Like I said, we've already put in place the hiring freeze for the non-essential positions. Our budget office has been working very closely with all the departments, as I mentioned. I prefer that we start to take action immediately and not delay it anymore, because the longer we wait, the harder and harder it's going to get to balance this deficit. We know we're going to have a deficit. My recommendation is that we move forward with it now. If what's been presented about setting the timeline of June 9th for item number 5, if there's additional things that you all are expecting to see, we committed to Representative Schwartzbein about keeping you on the loop and keeping in through the communication through our budget updates as far as what reductions we're actually implementing. If there's something additional that you're looking for to make you feel comfortable, but my recommendation would be that we continue to move forward with this so that we can start to recognize those savings and close that deficit.
Well,
Yeah,
and I would add to that there's a lot of discussion on the streets, but just to be clear with the public and with the council, we will not have any recreation facility. We won't have any quality of life facility open this summer, the entire summer. That's the plan right now. So all the areas where we have seasonal activity, after school activity, all of those will be closed because of social distancing. So we have to take actions now. So those are preemptive actions because we know we're going to do that. And so, again, I know there's a lot of discussion on the streets, rightfully so, but all of the quality of life facilities will be closed. So first and foremost, that's going to happen. On the street side, as Sam has pointed out, we're going to keep a lot of the projects that we have on the list from the 2012 and then the packages that council approved. We're going to keep those going. The pothole repairs are going to keep going. So it's not going to eliminate it in its entirety the way people have expected to see them happen. However, if a new directive comes down, because even if we don't do it, the state and national government are looking at more restrictive directives on social distancing, which could mean no commercial, no residential development, construction rather, and it could mean no construction on city streets. And so it's not prudent of us not to take action whenever we know that's coming. That's coming in order to curb in order to make sure that the trajectory is curbed in a downward trend as opposed to the upward trend that we're seeing right now.
I understand. It just looks like you're using the emergency to open and close the spigots, to me, to what you want.
And that's the reason we were very careful to not throw out a bunch of numbers, because there's some people that say we didn't have numbers, but some people would say, well, that's just the city manager and the CFO trying to scare everybody. Look, we're trying to be extremely prudent, fiscally responsible. If we're wrong, we're going to have extra money. If we're right, we're going to have a balanced budget.
The other point I'll add is setting aside that $6.6 million that's currently dedicated for streets, putting that into the stabilization fund. Without that, I'll just speak directly. We're going to be forced to look at employees, certain positions throughout the organization. That's the last thing we want to do. So we're trying to identify and recommend and implement, as the city manager talked about, those financially feasible things that we can recommend, that we can do, that we can implement now, and not completely doing away with that dedicated street funding, but suspending it and putting that money into the budget stabilization fund to help us balance the budget for this year.
So, everybody's been talking about the street repairs. That's a big issue for taxpayers. And like Representative Salcido, that's one of my biggest issues for my constituents as well. I was saying was, can't we bring this back in 2 weeks when it's an emergency? But those are my thoughts.
It's an emergency. It's an emergency right now. Is what we're trying to say. That we have to take action. I mean, as a matter of fact, we've already taken action. There's been things that have taken action, and all the MCAT facilities are closed. All the community centers are closed, and it's not closed because we made some rash decision. It's closed because of COVID-19. So when those things were taking place and we took those actions, then we also took actions that we need to suspend those seasonal positions that we were about to hire. We don't hire. And we don't say, hey, you don't have a job. We say you have a job once the activity starts back up again. What I think y'all have done by placing it in the rate stabilization fund. I think that's a good plan because you're able to see for yourself the dollars. So you'll be able to, any of the sweeping of the funds, any of these dollars that go to the rate stabilization fund, you will be able to see how that's allocated. You'll be able to approve how it's allocated, and you'll be able to see that. If we overshot in terms of being too conservative, then you'll have extra money for streets. If that's the number one priority for this council, I will tell you, you have next year to contend with as well, which will be twice as worse as this year.
All right. Representative Rivera.
Thank you, Mayor. This is directed to Mr. Gonzalez here. Regarding earlier, or rather, let's stick with the issue that Representative Lozada brought. Then could you tell us, or could you all come up with a solution as to how we're going to fix these streets that everybody's talking about?
Representative, this is Sam Rodriguez. I'm sorry if I can take a shot at answering this. So, as I mentioned, we were scheduled to bring on to council a discussion on streets, a very comprehensive discussion about what paths are moving forward related to additional funding that's required. I mean, I've stated publicly the 10 million that we have dedicated annually is still not enough. There's still a lot of roads. Our inventory out there, about 40% of it is with a pavement condition index of 60 and below, and that's what you're hearing from the community. The conversation will continue to happen. I think we need to be proactive in making sure that we have a balanced budget, as Robert's recommending. But over the next several council meetings, you can anticipate the discussion to bring back to council how we're going to continue to solve solve for X as it relates to streets, because even as it stands now, even if we kept the $10 million in check, in place right now, it's still not enough to address the concerns that you're hearing from the community. I mean, the $10 million, technically based on what we program and plan for, are really spoken for through 22 already. That's the reality that's in front of us, and we need to find a more permanent solution for streets.
So how much time would you like to come back? How much time do you need to come back with a report so that we all can have a good solid report as to what you're looking at? How much time would you require?
Look, Representative, we have a draft presentation that we were ready to give, and we held that off because we needed to make sure where we were and how these kind of actions need to inform that presentation. It would do no good for me to give you information that's going to change in a month. I think we put together a very solid presentation that looked at the bond packages that we put in front of council last July in 2019, because that's the directive that we got that we needed to close the loop on. But we also explore the level of service related to street maintenance and potential additional revenue or a service fee that we can implement that will really help us solve the gap moving forward. But again, I can't give you a specific date that we're going to come back. I think we need to discuss it with the city manager to make sure that we're solid in how we're going to present the information and something that we can actually execute, so that we don't present something that we may not deliver on.
Okay.
And Mr. Rivera, I will tell you and the council and the community that we don't take any pleasure in sharing this information with y'all. In that these are the decisions that have to be made, and people are going to throw stones left and right. I get that. I get it. But we have to make the recommendations that are prudent and fiscally responsible. And we looked at the areas that were not priorities first. And we are still pushing to do streets, as Sam has pointed out, in areas that have been funded with bond packages, so that you still see street construction. What we're saying is the pay-as-you-go dollars will be suspended till further notice. Now, I'm sounding like a broken record, yes. But if the public health directive, whether it's the national, state, or local level, say that we need to social distance even further and we can't do street construction, all this discussion is mute. The whole point is mute. And when we talk about next year being worse, you made the point earlier about people who own apartments or other dwellings and aren't getting rent, and then they're going to have to pay taxes. That's going to be a problem. We absolutely see that as an issue. So if we think we're going to have issues this year with sales tax, next year throw sales tax and property tax into the mix, and it's going to be a big problem. So we are planning for that now. So I know these are not popular decisions, but these are necessary decisions.
Okay, thank you. The other thing, before you go, Mr. Gonzalez, earlier I had asked about the first responders, and I was told they didn't have any numbers to it. Did you just get those numbers right now, or could you repeat those numbers for me again, please?
I got them late last night, and I don't know what possessed Mr. Schwartzbein to ask that question, but I got that late last night, like late. And the number that I was told was that we have one person who's a firefighter who has what is called a presumptive case confirmation because the test hasn't gone to the CDC. He is not showing symptoms, but does have it. And then the people that he's been around, the other firefighters, they're being quarantined. And then also others that have traveled, other firefighters, whether it's for training or for whatever other purpose. So I think we're in the high 30s. I think I'm maybe 40 that have been quarantined. And so it's important not only with the firefighters, but also with police officers, that we protect them, because if we have numbers that are growing in those areas, we're going to have problems in terms of responding to different things that we have to respond to from a public safety perspective. And then if we're working our folks that are healthy overtime, they'll be susceptible to the community spread that we have now with COVID-19.
True. Well, and that's why I asked again, because I had generally asked way before Representative Schwartzbein had asked, and that's when the chief told me he didn't have the numbers handy. I thought you might, knowing that you just got them last night, I would have appreciated if you would have let me know, because we have nothing on PD as far as that's concerned, correct?
As far as I know, we do not. And my apologies. Representative Schwartzbein woke me up late last night, and I told him, and then he started hearing noise. I said, well, I thought I'd work out since you're talking to me. And so I went to sleep, and then got up, started sending council emails. I forgot to send that one. I didn't have it confirmed in that I didn't have an email sent to me. But if we get asked on the spot, I'm going to tell you what I know off the top of my head. Okay.
How about EMS personnel? 0, I hope?
Not that I know of.
You don't know anything on the EMS?
Not that I know of. Unless, Mario's on the line if he wants to jump in and state other numbers, but no, that's all I'm aware of.
Just for future, I agree that these numbers are just as important to the public, because that just regards to our first responders, and they deal with the public every day, every hour of the day, whatever time it is. If we can have those numbers handy as well, along with every other numbers that's been requested so far by other representatives, I would appreciate that. Thank you.
All right, Representative Lizarraga and then Representative Hernandez.
Well, if I may, Mayor, if I may, before the other people ask questions, I'm going to repeat this. I know I've repeated this several times to all of the council. You've gotten countless emails from me, and you've gotten tons of information from Public Information Office, from Mario, from Carrie, from Carla, from all these different folks. We got my office working calls right now on COVID-19 responses with Rosemary, Angel, and Martha. So we're getting it out as soon as we know it. If we don't get a piece of information to you, it's not blatant or it's not purposeful. I think sometimes we feel like we're getting you too much information, but I'd rather err on too much and not enough. That information probably wasn't ready for prime time, but it was asked, and we shared what we knew.
Okay. Representative Lizarraga.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, City Manager. Going back to fixing the streets, this budget resolution item number 6. So you just want official permission to stop repairing streets. I don't think taxpayers want that. And all I'm saying is to bring it up when it's an emergency. Thank you.
Representative Hernandez.
So the way I understand the $6.6 million is that for this fiscal year, the money that we generate, those dollars go to earmark for streets in the future, correct? So if we put a stop on that, it's not going to impact the dollars that are already set aside for ongoing street repairs. But what we're doing, so let me just try to clarify my amendment. The amendment is not to go to the general fund. Remember, our general fund pays for operations, it pays for salaries. My amendment is to redivert those $6.6 million to the budget stabilization fund. Then we get to vote on where that money goes. The budget stabilization fund will be considered by council during the budget season. So I don't want it just to get lost in the general fund, obviously be reported at a later date. I would rather it be restricted so that we can consider if there are any needs elsewhere, or we can reconsider it for streets. My point is that I don't want to lose the option for streets, so that's why I'm going to put it back. I'm making a motion to put it back into a budget stabilization fund. It stays there, it's in a restricted fund. We don't touch it unless we vote on it, and then at that time we can determine whether or not it can go to streets or not, and that would be a separate vote. Is that what my motion would be doing, Mr. Gonzalez, Mr. Quintinez?
Yes.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Okay.
And that's why we said that was a good move, and that we also said we were not stopping streets. There are some streets that are being done as a result of the packages that were passed. I think we were just talking about the pay-as-you-go dollars, and I think Sam wanted to say something.
Yeah, you explained it correct, Representative Hernandez. So the money was budgeted as part of fiscal year 20 to address residential streets. And so what this action would do was basically put a hold on that money. So we would not do those streets now. That's a pay-as-you-go. And if the money is available after council considers the stabilization fund, then we'll go right back to those streets. If for whatever reason the $6 million gets used for other needs as part of the city operation, then next year's allocation for streets would basically pick up the program where we left it off. And the streets that were scheduled to be done in fiscal year 20 would now be done in fiscal year 21. And again, it's only for pay-as-you-go dollars, the 7 million residential roads. The 2012 street CIP that we're looking to complete, that's recommended to continue to be completed. There's 2 awards that will be considered tomorrow. One of them is District 8, the South Central Phase 4 street reconstruction of Edna and Dolan. Those will continue. Same thing with the Viscount. That's part of the 2012 street CIP. That's all continuing as part of our regular execution of the CIP.
And I think this gives more flexibility to the city manager and to staff, but it also protects our priority. So that was kind of my reasoning on making that motion. I don't think, I hear what your concern is. I don't think that we're reallocating our dollars at this point. All we're saying is that we're going to put it into a restricted fund, and council has to vote on how those funds are used. So I just wanted to give a little bit more clarification, because it's a brand new fund. We determine how it's used, and we put language in there so that it is used for priorities that the city determines is a priority, that city council determines is a priority. So I hope you all will consider that amendment. That way it doesn't die, and that it's still restrictive.
I think her amendment, Representative Lizarraga, really accomplishes what you're trying to accomplish, is that we would use this money if and only when it's necessary, and council will still need to direct us to do that. Otherwise, it will go back to streets.
Well, I think fixing streets now will help people keep employed. So I think that's important.
All right, I believe I've covered all the council members speaking, so Laura, let's go to the public comment.
Yes, Mayor. This afternoon we have 21 members of the audience that had signed up to speak. I will remind the public that this forum is not to be used for personal attacks or political statements or campaigning. I will call your name. Once I call your name, please unmute your microphone by pressing *6, and then you may begin speaking for up to 3 minutes. The first person is Mr. Richard Dayu. He will be followed by Ms. Kathleen Stout, Mr. Fennell Pierre, and Ms. Carmen Rodriguez. Good afternoon, Mr. Dayu. Are you on the line? Please hit *6 to unmute your microphone. Mr. Dayu, are you there? I don't see Mr. Dayub coming on the line. Are you there, sir?
Hello. Yes, I am.
Good afternoon, Mr. Dayub. You have 3 minutes, sir.
Okay, thank you, Laura, Mayor, and members of council. I appreciate this opportunity to address you, and you'll forgive me for not wearing your tie today. I was meant to be humorous. I just want to say thank you to the council, to City Manager Tommy Gonzalez, and to Carrie Weston in particular, the two of them, for their efforts to help out with the El Pasoans fighting hunger, with the additional funding that we so desperately need. I also want to thank the mayor and council, all of you who've come out to visit the facilities and see what we're doing out there. The challenges we're all facing are monumental, to say the least, and unprecedented. And so the work that we're trying to get done out there and the need for additional volunteers and funding are critical. And I just want to say thank you. That's it.
Thank you, Mr. Dayub. The next person is Ms. Kathleen Stout. Ms. Stout, are you on the line? If you are, please press *6 to unmute your microphone. Ms. Kathleen Stout. How about Mr. Fennell Pierre? Mr. Pierre, are you on the line? Please press *6 to unmute your phone.
Yes.
Go ahead, sir. You have 3 minutes.
Good afternoon. Hello.
Yes, sir. Go ahead. We can hear you.
Okay. Good afternoon. One of the reasons. Good afternoon, all of you. One of the reasons I'm calling as a taxpayer, we just passed. That was a little bit over a week ago. We took City Council approved $18.6 million from economic development. We pay for over 2,000 acres of land, and for exchange for 44 acres. And now the same City Council wants to take $6.6 million from residential street maintenance, so they could help out with a budget shortfall. That is not very responsible, and I'm very disappointed because every single year we have like surveys, and I think as of last year, street repair and road improvement and traffic relief has been a top priority. And I just don't understand why the city of El Paso would allow the city manager to put $6 million so they could fulfill some fantasy. I think it's not responsible, and I'm very disappointed. I think you guys should basically look at what our priority is, and not allow the city manager to use this $6 million. They could be doing other desire or objective. So I'm strongly against this, and I'm very strongly against it. So I don't think we should allow this. It should be almost criminal. So we just approved $18.6 million for fantasy, and now residential, where it's a priority. I think we're going to have like one of my friends suggests that we will have to have a spotlight for vehicles just driving El Paso pretty soon, because we have potholes everywhere. The city of El Paso can't even fulfill the basic thing like fixing the potholes. This is very insane. I mean, this is insane. And I'm strongly against it. I think you guys should look for our priority. I don't think we should take money from street and road improvement so we can fulfill other desires. So thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Ms. Carmen Rodriguez. She will be followed by Mr. Max Grossman. Ms. Rodriguez, are you there, ma'am? Please press *6 to unmute your phone, and you may begin speaking for 3 minutes. Ms. Rodriguez, are you on the line? We'll move on to Mr. Max Grossman.
Excuse me?
Oh, Ms. Rodriguez, yes, ma'am. Go ahead, ma'am. You can speak now.
Okay. Yes, I'd like to commend everyone for, it appears like everyone's trying to deal with the situation at hand. It occurred to me that the city council representatives who may be changing their positions will need to communicate with their constituents about what is planned. And so I am suggesting the following. This would be something that the representatives would be communicating to their supporters. Dear Sports Arena supporters, although I once shared your vision for a revitalized downtown, and I vow to support your efforts to implement that vision as a city official, the dire circumstances we face now and for several years to come have compelled me to reconsider and to abandon the Sports Arena project. In order to take into account the impact of COVID-19 on our local economy, we must put everything on the table and make the hard decisions that are required of us. I can no longer, in good conscience, continue to support the most expensive option for a multi-purpose performing arts facility. That is a sports arena. The best we can do now is to take the most modest approach to implement the 2012 bond projects and simply reallocate the funds to renovate our existing Abraham Chavez Theater and allocate remaining funding among the Children's Museum, Mexican American Cultural Center, and other Proposition 2 projects, with the original amount approved by the voters. We can and should move forward to build the projects promised to voters, and nothing more. Let us come together in realizing that sacrifices must be made by everyone in these difficult times. This is the communication that should be issued to your constituents, and I believe that they will be not only relieved, but will be happy to hear that you have made this very difficult decision for the better of all of us. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Mr. Max Grossman. He will be followed by Mr. J.P. Bryant. Mr. Grossman, please unmute your microphone by pressing *6 and you may begin speaking. Mr. Grossman, are you on the line? We'll move on to Mr. J.P. Bryan. Mr. Bryan, are you on the line?
Hello, can you hear me?
Are you Mr. Grossman?
This is Max Grossman, yes.
Okay, sir, go ahead. You have 3 minutes, sir.
Thank you, Mayor, Council. On December 10th, Moody's Investment Service announced that in the event of a recession of similar severity to the 2008-2009 downturn, El Paso will be one of 4 American cities, along with Detroit, in which, quote, adjusted net pension liabilities will rise by more than 100% of revenue, unquote. In short, we could face a default. The city of El Paso is not only facing a health crisis, it is also facing an unprecedented financial crisis. Hundreds of El Paso businesses have closed, and we're about to learn that nearly 9,000 El Pasoans have filed unemployment claims, with many thousands more preparing to file. Our local economy is in peril. This morning's PowerPoint presentation by the city states that the economic fallout from COVID-19, quote, will be twice as bad as 2008 and will be sustained for a longer period of time, and that the largest impact will come from decrease in sales taxes, hotel occupancy taxes, bridge crossings, airport traffic, and mass transit. As a result, the city is suspending numerous services that El Pasoans rely upon. It is suspending pay increases for city employees, new hiring, part-time hiring, and it may even suspend police academies and the city recycling program. $6.6 million from the environmental fee will be diverted from street repair to the general fund. Bridge fees will be impacted as well. But amazingly, the city presentation makes little mention of the quality of life bond projects. In fact, the city's 4 water parks are currently under construction as I speak. Where are the city's priorities? But here's my point. It is time finally to terminate the quote-unquote arena. Not only do we not vote for it, not only has the project caused years of litigation, but we simply cannot afford it. Here's what some of you do not know. The arena will cost more than $500 million. In the last 4 years, only 3 multi-purpose basketball arenas with between 15 and 17,000 seats have been completed in America. Dickens Arena in Fort Worth, Irwin Center at UT Austin, and Fitzgerald Forum in Milwaukee. These three arenas cost between $32,000 and $39,000 per seat to build. So you see, it is absolutely impossible to build a multi-purpose basketball arena in El Paso with a seating capacity of 15,000 for $180 million. That would be $12,000 a seat. Nor will it be possible to build it for $250 million, as the mayor suggests. That would be $17,000 a seat. The arena will cost more than double that figure, $500 million or more, just like Joyce Wilson and the city council knew 10 years ago that the ballpark would cost more than triple the original $50 million price tag. Now here's the solution. Instead of spending $500 million on a G League basketball arena that we did not want and did not authorize, the city should spend $40 million renovating the Abraham Chavez Theater so that it becomes the world-class multi-purpose performing arts and entertainment facility that we actually did vote for. The savings can then be used to finish the other quality of life bond projects on
Thank
budget.
you, Mr. Grossman. You've reached your 3 minutes, sir. We'll next move on to Mr. J.P. Bryan. Mr. Bryan, are you on the line? Mr. Bryan? We'll move to Ms. Kathleen Stout. Ms. Stout, are you on the line?
I'm right now in a virtual meeting and I literally just popped out
Is
of it.
Ms. Kathleen Stout on the line?
Let me myself first. That way I can have allocated time.
Ms. Kathleen Stout? Mr. Rick Seeberger, are you on the line, sir? If you are, please press star 6 and unmute your...
Hello, this is Mr. Bryan.
Oh, good afternoon. Mr. Bryan, you have 3 minutes, sir.
Okay, thank you. I'm sorry about all the times that we're having to deal with, all the troubles, but if you want to do something significant to bolster the current and future economy of El Paso, my suggestion is that you rid yourself of the arena project and declare the Darringita and the surrounding neighborhoods a historic district. You would immediately do what? First, you would save yourself millions of dollars in wasteful legal fees pursuing a project that benefits a few special interest developers. This is not something the citizens of El Paso either knowingly approved of or currently want. They voted for a multi-purpose cultural arts and entertainment facility, not a sports anything, and certainly not a $350 million, 15,000-seat basketball arena for a Class G team, as the RFQ that they released designates. This is also not something El Pasoans currently want. Some 4 months ago, I debated the mayor, on KVIA TV, and they presented a poll which showed that a majority of the citizens opposed the construction of the arena. And I'm sure since then, with a growing awareness of its exorbitant cost, that number has expanded. But also, the city has not disclosed, apparently, to all you council members that the Attorney General's office specifically disapproved in written correspondence of the city's issuing tax-exempt bonds for a professional sports arena. Exactly what you are about to do, which could be considered an ultra-virus act for which all of you as councilmen could be personally liable. Now, let's emphasize something far more positive, and that would be the restoration of the Darringita, which will provide you one of the greatest opportunities available to any city in America in distinguishing itself both culturally and economically. It will bring, not take, sorely needed capital from your city. It will revive your downtown, fill all the hotels there and those under construction, attract millions of historical and heritage tourists from all over the world.
Thank you, Mr. Bryan. You've reached the
Expanding
3 minutes, sir. We need to move on to the next speaker. Mr. Rick Seeberger, are you on the line, sir? If you are, please press star 6 to unmute your microphone. Mr. Seeberger? Mr. Judd Burgess, are you on the line, sir? Mr. Burgess, are you on the line, sir?
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir, we can hear you. You
Hello?
have 3 minutes, sir.
All right, you might want to give people 15 seconds because of the time lag. Wow, the financial doublespeak and pretzel logic communicated by Tommy Gonzalez, Robert Cortinas, and Sam Rodriguez is astounding. About 4 years ago, I began to publicly sound the alarm at City Hall regarding the abuse of certificates of obligation by city governments, in particular El Paso's. Then Mayor Oscar Leeser understood this and vetoed Council Reps Michael Lowe and Claudio Das Perez's flagrant attempt to sneak $44 million in debt burden upon El Pasoans without our participation or vote. Unfortunately, Mayor Margo and most of today's City Council members have no qualms about abusing COs to fund their own agenda and projects by circumventing the public. A little history about certificates of obligation. They were and are designed to be used in the events of catastrophes when money is needed as quickly as possible with no time for public participation. For example, a global pandemic. This allows city administrations to address catastrophes quickly and efficiently. Somewhere along the way, El Paso's mayors, city managers, and council reps found that they could begin issuing COs as an easy way to do an end run around the public and get the millions of dollars they need to fund pet projects, many of which have little to do with the average El Pasoan and more to do with wealthy investors and special interests. El Paso currently runs the highest unapproved CO debt in Texas by far, with close to $569 million, all of it without our participation or approval. In comparison, Houston owes $14 million and Dallas $7 million. This astronomical amount of CO debt, along with the runaway increases of our property taxes, amounts to a full-blown fiscal assault by elected officials upon El Paso, leaving citizens in a very vulnerable state at this moment in time with the virus making its presence felt. The blame should be placed squarely at the feet of Mayor Margo, City Manager Tommy Gonzalez, City CFO
Mr.
Robert
Burgess, I need
Cortinas,
to interrupt you,
and
sir.
certain
You
members of
cannot
City
use this for
Council who are
personal attacks,
directly
sir.
responsible for putting extreme pressure.
Thank you, Mr. Burgess. The next speaker is Ms. Teresa Caballero. Ms. Caballero, are you on the line, ma'am? Mr. Luis Ruiz? Mr. Luis Ruiz, are you on the line? Mr. James Peinado? James Peinado? Ms. Samantha Montoya? Samantha Montoya, if you're on the line, please press star 6 to unmute your phone.
This is Luis Ruiz. Can you hear me?
Yes, Mr. Ruiz, go ahead, sir. You have 3 minutes.
Okay, yes. I'd like to say that at the beginning or during the city council taking up the baseball stadium, I was employed at the El Paso Regional Economic Development Corporation. At the time, I went and was certified in basic economic development by the Independent Council of Economic Development Professionals, or by the council that certified. So I was so appalled by what I saw that I immediately came back. I put in my 2 weeks notice, and I distanced myself from what I thought was something that was completely unethical. The truth of the matter is that economic development is supposed to serve the citizens of El Paso by transferring burdens from general populace over into private industry. What we have here is a gross perversion of what that is supposed to be. Right now, as we are talking about shifting money from other, cutting general services, essential services to make way for this expenditure, it's not just wrong. I think it's by design. And the problem is that we don't have any kind of key performance indicators by which to rate the outcomes of the expenditure that now have our city $4 billion in debt. We are supposed to be putting money towards developing a base of high-tech jobs. The truth of the matter is that we are subsidizing retail jobs. We have become the laughing stock of this nation by doing so, and our government was warned about this before it all started over 10 years ago. The other thing that I would like to bring into consideration is that I wonder, will Mayor Margo be held accountable for withholding his stake in the Borderplex REIT? Will Peter Schwartzbein, Representative Schwartzbein, be held accountable for selling his stake in Apple, the world's most profitable corporation, so that he can also have a stake in downtown redevelopment? These are clear conflicts of interest that nobody is talking about, that, I think by not having these things in place, we are robbing our citizens of an opportunity to hold those in power accountable and to take measures by which to stop these expenditures. The other thing that I understand is that Arena cannot go forward unless it has sold the bonds needed to fund this. Right now, in this kind of economy, there is no way, shape, or form that anybody's going to buy these bonds necessary in order to make the construction go forward. It's a waste of time to even be considering this, and it's so shameful that we did not have the money that we needed in order to confront this crisis more head-on, because this money had already been spent by
Thank you, Mr.
local
Ruiz. You've
government.
reached the 3 minutes, sir. We'll move on to the next speaker, which is Mr. James Peinado. Mr. Peinado, are you on the line, sir? If you are, please press *6 to unmute your phone. I will move on to the next speaker that I do see on the line, and that is Ms. Jennifer Caballero. Ms. Jennifer Caballero, please press *6 to unmute your phone, and you may begin speaking for up to 3 minutes, ma'am. Good afternoon, Ms. Caballero. Ms. Caballero, are you on the line?
Can
Ms.
you hear me?
Yes, ma'am, we can
Hello?
hear you. Ms. Caballero, go ahead, ma'am. You have 3 minutes.
Good afternoon. So what I've been hearing at this council meeting, of which I've been on the phone for most of the day, is that there are El Pasoans standing in a 2-mile-long food bank line who are hungry. We're hearing buzzwords like fiscal responsibility, but what does that mean? It means that this city council must be mindful of those citizens who are not going to be able to work, who will be out of work, who will not be able to pay their taxes, who will not be able to support their families. El Paso cannot afford the arena. As a third-generation El Pasoan, I'm concerned about the out-of-control spending of the city council, and I have been for years. To put things in perspective, I bought a house in El Paso in 2012, in which the property taxes were approximately $7,500. In 2016, there were more than $11,000. One needs only look out at Scenic Drive at the sea of roofs in disrepair to see the average El Pasoan and their plight. And in light of the coronavirus, the city must now apply the brakes it was not going to apply last year or the year before, in spite of the fact that it was bleeding its citizens dry. And instead of sidestepping the arena issue, it needs to take it on full force. And the El Paso corruption needs to end. Now, I heard the mayor very concerned about the quality of life bombs that might be on the chopping block, but I didn't hear anything about the hungry El Pasoans out of our mayor's voice. So I would ask the city council to take a step back, go up to Scenic Drive, and see how these constituents live by just looking at the roofs about to cave in for most of them. Thank you.
Before we go on, I want to remind the public, please do not use this forum for personal attacks. If not, we will need to disconnect you from the call. The next person is Mr. Tom Lane. Mr. Lane, please unmute your phone by pressing *6, and you may begin speaking for up to 3 minutes. Mr. Tom Lane.
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay, hi. Mayor Margot, members of City Council, my name is Tom Lane. I'm a resident of District 6. And looking at this coronavirus, first I want to applaud the city for taking progressive and determined action in curbing the growth locally. And what I have seen and listening to the presentation, I've been on the phone all day, is that there's this financial crisis that has come out of nowhere that is impacting the city. And much of that is to be blamed on how the city has handled its finances prior to this time. Do not use this emergency as a reason to raise property taxes, because I think that's how the city would typically handle this kind of situation. Do use this emergency as an opportunity to significantly revise down your revenue expectations and to make permanent budget cuts. I am challenging the mayor and city council to consider that today your authority was challenged by the city manager in presenting budget resolution item 5 and budget resolution item 61. These are items over which you have final authority, and that is authority you should never cede. What was not talked about today was the fund balance for the budget stabilization fund. How many days could the city operate if no additional revenues were coming into the city? That's critical information to have. And during a time of financial crisis, it requires more proactive approaches by city council, not giving it to the city manager. Finally, regarding certificates of obligation, I think the last one was issued about a year and 3 months ago. My review is that that issuance of a certificate of obligation was not in accordance with state requirements, that the notice did not meet the language or posting timeline requirements, including web posting required by state requirements. And so I would encourage City Council to have a presentation on exactly what the state requires whenever it considers issuing a certificate of obligation. And certificates of obligation are best suited for times like emergencies like we have now, not for highway and street beautification projects. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. The next speaker.
Mayor, if I could chime in real quick, Laura. So Mayor and Council, back on January 7th, I did present that information to you all, and we did meet all the publication requirements, both online, on the website, and in the newspaper.
Thank you. The next speaker is Mr. Rick Seeberger. Mr. Seeberger, I see that you're on the line. Please unmute your phone by pressing *6. And again, I remind the public, this is not a forum for personal attacks, political statements, or campaigning. Mr. Seeberger, go ahead, sir. You have 3 minutes.
Yes. Hi, City Council and Mayor. My name is Rick Seeberger. I'm chairman elected for the El Paso Republican Party. I know we're facing a crisis which hits right at the heart of health and welfare of our city. I do appreciate all of you and the situation that requires significant action. I believe a strategic plan should be able to be modified quickly and require strategic leadership. I was on this call most of the day, only with the last probably half hour I was off. I didn't hear any sense of urgency on the part of people making presentations. I believe that the city manager has been responsible for developing a plan which he calls strategic, but I've said many times I believe it's the lowest level of strategic planning.
Mr. Seeberger, I need to remind you, sir, no personal attacks, please, or I might have to disconnect you. Go ahead.
This is not a personal attack. He's a city manager. The facts are the vision is not being accomplished. After more than 5 years, he and his staff make more than $1.3 million plus their benefits. Crime is going up. Our safest city proclamation is going down. We do not have a vibrant regional economy. Property taxes have skyrocketed. And we have to show a $5.68 million in certificates of obligation. We have a budget over $1 billion with revenue of $665 million. I heard nobody address the $355 million deficit in this fiscal year. I believe to tackle this economic crisis, we need courage and we need to do the right things. I believe we need to terminate the city manager and his staff, reduce salaries by 20% for the 156 people making over $100,000, support stopping all construction and commitments for quality of life bond projects that we can, rescind financial incentive contracts, which can be rescinded, furlough non-essential employees, and whatever we do, do not stop the police academy and essential city services, which taxpayers are counting on, which is also part of the current strategic plan, is that we provide a return on investment to the taxpayers. So I want to thank you all for your time today, and I hope that you move forward expeditiously to address this economic issue and the health issue as well. Thank you.
The next speaker on the line is Mr. Nicholas Vasquez. Mr. Vasquez, if you'll press *6 to unmute your phone, you may begin speaking for up to 3 minutes, sir. Mr. Nicholas Vasquez.
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir, we can hear you.
Okay. You know, I heard a lot about El Paso Strong and El Paso Pride, so I do just want to go and say I am appreciative of certain representatives and city staff are looking to try to go ahead and address the needs of fellow Pasoans. But you know, these entertainment venues that I keep hearing about that the city is looking to build, you know, they keep touting civic pride and it's going to grow our economy, but all I see is profiteering. And all I keep hearing and seeing are nothing but El Pasoans filing for unemployment. And, you know, I see many closing their doors for businesses, and I just see many just trying to go ahead and find something to eat. And hearing food pantries being overwhelmed, you know, shout out to those always feeding El Pasoans. But, you know, what I see in here is just nothing but a video chat, a bunch of kids who can't take responsibility and make an adult decision and do what's right. You know, I hear legality, but I think that's a bunch of malarkey, because in February 28th of 2017, Paul Brandon, who was also the outside counsel, who's also a former District 5 Michael No donor, provided two-way Zilch coverage. And, you know, I believe that that HOTS isn't really going to be paid through that ballpark. So a lot of hard decisions are going to be needed to be made. And with the general fund, I think that we cannot provide any form of an arena. And one way that he provided was by filing a bond validation lawsuit. So actually, Tommy, you know, with all due respect, just please do some research. It's not that hard. Quality of life projects can be stopped under certain circumstances. And I would say that what this virus poses is not only health-related, but economically as well. And it has led to a domino effect. If we're not already in a recession, and to me, that would be reasonable conditions just to show that it's not feasible to build this multi-purpose performing arts and entertainment center. And, you know, I mean this because, you know, many people are losing their jobs and they're not going to be able to either pay rent or pay their mortgages and their property taxes. The economy is changing and we need to pull the brakes and analyze what is it that we actually want but actually value. And if any city representatives want this information, I mean, I sent this to you numerous years. I can send this to you and, you know, I can discuss this with you. But, you know, I think it's all time for you just to go to your donors and tell them no. I mean, I hear $400 billion, and that's just the arena, and that's not mentioning the other plans. You know, I mean, just don't be fucking idiots. This is real money, not monopoly.
The next speaker will be Mr. Octavio Macias. Mr. Macias, are you on the line? I will also remind the public, if you please do not use profane language or we will immediately disconnect you from the line. Please, no profane language, no personal attacks, no political statements, no campaigning. I have on the list Mr. James Peinado.
Laura Prine?
Yes, sir.
This is Tommy Gonzalez. There's been a lot of public attacks on to people on the dais and to city staff.
Yes, sir. We will immediately disconnect any such behavior going forward. The next person, if any of you are on the line, Ms. Romelia Mendoza, Ms. Salfa Chu, Mr. Octavio Macias, Ms. Samantha Montoya, Mr. James Peinado, Ms. Kathleen Stout, Ms. Teresa Caballero, Ms. Sharon Bonart. If any of you are on the line, please press *6 to unmute your phone. State your name, and you may begin speaking for up to 3 minutes.
This is Kathleen Stout. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, ma'am. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you. My name is Kathy Stout. I'm a resident of District 6 and a leader in the El Paso Community First Coalition. Thank you for your service in these trying times. I'm here to speak about budget measures because our city is in a financial emergency, as everybody knows. Proposed measures will continue to undermine our most basic services, but protect developers' interests and high-salaried city manager, deputy city manager, and city attorney offices. So as others have testified, please make the prudent decision to maintain what we have rather than build, even though some of the wealthy developers are pushing those initiatives. One of my big issues is this. The measures to reduce spending in city bureaucracy do not go far enough. I applaud the 1% increase for regular employees, but I believe you ought to draw a dividing line to distinguish the higher paid, dare I say overpaid employees. Consider this, a 20% cut in salaries of those earning $200,000 or more. Our lowest paid employees and contractors earn approximately $20,000 per year, but the highest paid $357,000 a year. How can one justify this gap? How can one justify high-paid professionals getting paid more than U.S. cabinet officials and congressional representatives? I remember the days before city managers, and I'll tell you, some of those days were not good, to be sure. But I also remember the early years when the city manager had one assistant city manager. Now we have a bloated office that we cannot afford. And so thank you for the opportunity to share my concerns and those of many in our community who are concerned with the high debt already that we have per person, the consequent exorbitant property taxes, and overall waste in spending. The transition during emergency provides an opportunity to rethink basic assumptions and plans. Now is the time to make hard but prudent decisions. Representatives, we need shepherds, not sheep. Shepherds of the community's interests. Please put people first. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Mr. James Peinado. Go ahead, Mr. Peinado. You have 3 minutes, sir.
Good afternoon, all. My name is James Peinado. I'm a resident of District 1, or I think it's Sissy Lizarga's district. I'm not sure. But I believe that this COVID-19 setback actually mask what already was a pending financial disaster.
Mr. Peinado, you have 3 minutes, sir.
Am I being heard?
Yes, sir, we can hear you. Go ahead.
Oh, sorry, I heard an echo. Anyway, it's my understanding that Moody's Analytics had analyzed and said that El Paso was one of 4 cities in the United States that if there was another economic downturn like there was in 2008, that we would be particularly vulnerable because we are over-leveraged, our ratio of assets to liabilities. And I believe that is in part because of the city councils of several administrations going back. And this COVID-19 thing is just that one incident that I believe will put us over the edge. I applaud you guys for cutting expenses in certain areas, but I believe it's not enough. When I hear that you guys are looking to cut down on road construction, but not talking enough about cutting expenses on expensive salaries, I did hear somebody say, let's look at how much should we save by cutting salaries 2.5%. In my opinion, we should consider getting rid of the city manager, who's enjoyed huge income raises over the last 4 years, as well as our city attorney, who makes just short, like a difference of 1% less than a Supreme Court justice. Those sorts of salaries are not justifiable even before this COVID-19 setback. I urge you guys to shut down all quality of life projects that have not began construction. Obviously, we did not foresee this going back in 2012, but now that this impending, I think this this national economic downturn is national. It's not just local. And I believe El Paso is particularly vulnerable. And until I start seeing like some departments being cut altogether, departments which local government has no business being involved with entertainment. I never understood why we paid for a baseball stadium for corporate billionaires. We're all for the wealthy in El Paso for initiating businesses on their own, but to use taxpayer dollars is wrong. I think we need to cut property taxes actually, because that would help people keep more of their own money so that they could take care of themselves, and that would increase property quality of life. Thank you very much for your time.
The next speaker, if any of you are on the line, please unmute your microphone. Samantha Montoya, Octavio Macias, Salfa Chu, Romelia Mendoza, Debbie Nathan.
¿Ahí? ¿Ahí voy yo? Sí, Romelia Muñoz. Habla.
Ms. Mendoza?
Habla, Romelia. Sí.
Go ahead, ma'am. You have 3 minutes.
Ok. Sí. Buenas tardes. Mi nombre es Romelia Mendoza. Tengo más de 40 años viviendo en la calle Chihuahua, en Duranguito. Me gustaría expresar mis sentimientos. Que paren ya con el proyecto de la arena, porque nadie votó para su construcción, que es innecesaria. Ese dinero de nuestros taxes, la ciudad lo puede utilizar para lo que estamos viviendo con esta crisis tan grave de este virus. Todas nuestras comunidades necesitamos apoyo. Me gustaría que tomen en cuenta mi opinión. Muchas gracias, que Dios los bendiga y los proteja. Y que no se les olvide que el barrio Duranguito sigue siendo un barrio histórico. Por favor.
If I may.
Y todo esto está afectando demasiado a todas las personas con lo que estamos viviendo de estos virus y con lo que nos han estado hostigando tanto, que ya nos corren, que ya nos echan. Y yo, como se los he dicho siempre, yo no me voy a mover de mi casa, yo no voy a vender mi casa. Y muchas gracias por todo.
To translate. Good afternoon. My name is Romelia Mendoza. I've lived in Duranguito for over 40 years. I wish to state that I want to stop the creation of the arena, that the money that is being used for the creation of the arena can be utilized for this grave crisis. All of our community needs support that can be used from this arena. I wish to bless everyone. God bless everybody. Please do not forget that the Duranguito barrio is historic. This virus is affecting all of us, and I want to remind the council that I will not move from my house. I will not sell.
Is Ms. Bonar on the line?
Espero que tomen en cuenta.
Gracias, señora Mendoza.
Por favor, que se está hablando. Muchísimas gracias.
Gracias.
Por su atención. Gracias.
Ms. Bonar, are you on the line? Or Samantha Montoya, Octavio Macias, Selfa Chu, Debbie Nathan, Ms. Teresa Caballero. If any of you are on the line, please press *6 to unmute your phone and you may begin speaking. Ms. Wally Haley, are you on the line, ma'am? To unmute your phone, you press *6. Wally Haley, Debbie Nathan, Samantha Montoya, Octavio Macias, Salfa Chu, Teresa Caballero.
Can you hear me?
Good
Can you hear me?
afternoon.
This is Ms. Haley.
Yes, Ms. Haley,
Hello?
go ahead, ma'am. You have 3 minutes.
Yes, thank you so much. So one of the things I wanted to talk about is obviously this is a terrible fiscal and health crisis, but I want the city to think about this. You know, I've been a long-term resident of El Paso. I first moved there in 1971. I own a house on Wheeling Street, and one of the things that I want the city to look at and think about hard is the wonderful things that we have and the things that we need to be capitalizing on, which is our history, our culture, our architecture. Those are things that are beautiful about El Paso that can bring people together, that can attract people to our city. Heritage tourism is a $171 billion industry, and El Paso can have a piece of that if we only would appreciate and promote and value what we have, which are 9 historic districts and a beautiful downtown that has some incredible buildings that are unlike any other downtown of its size. We've never properly promoted or appreciated those in terms of heritage tourism, and that costs very little. I mean, it doesn't require much other than promoting those things as venues. That would draw people to El Paso, and as J.P. Bryant said, you know, make people come to town, spend money to stay overnight in the beautiful Paso del Norte Hotel and the new hotels that are being renovated. We have historic districts that El Pasoans haven't even visited. They don't even know about the Trost tours or the historic districts that they should be appreciating and valuing. And if people did that, we could attract a piece of that $170 billion industry. That calls for small incremental changes. It doesn't call for spending money on an arena or a baseball stadium or anything like that. And I think we need to start thinking in terms of that. There are also tax credits, federal and state tax credits for people who own properties in those historic districts to renovate their properties. That's something that people should know about, and the city could help facilitate getting that information out to its constituents. I think if we kind of worked on that, small, incremental changes that could actually have proven value over a period of time that are very cost effective, I think that's going to help heal the city fiscally. Thank you so much for giving me a chance to talk.
Thank you. One final call for Ms. Samantha Montoya, Octavio Macias, Selfa Chu, Teresa Caballero, Debbie Nathan. If you're on the line, please press *6 to unmute your phone and you may begin speaking.
Hello.
Yes, sir. Your name, please?
John Hogan.
Mr. Hogan, go ahead, sir. You have 3 minutes.
I've been hearing a lot of talk, and previous callers have mentioned this, about cutting essential services that this city is supposed to provide with our tax dollar. I didn't hear one single time one of them saying anything about reconsidering the arena project. I didn't hear one single time for any of them to offer cutting their salaries. I didn't hear one single word about anything that really means that they want to help El Paso. I've drafted a proposal and sent it toward the state legislature that we, as a city and a county and school districts and community college and hospital, we need to review our tax rates. The state legislature last year started the process by limiting tax increases to 3.5%. But that doesn't take it far enough. What we need to do is reduce our tax rates back to where they were the lowest, somewhere between 2009 and this past year, 2019. There was a
063, or excuse me, 066 tax rate. Now we're at a 0.091. That's a 50% increase in less than 10 years. This has got to halt. Our tax money, the actual money spent, isn't a rate. It's money that's out of our pockets. And we should be able to freeze our tax rate at what it was for years, less than 10 years ago, and just rely on the increase of property value to provide the increase in money if we want to go up higher on a budget. We need to get fiscally responsible. Mr. Mayor, you've used that term. I've heard probably a half a dozen other people use that term, fiscally responsible. And if you want to talk about fiduciary responsibility, that is it. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone on the line that I have not called that would like to speak?
Yes.
Your name, please?
Yes, ma'am. I would like to. Yes, ma'am. My name is Jamal Isarhi.
You have 3 minutes, sir.
All right. Hi. Again, my name is Jamal. I've been here since 2009. I'm prior military. I'm a veteran who served my country, and I'm originally from New York. I've been here since 2009. I decided to stay here in El Paso and make this home. And I love this city, and I love everybody in this city. But one of the concerns that I have, outside of all the financial things that are being talked about right now, is the COVID-19 virus. I don't think that the community itself is taking this as seriously as they should. One thing that I've always learned from the military is to be proactive, not reactive. Don't wait until this thing blows out to a disproportionate number and then you have people getting sick and dying. I'm sure everyone is aware of what's going on in other parts of the United States. Perfect example, my hometown of New York City. There are thousands upon thousands of people that are dying from this, and I understand that there's been a stay-at-home order that has been implemented, and supposedly there's going to be restrictions, but I can tell you right now, the only time that I've gone out with, I don't even let my wife and my kids go out. You know, if I need to make a grocery run or something like that, I go out and do it. But there's people that are out playing. It's really sad to see because there's kids out here that are possibly being exposed because at this point we don't know who or where the virus is exactly, you know, and for parents to be letting their kids do that, I believe that you guys need to start cracking down a little bit more on the actual stay-at-home order and actually enforcing it. No, this is not a communist country. Yes, people should have the right to go places, but at the end of the day, we have to realize that the reality of this situation right now is very vital. And if we don't do something right now, look at how fast these cases are coming into El Paso. I mean, it started off with just one case, and then now, I mean, it's already up to 40, and that's not even including the cases that have been mentioned or forementioned on Fort Bliss itself. So I believe curfew should be set in place. I believe that law enforcement, they're already out here right now. Our tax dollars pay for them to serve and protect. They need to be out here enforcing curfews and things like that because obviously at this point, a lot of the majority of El Pasoans, they're not listening to this stay-at-home order, and they're just going to keep doing whatever they want to do. And when you do that, you're putting other people at risk as well. It's not just elderly people that are at risk. A child doesn't
Thank you,
develop
sir.
a full
You've reached the
immune
3
system.
minutes, sir. Thank you,
All right.
sir. Thank you so much. Is there anyone on the call that would like to speak?
Oh, from the food bank?
Go ahead, ma'am. Please state your name.
This is Octavio. My name is Susan Goodell, and I'm the CEO of El Pasoans Fighting Hunger Food Bank, and I want to thank Mr. Mayor and the members of council for allowing me to speak today. I want to assure you that the food bank is working hard to ensure the most vulnerable people in our community have the food that they need through this pandemic. As you all know, jobs are evaporating, particularly at restaurants, hotels, retailers, and elsewhere, and people are frightened. This is driving up the need for emergency food. The number of people coming to get emergency food has skyrocketed. And in the past, prior to this pandemic, the food bank produced approximately 25 emergency boxes a day. Today, we are producing 5,500 boxes a day in partnership with our 4 satellite locations around the community. What that means is about 450,000 pounds of food is going out of the food bank on a daily basis. This is the equivalent of 12 tractor-trailer loads worth of food. And to do this safely and distribute it safely under the pandemic conditions, we are focused on 5 large drive-through sites in the Northeast, Central, Lower Valley, Socorro, San Eli area, and the West. In addition, we're focused on mobile pantries servicing communities in not in the core of the city, and we're focused heavily on the shelters. This is where we're putting our priorities, and we're grateful for the financial support that you all are considering today to help us replace critical food supplies. As of today, the food bank is out of non-perishable items. We are pivoting quickly to substitute fresh fruits and vegetables, meats, dairy, and other perishable and frozen items. But we need these funds to pay for increased costs of transportation and to replace the foods that we've already distributed. I want you to know that we are committed every day to making sure that our people are fed, and we will do everything in our power to do so. In addition to the funds, if there is one thing that the community can do for us is to help us police the traffic lights at 375. The lines from the food bank extend 1 to 2 miles during peak hours, and additional police help would be greatly appreciated. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am. Mr. Octavio Macias, I see you on the line, sir. Go ahead. You have 3 minutes.
Hello. Yes. Thank you for my time. As you all know, we are in a dire situation, and it's under the context of the novel COVID-19, and as a native El Pasoan, that I call out to my city and my mayor and urge them that this is the time to do what is right. You failed us as a local government, quite frankly, and we're overtaxed here, but yet there's hope. There is a way to avoid this impending economic doom. What you need to do is cut non-essential projects. Let me be more specific. I'm referring specifically to the arena. If you had one opportunity to do the ethical thing, now is your chance. And I know I speak for many when I tell you that we want our history preserved. We know that the economic fall is going to be twice as bad as the one in 2008, and the city's cost-saving measures over the past years, you've conveniently failed to mention any of the reckless and irresponsible borrowing and spending for large-scale entertainment projects, which, let me be honest, we do not need and we cannot afford. Again, we cannot afford. I cannot stress that enough. I am asking you will suspend pay increases for city employees and impose a broad hiring freeze, and yet you don't mention any of the thing about the arena, that it will cost us over $500 million, conveniently enough. You stubbornly refuse to curtail the 4 water parks, which are currently under construction in spite of the stay-at-home directives. This is hypocrisy at its best, and we know what you're doing as a city. We know this. This isn't a secret. Mr. Mayor and the city council, we need you to rise to your duty and assume fiscal responsibility. We need you to be congruent, and this means cutting non-essential projects. This means preserving our history if we want El Paso to avoid a financial disaster. I'd like to phrase it in a simple way perhaps you'll understand. I reiterate, we cannot afford to be bailing out local millionaires with taxpayer money. Thank you for your time.
Is there anyone else on the call that would like to speak? Please press star 6 to unmute your microphone. State your name.
Carlos González Rivera.
Excuse me, your name again, sir?
Carlos González Rivera.
Carlos Gonzalez? Go ahead, sir. You'll have 3 minutes.
Yes, ma'am. My name is Carlos González Rivera. Good afternoon, everyone. I am a local engineer and small business owner. I recently wanted to make a statement and then, of course, a question I've been waiting to ask pretty much all day. Recently, with the developments of COVID-19, as we all know, I've been closely working with the Italians in regards of 3D printing some medical devices. I just wanted everybody to be aware of the coalition that I'm part of. And my next thing would to ask essentially either Chief D'Agostino or anybody that might be able to assist me in regards of who I can contact in regards of setting up some sort of meetings with EOM, EOC, or just the local area hospitals here in the county, essentially. If anybody can be later after this, something of the sort, that'll be great. I would great appreciate your time.
Thank you. Is there anyone else on the line? You will need to press *6 to unmute your phone. Mayor, I've called everyone that signed up to speak this afternoon.
Okay, Chief DiAgostino has something to say.
Yes, Chief DiAgostino, regarding the positive firefighter that City Manager Gonzalez talked about, this firefighter was due to the policies we put in place early on in the city of El Paso, where anyone who had traveled outside of our region, which is Las Cruces, El Paso, and Ciudad Juarez, anybody who traveled outside that region was to quarantine themselves for 14 days at home. This is one of those firefighters. He was traveling in early March. Sorry, the firefighter was traveling in early March, came back and went into that quarantine, that self-quarantine mode. When they did get tested, they came back as a presumptive positive, but there's been no contact with fellow firefighters or the public making emergency responses. To date, we've tested over 136 first responders and healthcare professionals. He's the only presumptive positive that I know about. We did have, just in the fire department alone, over 98 personnel off for quarantine or isolation at some point in time. Those were related to travel. There is no spread on the department at this time, and I just wanted to be clear with that with everyone. Thank you, Mayor.
City Manager, you have something to say?
Yes, sir. There was a lot of misinformation, and I think that it was extremely distasteful for people to feel like they can attack our staff. I'm not in this position to be attacked on a daily basis. I mean, I was in the military. I know what it feels like to be attacked, and you can fight back. I don't think it's appropriate during this kind of crisis to take pot shots. And I want to share facts with the public, with the entire public. There are positions, public positions. There's some that even make twice as much as what I make, and that shouldn't be the issue. I mean, people work hard to get in these positions. The deputy city managers, back 3 years ago, I reduced them by three people. I don't know what the caller was referencing, where there was just one assistant. I never saw an org chart that just had one assistant. When I got here, there were 4 assistants. I reduced it by 3. The council directed that those deputies be put back in place. So we did that. The other thing that happened when I first got here, we cut the budget by $3.5 million, and the council at the time voted to put those dollars back in. The other thing that I want to make clear, because it was said that you weren't speaking about the food bank and dollars associated with that. The council, during this discussion, we said we're going to allocate $100,000 for the food bank, and we're matching the same $100,000 that the county is doing. The $1 million for businesses, the local businesses, we're partnering with the county, so there'll be a total of $2 million with the LIFT fund, or the LIFT group, rather, that will administer those dollars. And that should bolster the efforts that the federal government is doing with the stimulus package. I said several times, as did Robert, and I guess it did not resonate, that the water parks, that we were not opening them up this summer. I said that, and it was due to COVID-19. I was very clear about that. Sam talked about what dollars have already been allocated for different projects, of which those are some. It would be, according to our city engineer, wouldn't be responsible to stop that construction in the midst of having to set up security or having to set up secure the area. However, if the public order, though, says that social distancing is required, that is not a necessity to be completed. So that could potentially cease depending on the public directive, the public health directive. In terms of streets, we said it several times that the dollars would go into the rate stabilization fund, and we did discuss that. Representative Hernandez brought it up. We mentioned it several times. Council had good discussion about that. I think it's a very good point. You know, if we don't look at ways like that where there's revenue that's accessible like that, then we will look at cutting positions. We are not funding the arena with these dollars. I want to be very clear about that. That is in the legal court system. That was something that was done before any of you got on the council, before I came to the city of El Paso, and that continues to be something that's brought up by the public and a certain group that brings that up. And I'm not quarreling with them about bringing that up. They have their opinion, and I respect that. These dollars or anything we're talking about is not going towards the arena. The full complement of that bond has not been sold. There was a portion of that was sold in 2016. And that's all that's happened up to this point. The dollars that have been spent have come from the general fund for the legal fees. Want to be clear about that. Want the public to hear that. I also want to make sure that the public understands that the city's handling of this emergency is not to raise taxes. Our goal is to keep the budget where it is this year and attack the budget next year, because it's going to be difficult, like Representative Rivera talked about. It's going to be extremely difficult in next year's budget, and it's going to be difficult for our community as well. So we said several times that we're going to come back and make more recommendations to make sure that we meet any of the cuts that need to be made in order to balance the budget for next year. So we're very clear about that. The last thing I wanted to talk about is that the council in this action did not allocate any dollars for the design or construction of the MPC. I have told staff that we are not to do any expenditures for design or construction of the MPC until the council so deems appropriate, based on any court actions that take place. So we have not done anything relative to design or construction for the multipurpose center arena. The other thing I wanted to mention, there was a lot of discussion, a lot of mention made about the budget and managing the budget. Since 2014, we did talk about how the ballpark and what was done then was that there was $9 million that was spent from the general fund, from the fund balance, in order to make up different expenditures, in addition to a lot of dollars that was spread throughout the city that were spent on different facilities in order to relocate the city hall into 4 different facilities. So I made that very clear to the council at that time. We also have sold or refunded several bond packages in order to save the city $21 million. We did that. We did that in order to balance the budget relative to the ballpark and what was done and what we inherited. That needs to be very clear, since people are making reference to those points. We have increased the fund balance by $18 million. You could use some of those dollars, but we've already mentioned to the council how in the rating agencies want us to increase the fund balance, because in 13 and 14, in 13 rather, that fund balance was depleted by $9 million. So it's important for us to start adding dollars to the fund balance, of which we have. We've created these pay-as-you-go dollars that folks are now concerned about, that were actually prioritized for these streets. They were prioritized for public safety. They did not exist before. So we did that. We put almost $3 million in the rate stabilization fund in this last year's budget in order to account for anything that we might encounter. We did not know we were going to encounter COVID-19. So we did plan ahead. This council was proactive. And I think it's important for us to talk about us being proactive and being able to be agile. And so people just can't make comments that are not accurate and are misinforming the public. These are facts that anyone is welcome to come see. You know, we've recovered dollars. I've talked about the MPO, almost $20 million and $19.2 million that was recovered. The 4 consecutive years with no audit findings. So we do have metrics. We do have key performance indicators, and they are worked. And I say this on behalf of the 6,000 employees that we lead. We have leaders that lead those employees. We also have 500. We have 500 middle managers that we talk to on a regular basis that help us lead those 6,000 employees. Finally, someone did talk about in the past in terms of the planning that was done. My experience and in the cities that I've managed and the things that we look at, we've been focused on all these things that I referenced. One of the things that had never been done before, and those were audits for the motels in terms of tax collections. That had never been done before. And we collected $2.5 million that had never been collected before. So we brought in best practices that were never done before. We did Lean Six Sigma initiatives that our staff was trained to do and saved the city $6.5 million. So in training our staff, preparing our staff, leading our staff to attack all these initiatives was very, very important. So when people talk about, when they take pot shots, they're taking pot shots at our 6,000 employees. And for that, I do feel compelled to say what I'm saying right now, because it's important to share facts with the public and not just sit back and hear when people make up their own facts. I'm not going to sit back when people are just making things up that are not true. So I hope I cleared all of that up for people who are talking about all the different things that they mentioned. To be very clear, the council has not authorized and we have not recommended that we do any expenditures of any design or construction of the MPC at this time. And I think Robert Cortinas had some comments he wanted to add.
Yes, sir. Thank you. So one of the things that I just wanted to reiterate was that we are taking this seriously. Obviously, this is a situation that nobody expected to happen, nobody planned for, but we are in a much better financial position today than we were 5 years ago. The city manager ran through the list of all of the different areas, whether it's the fund balance, whether it's the pay-go funding, whether it's the refinancing of debt, that we are in a much better position today because of all of those things that the council has done over the last 5 years, that is going to allow us to get through this challenge over the next 12 to 18 months or however long this situation occurs. One of the big things I wanted to point out also is that the recommendations that we have as far as the adjustments are focusing on the non-essential services. Quality of life projects. The city manager's said it multiple times already about the water parks and how those won't be opening. The delay in all of the other projects that, whether they're in the design phase, that won't be opened. And so therefore we're going to recognize that savings and then push those projects back. We heard a lot of discussion from the public comment about the MPC. So we know that there's two sides to that and that there's a lot of people that agree with it, a lot of people that disagree with it. I'll tell you, the city manager said it, but again, no debt has been issued on the MPC since 2016. So it's been almost 3.5 years. The city has no plans. We didn't issue debt for the MPC project. As I mentioned, the last 3.5 years, we have no plan to issue debt for the MPC for the foreseeable future due to the ongoing litigation. And so to say that there's any dollars associated with the recommended reductions or adjustments that are somehow tied to the MPC, there's not. And actually, there's no savings. The only area where we could see savings is if the lawsuit were to go away, which is not likely to happen. We talk about all the different priorities. So when you hear that taxes have increased over the last 5 years, I've shown you in budget updates, the tax rate has increased over the last 5 years, but we can point to specific examples and results that tie back to the strategic plan of where those tax dollars have gone. Whether it's looking at the operating costs associated with the 100+ quality of life projects that have already been completed, whether it's the addition of 150 new officers. You all have seen that graph many, many times of the depletion of our police force to the point where they were close to 1,000 officers and now we're up to almost 1,200. That's a direct result of where those tax dollars have gone. The investment in our public safety. There was discussion earlier about the public safety capital, that pay-go funding, that $4 million a year. Again, those tax dollars and those fees that were creating those pay-go sources are going directly to those priorities identified in the strategic plan. One other point was looking at the ballpark. Obviously, yes, we know that the financing of the ballpark was not ideal. The timing of the ballpark financing, due to everything that was going on economically at the time, it was just a bad deal. But in the last 5 years, we've made that position a lot better. We showed you this past year, the general fund subsidy went down dramatically, and that was mostly due to the refinancing that we did a couple years ago, refinancing that balloon payment. There's also another opportunity for refinancing another portion of those ballpark bonds. So that's something that we didn't discuss today, but I've discussed that in the last couple of budget updates, that there's an opportunity again to alleviate some of the pressure from the ballpark and the need for the general fund subsidy that we're currently exploring. And so I think city manager summed it up really well, that just from a financial position where we were 5 years ago to where we are today, we're in a much better position to be able to address this challenge. Obviously, we're aware that we're trying to minimize the impact on services, every service, whether it's essential or non-essential. However, there's going to be tough decisions that need to be made not only now, today, the next several weeks, but also as we start to develop the budget for this coming year. And so with that, I think Sam wanted to talk a little bit about streets and the commitment and what we're going to continue to do on the street side.
Yes, Mayor, Mayor and Council. So, San Rodriguez City Engineer, just want to reiterate that the street program, as it stands today, our commitment is to continue with that program. The 2012 Street CIP is going to continue. Obviously, the $7 million fund and the $3 million pay-as-you-go money, what the action that's being requested today is to hold off on expending $6.6 million of that. And what that will do is just simply slide the full program a year on the $7 million residential of the funding. But the commitment and what we're telling you as a recommendation is to continue with the rest of the programs. That includes the MPO that's got reconstruction of some of the roads south of Paisano and downtown, as well as the bridge replacements that we have throughout the community. There's 4 that we're doing throughout. That's continuing to go along with some of the safety lighting that we have underway as well. So again, just to summarize and for the public's benefit, our commitment to streets and the programs that have been approved are continuing. And we're going to continue that discussion with council as we move forward to really find that solution, that permanent solution to really address the full need moving forward. Thank you.
Okay, Laura, would you read the motion back as we're to vote on?
We have an amendment, Mayor, made by Representative Hernandez on the 2 items. Representative Anello, you had seconded the first amendment. Do you agree to the second amendment as well?
I had also seconded the second. And can we take both of those items separately?
You want to vote on the amendment separately?
Yes, and the item separately.
Okay, so the first amendment is to amend the 6th paragraph on the resolution that addresses item number 5. And this is to suspend the requirement for council approval of budget transfers between departments exceeding $50,000 until June 9th, 2020.
Laura, could you repeat that? You were coming in kind of choppy, please.
Yes.
Sorry to interrupt.
No problem. The first amendment is to revise the budget resolution, and this is for item 5, to read that it suspends the requirement for council approval of budget transfers between departments exceeding $50,000 until June 9th, 2020. On that motion, Mayor Pro Tem Schwartzbein.
Aye.
Anello.
Representative Manella, you need to vote. You're muted.
Well, unmute. Aye.
Hernandez.
Yes.
Morgan.
Yes.
Salcido.
Aye.
Rodriguez.
Yes.
Rivera.
Yes.
And Lizarraga.
Yes.
That motion passes unanimously. The second amendment was to amend budget resolution item number 61 to suspend the $6.6 million for residential street maintenance and appropriate the funds to the rate stabilization fund. On that motion, Representative Schwartzbein.
This is for the amendment or for the vote?
This is for the amendment for the $6.6 million of residential street maintenance so that the funds are appropriated to the rate stabilization fund.
Aye.
Anello.
Aye.
Hernandez.
Mrs. Pride, it is called the Budget Stabilization Fund, just as a clarification, just for clarification. So it's yes for me.
Okay, so this is to appropriate the funds to the Budget Stabilization Fund. Representative Morgan.
Yes.
Salcido.
Aye.
Rodriguez.
Yes.
Rivera.
Yes.
And Lizarraga.
All I'm saying is don't stop working on the streets and bring up the dedicated funds when it's an emergency. So, no.
Okay, and that motion passes with 7 affirmative votes. Representative Lizarraga voting nay. And now we do have a motion and a second to approve the resolution as revised. On that motion, Mayor Pro Tem Schwartzmeyer.
I'm sorry, Laura, Ms. Pine, can we take those two items separately, 1 and 2?
We're only talking about one.
This vote is
I
for.
understand. There are 2 items in the motion. One is for the budget transfers, and the second is for the 6.6 million. So I asked that we take those separately.
We just council just voted on those 2 separately, ma'am.
On the amendments.
They voted on, yes, you all voted on the amendments.
So now we have to vote on the items. I'm asking that we take those item votes separately.
I'm sorry, I'm not following you because the amendments were just voted on by council. They passed. So now the next motion is to approve the resolution as revised.
And I'm asking that we take the 2 items in the resolution, number 1 being the budget transfer, separately from number 2, which is the $6.6 million.
Ms. Neiman, can you help me clarify this motion, please?
I'm listening to the request of the representative. If she's asking for that, there should be a motion and a second.
Thank you for the clarification, Carla. So I motion that we take those 2 items separately.
Second.
So you want to approve the revised resolution with taking the 2 approved amendments separately. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So this is to amend the resolution to incorporate the approved amendment for number 5. On that motion, Mayor Pro Tem Schwartzbein.
Aye.
Anello.
Aye.
Hernandez.
Yes.
Morgan.
Yes.
Salcido.
Aye.
Rodriguez.
Yes.
Rivera.
Aye.
And Lizarraga.
Aye.
Okay. Is there a motion to approve the resolution incorporating the amendment to number 61?
Y'all need to make a motion.
Mayor, if I may, I have a question.
Okay.
Carla, for clarification on the motion, are we voting on the motion not as amended because the amendment just got voted on?
That's correct. The motion has already been amended. It's just split.
So then we're just voting on the motion that was original right now.
That was amended.
The motion amended the resolution into 2 parts.
So the resolution has been amended to include the amendment for item number 5 on the budget transfers. Now we need a motion to approve the resolution to incorporate the amendment for item number 61, which is the 6.6 million of the residential street maintenance fund.
So moved.
Second.
Is there a second?
Representative Salcido just seconded, yes. So now the
All right.
motion is to approve the revised resolution to include the amendment for this residential street maintenance fund, and this is to appropriate the funds to the stabilization fund, to the budget stabilization fund. On that motion, Mayor Pro Tem Schwartzbein.
So point of clarification, any funds from the 6.6 that's sent to the stabilization fund, any funds from that fund would have to be approved by council?
That's correct.
Can you
Okay.
I'm sorry, Laura, can you the motion one more time.
So the motion is to approve the resolution as revised and incorporate the amendment to item number 61 that was previously approved, and this is to suspend the $6.6 million set aside for residential street maintenance and appropriate the dollars to the Budget Stabilization Fund. Mayor Pro Tem Schwartzbein?
Aye.
Anello?
Aye.
Hernandez?
Yes.
Morgan?
Yes.
Salcido?
Aye.
Rodriguez?
No.
Rivera?
Aye.
And Lizarraga?
No.
The motion passes with 6 affirmative votes. Representatives Rodriguez and Lizarraga voting nay. The motion does pass. The next item is number 2. This is discussion and action that the city manager be authorized to sign a Chapter 380 Economic Development Program Agreement between the City of El Paso and LIFT Fund in support of the creation and administration of a small business emergency relief program to provide small business loans and grants to eligible businesses within the City of El Paso affected by the COVID-19 pandemic.
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Is there further discussion?
Is there a presentation?
Mayor, I have a presentation. I can run through it very quickly.
Okay.
If IT could just bring up the slides, please. So just to give you some background and in essence of time, LIFT Fund is a partnership that we've established. It's a joint partnership between the city and county. The county just approved the Small Business Emergency Relief Program. This is to assist small businesses that have been impacted to date. As you know, LIFT Fund is a nonprofit organization that provides credit and technical assistance services to small businesses and entrepreneurs. They've been doing a lot of work in El Paso since 1996, and the city has been in partnership with them in the past with the revolving loan fund, for example. We've heard from the business community, from a lot of the folks that have been surveyed from both the El Paso Chamber and Hispanic Chamber, that there are significant negative effects and impacts, of course, especially with our small business owners. So what we're proposing today for your review and approval is $1 million from the city, and that would be $600,000 towards up to $25,000 per business in small business loans at 0% interest. Now, keep in mind that $250,000 would also be for what we call micro grants, which would be up to $5,000 per business in grants. We would also include.
Jessica, can you pull up the presentation?
Yes, I'm sorry, I'm asking IT if they could bring up the slides, but I just wanted, in the interest of time, to start talking about this. It is in the backup, but if IT could help me bring that up, that'd be great. Apologize, Council.
Yeah.
So I was referencing the $600,000 of that $1 million investment. $600,000 would be allotted for loans of up to $25,000, and that's at 0% interest, as well as $250,000 would be allotted towards up to $5,000 per business in grants. Now, the item should be under the special work session, and it's listed as item number 2.
What happened to her?
Now, I can also just continue while IT is looking for that.
Jessica, the presentation is up.
$150,000 would then be to cover 0% interest loans and really to cover the administrative expenses and technical assistance that LIFT Fund will be managing and operating.
Ms. Jessica, the slide
term.
is up. I'm not sure that you could see it.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I see just.
But please advise when to go to the next slide.
I just don't see. I don't see the PowerPoint. Apologize. I just see a screen with the folder, so I don't see any of the slides.
Yeah, now bring it up.
Okay, so I'm on slide 4. If you could go to the next slide, please. So as I mentioned, Mayor and Council, this would be $1 million from the city. The county just recently approved today also $1 million from the county. Now this is how we're going to allocate those dollars. As I mentioned, $600,000 would go up to $25,000 per business and small business loans at 0% interest. We do have stipulated in our 380 agreement, that's the vehicle that we're using to transfer the funds from the city to Lift Fund. That Lift Fund will repay the city in a lump sum in 4 years, which would be an amount at or, just depending on any losses, it would be roughly around $600,000 after this 4-year term. However, we could also choose to participate in a revolving loan fund at a later date as well. Now, $250,000 would go into grants, and that would be up to $5,000 per business in grants. We also have to cover administrative expenses, and that's going to be provided to Lift Fund so that they could administer these loans, and that would be $150,000. Next slide. Now, as I mentioned, this is very important that we do this. We have a sense of urgency. We understand that a lot of our businesses right now are currently undergoing significant losses. So we did this partnership. We've seen other cities, Bexar County, for example, just recently did this. And just within 2 days, they saw the grants of up to $5,000 that they had allotted. They saw those expended really within 2 days. So we know that there's a significant need really throughout the entire county. So we have a total commitment here of $1.7 million once you take out everything that's going to be used for servicing the loans between the city and county. And from an economic
Jessica?
impact study, yes, sir.
Jessica, I just wanted to add to council for information. We talk a lot about data, and Jessica mentioned earlier today, we had reached out to the chambers to get the surveys out, and so we got a lot of good information back, and a lot of that was utilized in how this was put together. So I just wanted to just prop that up one more time. Jessica had mentioned that before. We had called them early on in the process, and then I also called Jessica, and Jessica quickly got on that with the chambers. And that was a very important element of how this was put together.
That's correct. That's in direct response to a lot of what we're seeing. We're seeing that close to 79% of our respondents have sales under $1 million that really could be eligible for these types of loans. And we're also seeing that they could be eligible just because of the type of business that they're in and then the type of needs that they need these dollars allotted to. Just keep in mind that this is also going to help our economy overall. Typically right now, for every dollar that Lift Fund lends, there's $14 that are put back into the economy. Next slide. Now, for the small business loans, those that would be eligible of up to $25,000, the eligibility is as follows. They would have to employ fewer than 10 full-time employees at all business locations. And keep in mind, to the city manager's point, we know that there are a significant number of businesses that do meet this eligibility. Annual gross revenues of not more than $1 million from all business activities. They also must be in good standing with creditors for at least 6 months prior to the COVID-19 outbreak, but Lift Fund will be working with them. Loans are also limited to businesses that are located and that will reopen in the same location in the city. And they also have to demonstrate that they've experienced a loss of at least 15% of revenue in the period beginning March 1st of 2020 to the present. And we know that, over 40% of respondents just to date in some of the surveys we've seen have seen a decrease in sales of more than 80% or more. So we know that there is going to be a significant need for this. Next slide. Now, in terms of the loan terms, we're looking at about initial 120-day deferral of your principal and interest, and no interest will be charged on the loan. There is a 5% loan fee, and we're working with Lift Fund here out of El Paso, but they're headquartered in San Antonio. Terms, again, are based on the size of the loan. They're either a 24-month for loans of up to $15,000 or 36 months for loans of up to $25,000. Next slide. Now, when you're looking at the small business, now there's a error here. This would be of loans up to $5,000. We're looking at the eligibility of those that are employed fewer than 5 full-time employees, of annual gross revenues of not more than $1 million. And the grants are limited to businesses that are located in El Paso and will reopen in the same location. They also have to demonstrate that there's been at least 20% of revenue that they have lost due to this COVID-19 crisis. Next slide. Now, applications will start as of April 1st, so they will begin this week, and Lift Fund will be working very diligently with the businesses impacted. We are working with our PIO office, we're working with the county, and with our partners to include both chambers as well as numerous other partner organizations, because this will be important that those business owners understand that they could still get on the phone and get their documentation processed. They could still go via, online. There are different things that we're trying to do right now in conjunction with the county to get the assistance that is needed to all businesses. And with that, any questions, Mayor and Council?
Yes, Representative Anello has a question and Representative Lizarga has a question. Representative Anello?
Hey, Jessica, thank you. Can you let me know, why did you guys go with 10 or fewer employees?
So typically those are criteria, ma'am, that, we're actually talking to Lift Fund as they're the experts. They understand a lot of what they're seeing in terms of the grassroots of the businesses that are coming up. And that's typically the demographic snapshot of the types of businesses that we have here, for example. And it really shows that if we're going to be tremendously impactful, many of our business owners have definitely 10 or fewer, or even 5 or fewer employees. So it's really just dependent upon Lift Fund to provide us with a lot of that expertise on what they're seeing from businesses that are calling in.
And what did they do in Bexar County?
In Bexar County, they also put a program in place. In terms of the dollars allotted, I want to say it was roughly around maybe 5.3 million, I want to say. And they did a similar program where they allotted X number of dollars for micro grants, as well as X number of dollars for loans that were zero interest loans.
But how many employees did they look at?
The same. I want to say it was the same. It's pretty standard across the state. Lift Fund typically is one of the number one lenders that the state utilizes, and they have a real good understanding and kind of collaboration with other lenders. What you see with Lift Fund is that typically Lift Fund is the entity that businesses go to when they cannot secure traditional financing.
Okay, and there's a part in here that says that you'll be eligible by location. Can you elaborate on that for me?
No, not by location. It's just the part there in terms of eligibility is we want to ensure that the business still continues to operate in El Paso and doesn't, if they add an additional location, that's great if they're export oriented, but that they still intend to reopen their business establishment within El Paso, Texas.
Okay, that makes sense. I'm a little wary of this because, I see that you have to be able to prove that you can pay it back, right? When we're looking at like federal stimulus packages, they don't have that. This is coming out of our impact fund, correct?
Yes, we are paying this through our impact fund, but keep in mind that We at the city and also at the county, we're not going to be managing and operating and servicing these loans. That's not our area of expertise. So we do have that in place with Lift Fund. They're very successful. Keep in mind, we understand the COVID-19 is definitely a crisis that we weren't expecting, but at the same time, their default rate as an entity is less than 4% of businesses default with these loans, and they've been very successful here in El Paso. In 2018, again, they probably assisted just in El Paso alone over 2,700 businesses, and they provided close to $38 million in loans. And so they've made a significant impact here in El Paso, and they're not definitely an entity. They were also known as Acción Texas, if you remember, with Elvira Valles. So that definitely has changed now to Lift Fund. So they've been here since 1996.
Sure. Well, then it's just like you look at organizations like the El Paso SBA who are working with federal dollars to just give out grants. And I wonder why, we wouldn't work with them just to focus on grants for people who are in a tough spot. Also, last council meeting when we talked about the emergency order, one of my big concerns was, dollars for workers. In this community, in a border community, you have a lot of workers who do not have Social Security numbers. I remind you that does not mean that they are undocumented. They could be international workers on a work visa, on a student visa. They could be DACA recipients, and they are also being affected by this. We did talk about this at the last council, and I would like to see use of our impact dollars to help those workers who are not eligible for unemployment or are not being offered any dollars through the federal stimulus package.
Okay, let's move to.
I'm sorry, I would like a response to that. And can we take the presentation down now? It's hard to talk and not see.
So I do understand what you're referencing in terms of our partnership with the SBA. Keep in mind, we are partnered with the SBA. We do coordinate a lot of the technical assistance that they provide to our businesses. However, with the flexibility that business owners need now and with the sense of urgency that they need to offset costs like payroll and other things, they really need a program that has that flexibility and that has that ability to service their needs quickly. Lift Fund, again, is an entity that we've done business with before in the past, and we know that they could actually hit the ground running here in El Paso. They're very familiar with our market. Now, with the use of our impact fund dollars, as long as it's allotted within just the policy that we have set in place with the impact fund, we need to take a look at that and see how we can use it towards other efforts. I'm sure that between our city manager and our CFO, we're all looking across everything that we have right now in terms of just the revenue streams and what we're pledging to what specific program. But we know that this is something that is very important, and it couldn't wait. So we know that bringing it today for your review and then partnering with the county is a big deal, because then that means that you're putting a little over $1.7 million directly into a pot of money that small businesses can access.
Yeah, and I understand that, and I think that your answers to my questions and your presentation have really made me feel a lot better about the Lift Fund. But I would like to see us come back. Right, we just had a 6-hour conversation about where we're going to get funds. One of my concerns is, again, workers in this community who do not have Social Security numbers, who do not have unemployment or any kind of stimulus funding for them. How we can rewrite the impact fund policy, because I really think that those are dollars that we can use to help our community. And I would like to know maybe when we can see something like that come back.
Representative Lizarga, and then Representative Salcido, and then Representative Rivera, and then Representative Schwartzbein.
Yeah, Jessica, thank you for your presentation. I had a question about on your loan terms. Could you give me that information again? Did you say there was an error on that page?
Yes, ma'am. We had, so in regards to the small business loans of up to $5,000, they're really grants, they're micro grants. And so the eligibility there is that we have to employ fewer than 5 full-time employees, and annual gross revenues have to be not more than $1 million. And then, of course, that they have to demonstrate a loss that is at least 20% of their revenue that they've lost due to the COVID-19. But what we're going to be sending right after the council meeting is a press release, and it's also some information that you can provide to your constituents that will specify exactly where they're going to need to go to and who they can talk to immediately, because this will become available, should this be approved today, April 1st.
Okay, thank you very much. That'd be very helpful.
Okay, Representative Salcido.
Thank you so much, Mayor. I have a couple questions on the Exhibit A on the guidelines. And it does say, of course, that it needs to be credit review. And I think you mentioned it a little bit right now in regards to not being late 6 months. Is that what you said?
Yes, ma'am. They just have to be in good standing for at least 6 months prior to COVID-19 outbreak. But keep in mind that we've been talking with Lift Fund and their representatives, and they've ensured that they're going to be, really working with those businesses that have been impacted, and understanding that, they're not going to probably, some of these businesses may not be able to readily secure traditional financing or just the loans through the SBA either. So loans like this will probably be very beneficial for them. So they will work with them to ensure that they could get through the path of accessing some of these dollars.
So to better understand, so they're going to be flexible in regards to some of them being late?
Yes, exactly. Yes, because they do understand that they're experiencing late payments on their rent and other debt that business might have with regards to equipment, et cetera. Yes, they're going to take that into account.
That's really, really good to hear. I got inundated by a lot of business owners, small business owners, and there is some that once you open your first business, you put your whole life savings, you over leverage yourself, and from there you'll miss a payment, and at a crisis like this, that is a small business that can, without a help right now, they can go out of business. And I'm really happy to hear that they're going to be flexible on that, because that does address a lot of the business owners that they give me calls, and I heard them loud and clear, and I know their struggles, and I think this is a great program.
Yes, thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Representative Rivera.
Oh, disregard, Mayor. My question was answered already. Thank you. Nice presentation, Ms. Serrera.
Okay.
Thank you.
Representative Schwartzbein.
Thanks. Thank you, Jessica, for the great presentation. I guess this is a larger question. Is there any guidelines about how these funds are going to be used by the businesses?
So those would be on a case-by-case basis. Of course, Lift Fund would have to kind of stipulate that with each business owner and their respective needs. But Lift Fund's representative, I can make sure that she contact you, sir, and provide any specific information on how Lift Fund manages their program.
Yeah, and I asked that because I know that we're trying to take actions to protect tenants, to protect landlords, and to protect tenants who have no income coming in. Many are small businesses. And I guess the concern would be is that we haven't put any limit on landlords or tenants putting late fees or other things there possible that are going to make it more difficult for businesses to stay afloat. And so I just wonder if these loans are going to be used for those purposes.
So they may be used essentially when, of course, each is on a case-by-case basis, but they can use this money to pay rent. They can use this money to offset some of their payroll costs, working capital, really to extend, for whatever means necessary, they're going to need these dollars for. But keep in mind that Lift Fund will be working with each of these business owners and understanding how they can service their needs quickly and provide this relief to them.
Okay. And I guess this is a question for the city attorney or the city manager, but is there anything that we can do that can prohibit landlords from charging exorbitant fees or late fees for rent that's being charged during this time of the emergency?
This is Carla. Yes, the emergency ordinance that you all passed in 2 weeks ago prohibits the raising of prices for rent at apartments and multifamily dwelling units. So that is already in place from the original ordinance.
So does that also include fees? Like late fees?
Well, it would be part of the rent structure, presumably based on their contract. So the language of the ordinance prohibited raising prices for a variety of categories. So it would require some level of investigation from our code enforcement folks to figure out what the situation was at a particular instance.
All right. When we send out a press release that talks about the updates to the emergency order with the commercial tenants, I know that and the lack of requiring to stop commercial evictions, can we also include clarifying language about late fees and rent structure as well in that press release? Because I think there's just a lot of confusion from both sides about the actions by council during this emergency. I think it'd be very helpful.
Yes, sir. I'll make sure to capture that information in a press release with the PIO.
I very much appreciate that. Thank you again.
Representative Hernandez. Representative Hernandez.
Thank you. My question is related to the number of businesses that you foresee to impact with these $850,000.
So typically, I think in terms of just total number, ma'am, I don't have that estimate for you, but I know that we've seen a significant just interest. For example, just going to depend on the dollar amounts that are requested, and seeing that these loans are up to $5,000 or up to $25,000, it's really just seeing how quickly the $1.7 million we're going to be able to draw down. Typically, what you see is that there's about 52 businesses that could essentially get, $25,000 loans. Mm-hmm. But it's really gonna depend on how quickly. I would expect that these micro grants will be used quicker first than the larger loans.
Okay, so therein lies my problem, and I am so appreciative of you all putting this together. I think that it addresses the concern, but it does not make the impact that we need to see. If we were to give, if we were to exhaust all of the $600,000 and $25,000 loans, we could help 24 businesses. If we gave $5,000, the entire $250,000 in the amount of $5,000, we could serve 50 businesses. So collectively, we're looking at about less than 100 businesses that we could serve at the maximum amounts, a minimum of 75 businesses.
But keep in mind that you're also having to add what the county is doing as well. And so keep in mind too that these are the most vulnerable. Yes, they typically don't qualify. Many of these don't qualify for traditional banks. But when you augment that on top of what the county just approved this afternoon, I understand we're making a small, impact relative to the overall size of the number of businesses that are currently needing this assistance. But keep in mind that there's a significant number of resources that we have yet not seen that's coming available now through the SBA and through other mechanisms that are going to help to provide additional economic relief. So I do understand your concern of it being minor, but it's still a tremendous impact to these 400 or 500 businesses potentially. Once you add it up to what the city and county are doing, can get assistance.
Ms. Hernandez, what Jessica is referring to also is we've been sending a lot of information to her department, also to the chambers, regarding what the stimulus package looks like and what that provides, and educating the businesses or helping them be educated along with our Congressman Congresswoman Escobar to get that information out to them. But you're right. I mean, if there were $5,000 loans with us in the county, that's why we partnered with them. It would be 340 businesses we could help. At 25,000, you're talking about 72 businesses. So what we could do, in terms of how this pans out, we will put this forth with the LIFT organization and see how much interest, and I'm sure we're going to get a lot of interest, but as the stimulus package rolls out as well, we'll need to manage that also and determine how that helps our businesses. The council had asked us, if you recall, to put something together and come back, and this augments what the feds are doing. We're going to submit this as a COVID expense to see if we get reimbursed. So, one of the things we could do, we could come back with an additional package in the future as we learn more. But you're right. You're absolutely right. It's 340 businesses if it's at $5,000 a piece, or 72 if they're $25,000 a piece. And it's going to depend on the size of the business and the amount of the ask, obviously. But you hit the nail right on the head. But this was intended to augment what the federal stimulus package was going to do.
And just to add on that, the LIFT Fund is a community development financial institution, so they're also continuing to raise funds all across the county. They're doing that very regularly, so a lot of private investors and other folks can actually choose to invest with LIFT Fund. We're seeing that happen in Diana County as well, because I did reach out to the city of Las Cruces, and they are working with some private investors. So it's really done with that focus in mind, ma'am, that we could always come back if we need to augment our resources, because we know that these will be expended here pretty quickly.
Okay. And I think that's key. I think that that we make clear that this is a starting point, and that if there's additional need, that we're very fluid, and we want to make sure the businesses know that if they didn't get support this round, if the federal government has failed to provide support with enough as speedy as possible, because anything with government takes very long. So I'm pretty sure that you all put this package together, but it also could be something that we need to continue to have dialogue on. So I appreciate that fluidity. I don't know why I missed that part about the county. But you had said 400 to 500 businesses is what you're estimating.
No, I'm saying that once you take a look at, like, let's say we're doing about 52 loans just with the city. If all 52 loans take $25,000 plus another 50 grants or so at $5,000, then you couple that with what the county is doing, and then you're a little over 100 on each. And okay. So, I mean, that's, but it's essentially that could be increased, because if LIFT Fund continues to increase their funds, then that means that they're providing additional assistance to these business owners as well. So,
Ms. Hernandez, I may have confused you. I said you could do 340 at $5,000 a piece with the city and the county, or 72 if they were all $25,000 loans. That's
I see. Okay, I understand. All right. Thank you.
Okay, Representative Schwartzfein, did you wish to speak again?
Yes, sir. Just clarification about the issue about fees and rent structure. Is that apply for residential or for commercial properties as well, City Attorney Neiman?
As amended today, the ordinance now includes both residential and commercial.
Okay, so it also includes commercial as well for rate structure and late fees.
Yes, sir, that was the amendment that council approved today.
Okay, thank you.
All right, we ready to vote on this?
Yes, Mayor, we do have a motion and a second to approve the resolution and the agreement. On that motion, Mayor Pro Tem Schwartzfein?
Aye.
Anello?
Aye.
Hernandez?
Yes.
Morgan?
Yes.
Salcido?
Aye.
Rodriguez?
Yes.
Rivera?
Aye.
And Lizarraga?
Aye.
That motion passes unanimously.
All right, Laura, before we take up 3 and then 4, Representative Lizarraga has something to say.
Okay.
Thank you, Mayor. You know, as I'm sitting here contemplating the worst case scenarios, the numbers that are being proposed by the expert, I would like to make a motion on items 3 and 4. Given the pandemic and our emergency order constraints and the limitations we are probably going to have to impose on our charter committee, I move that we delete items 3 and 4 from the agenda. That will give us time to consider perhaps even postponing, putting the charter amendments on the November ballot, and even consider a special election, since we do not know where we will be at this pandemic. Again, this postponement today allows us to evaluate our options carefully. Eliminating this from the agenda now does not prevent anyone from putting it on in the future, but will give us the flexibility to assess where we are at. I'm just trying to be cautionary and responsible. Giving ourselves more time for such an important matter will not hurt us.
Second.
I second.
Second.
I just seconded it. Sorry, Hunter.
Representative Rivera, you had said you wanted to speak.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mayor. In support of Representative Lozada, I also feel that moving forward with these amendments is a disservice to our constituents because they need to be able to engage and participate in the process. And right now, they're focused on COVID-19 pandemic. The ad hoc committee cannot meet all together because of the emergency orders in place and with stricter ones coming soon. If they do meet with the community, it would have to be virtually, and not all residents have Wi-Fi capabilities. Therefore, I support you because the charter is the people's constitution and it belongs to them. And I wholeheartedly agree to delete this item.
Representative Anello?
I wanted to actually talk about something else so we can take a vote on this, and then I would speak after if that's okay.
Okay, Representative Schwartzbein, you want to speak?
Yeah, no, I'm not going to support a deletion at this time. First of all, I think it's important that we have these items. There's a lot of cleanup that needs to be done. That's vestiges from previous organizations or organizational structures for city council, for the mayor's office, and for city manager. These cleanup items are important to put on. If we don't engage this right now, we're not going to be able to make it for a November election. It is the people's document, it is the people's constitution, and we need to make sure that we have a structure for our institution that is reflective of that and is the best organized way to do that. So I won't be supporting deletion of this. Furthermore, I think we've had how many people sign up to speak on one of the agenda items? 21, 25 people that did it telephonically and did it virtually. The idea that we can't engage in a digital age over telephone or over web, that we can't have an engagement with the public, I don't necessarily subscribe with. And that, if anything, what this meeting has shown is actually had more engagement and more people sign up and be able to speak. So I won't be supporting this deletion. I totally understand where my colleagues are coming from, and I totally respect their perspective and point of view. But I think it's important that we do this cleanup and we move forward.
Representative Anello?
Thank you, Mayor. I am going to support this. I think that Representative Lozada is right. People in this community are very concerned about a lot of things, and it is not about the staffing model of the council. I think there's a lot going on. We can do this in a November election. We can do it in November 2021. These things have been in place for almost 10 years now. There is cleanup necessary, but the city is functioning. And I think that really putting more time and engagement into what the community's concerns are right now and not bogging down something else, where we actually don't even know where the November election is going to stand after the COVID situation, if it continues into August or September. So I don't think that this is a responsible thing to do it right now.
Representative Rivera? Or wait, Representative Hernandez. Wait, Henry, you wanted to speak last, so Representative Hernandez. Representative Hernandez?
Okay, sorry about that. I don't have a stat, so it's all over the place. I would just like clarification from Mrs. Neiman. I understand the city charter has to be reviewed by city charter. Would we be in violation of our city charter if we do not move forward with this, given the timeline?
So just for some perspective, you have until July 21st to introduce an ordinance for a special election. So there is some time that you have based on what your pressing needs are as a community. We were going to be somewhat pressed for time once you all appointed. So you don't have to have an election of the charter every other year. That's when we scheduled it, so it could be postponed. The other thing that I would like to tell council is you don't have to appoint a charter commission. A charter commission is not mandated only if you are attempting to rewrite the entire charter. Does that help?
Representative Morgan?
Thank you.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. As far as this goes, I'm going to go ahead and support Sissy's motion. I really believe that the charter is a document that we have to actually take the time to actually look at. And considering how difficult it is right now to operate with the coronavirus situation that we find ourselves in, I really believe that this item should be deleted or postponed to a later date. Carla, I think you hit it on the head that we do not need to have an election every other year. But I would like a general idea of when we think we can bring this back. Thank you.
All right. Representative Rivera, or did you want to wait for Carla's answer?
Thank you. No, that's fine. Thank you. That's fine. Thank you. I know I had said earlier, but I wanted to say, and Representative Swartzwine feels that we should go on. I feel, in all fairness, this should be available to everyone, and we should consider the whole city, not just those that have the capabilities and the means to do the meetings virtually. Public meetings, you know how they can go as far as trying to do it virtually in locations that aren't equipped for that. But also, to add to that, charter amendments do not have to be done every other year. We just did ours in 2018, and I agree with Representative Ranello that there are too many other issues and two other emergency issues that we need to look at. And we need to take into consideration and study it, to the fullest. Therefore, I stick with the motion, and I support Representative Lozada. Thank you.
Representative Schwartzman wants to speak, but I'd like to say something too. While I don't vote unless there's a tie or something else, as you all well know, I also think we got too many things that are too much of a priority right now with this COVID-19. It's our third challenge in the last year and a half, and we need to focus on that rather than something that can wait and be addressed later. Representative Schwartzbein.
Yeah, I just wanted to wrap up as the last speaker that I totally respect where folks are coming from. I also think too that we've seen that maybe when we do bring this up, if this deletion does pass, that there's a number of ways for people to be engaged in community meetings, whether it's in person or virtually as well. Again, we've seen today that there's been an increase actually with public participation in this virtual meeting. And again, want to respect and say, or totally respect where other people are coming from, but I do think there's a lot of cleanup. And we do have a lot of issues going on right now with our city, obviously. Chief among them is a pandemic emergency.
Representative Nella had one more question, I think.
This question is for Mrs. Neiman. If this item does get postponed, can we plan, starting January 2021 to actually, then appoint members to work on this for a year rather than just the short allocated amount of time? so this process is really well digested and well taken in.
Yes, that is within the purview of council to call the ad hoc charter committee when you all deem necessary.
Sure. So I guess that would be, again, I'm going to vote to support it, but I would hope that, come January 2021, we can start moving, or the council at that time can start moving to start that process for an elongated period of time.
I think that's a great recommendation, Representative Anello.
Okay, so let's take a vote on the motion to remove items 3 and 4.
Yes, so this motion is to delete items 3 and 4. On that motion, Mayor Pro Tem Schwartzbein.
Okay.
Anello.
Aye.
Hernandez.
Yeah.
Morgan.
Yes.
Salcido.
Aye.
Rodriguez.
Yes.
Rivera.
Aye.
And Lizarraga.
Aye.
And the motion passes with 7 affirmative votes. Mayor Pro Tem Schwartzbein voting nay. The motion does pass. Mayor, did you want to move on to item number 5?
I had a question.
Yeah, yes, Anello, Representative Anello.
I have 2 questions. Ms. Prine, can we reconsider the last vote on item 1 for the allocation of the approval of the $6.6 million? And then I would like to make a motion to suspend the rest of the meeting until after the council meeting tomorrow. I don't know if I have a second for that one, but.
Okay, so there is a motion.
Representative, I'm sorry to interrupt. Would you repeat your motions?
So my first one, I don't know if the first
Oh.
one needs a motion. Mrs. Prine, you'd have to clarify that for me, but I would like to reconsider the last vote that was taken on item number 1, which was the amended version of the $6.6 million. And then my actual motion was to suspend the rest of the council meeting or recess the rest of the council meeting until tomorrow after the city council meeting.
I second that. Cassandra?
Which one are you seconding, the first or the second? Or both?
Why reconsider?
Both.
Why reconsider the vote?
Because I did not vote correctly.
So that's.
All right, so we're going to reconsider the vote, and you voted affirmative. The only way you can re-vote on something is if you were one of the ones who voted for it. Did you vote for it?
I did vote for it.
Okay,
Yes, sir.
all right. So is there a second to Representative Anello's motion?
I think Representative Hernandez.
There is Representative Hernandez. Second.
Okay, all right, then let's re-vote.
So this motion is to reconsider. We need to take the motion to reconsider first, and this is to reconsider the resolution to approve with the amendment for item number 61, reallocating the $6.6 million from the street maintenance fund. And this is to reconsider. Mayor Pro Tem Schwartzbein.
Yeah.
Anello?
We're voting to reconsider or we're retaking
To reconsider.
Reconsider.
Yes.
Whatever.
Hernandez?
Yes.
Morgan?
Yes.
Salcido?
I'm sorry.
Salcido?
You're fine.
Aye.
Rodriguez?
Yes.
Rivera?
Aye.
And Lizarraga?
Aye.
May we have a motion to approve the resolution to include the amendment to item 61?
Is there a motion?
Motion to approve.
Second? Who's second? Okay, now let's vote.
Who was the second on that one?
Representative Schwartzbein.
Thank you. And this is to approve the resolution with a revision for item number 61 to appropriate the funds of $6.6 million from the street maintenance fund to the budget stabilization fund. Mayor Pro Tem Schwartzbein.
So just for clarification, the stabilization fund requires that any funds that were going to be used would be approved by city council, correct?
Yes.
That is correct. What you all adopted when you created the stabilization fund requires that anytime you're going to put money into the fund or specify a use, that it has to get council approval.
So we could even use these funds for street maintenance into the future, if we so choose.
Upon council approval, yes.
Great. I'm not sure how to correctly or incorrectly vote, but I'm still voting yes.
Thank you. Anello?
No.
Hernandez?
Yes.
Morgan?
Yes.
Salcido?
Nay.
Rodriguez?
No.
Rivera?
Yes.
And Lizarraga?
Allow me to repeat, all I'm saying is don't start working on the streets and bring up available dedicated funds when it's an emergency. No.
Okay, Mayor,
You can still use the funds for streets. You can still use the funds for streets.
Council's going to have ultimate authority and approval anyway.
Mayor, we have a tie.
Oh, goody. Yay.
I didn't want you to let you off the hook, Mayor.
And the motion passes with Mayor Pro Tem Schwartzbein, Hernandez, Morgan, Rivera, and the mayor voting aye. Representatives Anello, Salcido, Rodriguez, Lizarraga voting nay. The motion does pass.
All right. So
I'm just curious, so these funds that we appropriate to the stabilization fund, in order to use them, does the council have to approve their use for anything of any use whatsoever?
No.
Say that again, Mr. Schwartzman.
So if these funds that we're putting towards the stabilization fund, if we wanted to use them for anything, whether it's to shore up a department, whether it's to pay for street maintenance, the original use, it would all have to go to council for approval to use these funds from the stabilization fund.
The way it was set up, it absolutely has to come back.
Okay. I just think it's important for the 4 people that voted against this to understand that these funds cannot be used unless council approves their usage moving forward.
I'm going to call the question.
Thank you. Thank you for letting me be the last speaker.
Thank you for telling me how I vote. Okay, call the question.
Thank you for telling us how you voted.
Appreciate that.
Okay, Mayor,
You said it.
would you like to go to item 5 now, or would you like to recess?
we had a the vote on 6 and 7. Did we have a vote on 5 as well?
No, we had a motion to recess the rest of this meeting following the city council meeting tomorrow. I made that motion and Representative Hernandez seconded that.
Okay, so we haven't had a vote yet on that. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Yes, sir.
All right, let's take a vote on that.
Okay, so this motion is to recess the remaining items on the work session until tomorrow after the city council meeting, the regular city council meeting. On that motion, Mayor Pro Tem Schwartzbein.
I just want to say that back in my day, I remember having city council meetings that went till 8 o'clock at night. I'm voting nay.
Anello?
Aye.
Hernandez?
Yes.
Morgan?
No.
Salcido?
Nay.
Rodriguez?
Yes.
Rivera?
Nay.
And Lizarraga?
Yes.
Mayor, we have a tie.
You guys are great. Yes.
Yay.
Okay, the motion passes, and so the city council meeting is in recess at 4:13 p.m. and will convene on Tuesday, March 31st, following the regular city council meeting.
Hook 'em horns.
Are we going to go into executive session?
Well, the meeting was recessed until tomorrow, sir.
I thought we just recessed items 5, 6, and 7 until tomorrow.
No, you recessed everything.
There you go.
Okay.
Would you like to reconsider?
You want to call for the question?
Carla, do I need to reconsider my vote from an executive session standpoint?
No, sir, we can take the items up tomorrow.
Okay. All right, we're done.
Okay, so the work session is in recess, at 4:14 p.m. on March 30th, 2020, and will reconvene on Tuesday, March 31st, 2020, following the regular City Council meeting.
Okay. That's it, right?
Godspeed.
See y'all tomorrow.
Bye, y'all. Good job, everyone.
Good night.
Adios.
Stay safe, stay home.
Yes, have a good afternoon.